Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Saving Six by Chloe Walsh. Hope you enjoy.
Prologue. The Meet Cute. August 30th, 1999. Joey. All you need to do is keep your head down and your temper reined in. You're a smart kid. You've got this. Just keep that tongue of yours in check. And don't react to any nonsense. Do you want me to walk in with you? Do I fuck? It's okay to be nervous, Joe. I'm not nervous. And it's okay to be scared too. Do I look like I'm scared? I growled, aggravated by his incessant cuddling. I'm not a baby, Dar. I know you're not. My big brother conceded as he walked up the path to Ballylagan Community School, a journey he had taken every weekday for the past 6 years. His time at secondary school was over now, while mine was just beginning. I just need this to go well for you. Yeah? I snorted. Well, we both know that's not going to happen. This is your fresh start, Joey, he said. Whatever happened in primary school is behind you now. Don't carry any of that trouble with you. There's no such thing as fresh starts, I drawled. Just different locations filled with the same bullshit. You're too young to be this cynical. And you're too smart to waste your time and breath on this pep talk, I countered. I'm not Shannon, lad. I don't need the words or the hand-holding. Is it so wrong for me to want to see you off on your first day at secondary school? You could have done that back at the house, I reminded him. You didn't need to walk me to school. I'm not a baby. You're my baby brother. I've never been a baby anything there. Always so self-sufficient. Shaking his head, he gave me a sad smile. Well, maybe I wanted to spend some extra time with you. We share a room, I deadpanned, shifting the ton of bricks that was my school bag onto my other shoulder. We already spend enough time together. I love you, Joe. He threw me by saying, You know that, right? You love me? Feet faltering. I turned to look up at him. What the hell is wrong with you? Nothing, he replied, tone thick with emotion. I need you to know that. Why? I demanded, feeling unnerved by his sudden declaration. It was out of place and felt all wrong to me. What's happening? Nothing. Smiling, he reached down and ruffled my hair. Nothing's happening, shithead. I just wanted to tell you. Okay. I eyed him suspiciously, not sure if I entirely believed him. But if you think about hugging me in front of all these people, I'll kick you in the nuts. Your voice is starting to break, he chuckled. My baby brother is growing up. I don't need a deep voice to kick your ass, I shot back, hackles rising. He rolled his eyes. Sure thing, Squeaky. Do all the girls here wear skirts that short? Eyes widening, I watched as a group of girls filed out of a school bus and onto the footpath in front of us. I take it all back, Dar. Delighted with life, I grinned up at my brother. I think I'm going to like secondary school. Don't even think about it, Darren chuckled, ribbing me with his elbow. Those girls are 6th year. You're a baby first year to them. Already told you that I've never been a baby anything, I shot back, and a wink before turning my attention back to the glorious view of bare legs and peachy asses. Aren't you a bit young for getting notions about girls? I'm 13. Not until December. I bet I've seen more tits than you. Mams don't count. We both laughed, causing a few of the girls in front to turn round. Oh my God, Darren Lynch! One of the blondes squealed, giving my brother a warm smile as she moved straight for him. What are you doing here? Didn't you get like 1,000 points in your leaving cert last June? There's no way you're repeating 6th year. No, not repeating. Just walking my little brother in for his first day, Darren replied, receiving the half-hug the girl offered him. And I could ask you the same question. What are you doing slumming it in BCS uniform, Toman girl? I transferred over here. I'm going to finish up 6th year at BCS, the blonde replied in a strained tone. It's a sort of for the best, all things considered, you know. Yeah. My brother nodded, and sympathy filled his eyes, which confused the fuck out of me. I do. So, how's everything going, Dar? She was quick to push on from whatever the hell had them eyeing each other meaningfully. I rolled my eyes and forced back the urge to hold. I haven't seen you since that weekend. I've been around, he told her, scratching the back of his neck. Just dealing, you know. Yeah. Another meaningful look passed between them. I know. I don't. I decided to interject, but why the hell not? Care to explain what the hell you're both talking about? My brother sighed in resignation before reeling off introductions. Kiva, this mouthy shit is my little brother. He turned to me and gestured to the girl. Joey, this is Kiva Young. You're probably too young to remember her in primary school, but her little sister is friends with Shannon. Her blue eyes landed on my face, and she smiled. So you're the next Lynch in the pecking order, huh? Apparently so. I shrugged, non-committedly, before turning back to Darren. Are you done with the trip down memory lane, or do I need to stand around for another 10 minutes? Oh boy, Dar, she laughed. You're in trouble with this one, huh? Tell me about it, my brother replied with a sigh. It was good seeing you, Kiva. Catching hold of the back of my neck, he steered us round the group of girls and up the path towards the school. And take care of yourself. You too, Dar, she called after us. And keep in touch. Keep in touch? I shook my head and wrestled free from his hold. What the hell does that mean? Who knows? Darren muttered, steering me towards the gates of the school. You know the way girls are. Did you have sex with her? What? He stopped, walking, and swung me around to look at him. No, I didn't have sex with her. Why would you even ask me that? Don't get all high and mighty on me, I laughed, playfully shoving his chest. I know you've been with girls in the past. Darren sighed heavily. Not like that, I haven't. Well, I think she likes you, I offered up, falling in to step alongside him once again. She was looking at you with those gooey eyes. Gooey eyes, Darren chuckled. You're a dope. She was, I laughed. I'm surprised she didn't swoon when she saw you. Clearing my throat, I pressed a hand on my forehead and mimicked, "Oh, Darren Lynch, is that you my eyes can see? Be still, my beating heart." "You're such a little shit," my brother laughed. "And you're a dark horse," I shot back with a wink, ribbing him with my elbow. "Got any more blondes lurking around school, waiting to fall at your feet? Because I'll be happy to take them off your hands." "Pack it in," he chuckled, with a rueful shake of his head. "Honestly, it's not like that. She's just a good friend." "Don't worry, Dar," I laughed. "I know you're gay. I'm only messing with you." "Jesus Christ, Joey," Darren hissed, clamping a hand on my shoulder. He looked around us, eyes wild and panicked, before he released a breath and muttered, "Not so loud, okay?" "Why do you do that?" I demanded, good mood forgotten as I shook his hand off, feeling my temper rise. "Why do you hide who you are?" He shook his head, blue eyes laced with pain. "Joey, no, it's bullshit there." I pushed, unwilling to let it go. "I'm not ashamed of you, and you shouldn't be either." "I'm not ashamed of myself," he replied quietly. "Well, good," I snapped, "because you don't have shit to be ashamed of." "Yeah, well, according to Dad, I have." "Yeah, well, fuck Dad," I spat. "He's the one who should be ashamed of himself, not you. You do realize that up until 6 years ago, being gay was a punishable crime in this country?" "Yeah, and so are condoms and any other form of birth control," I growled, "which just goes to show that the laws are bullshit." "Joe, this country is backwards, Darren. You know that," I argued. "Yeah, it's getting better now, but we both know that the foundations on which our laws are built upon have a lot less to do with common sense than religion." "I really don't want to talk about it, Joe." "Well, I don't want to see you walking around the place with your tail between your legs when you've no reason to," I countered. "It's bullshit, Darren. Every word that comes out of that man's mouth is utter bullshit. So don't let him make you feel bad about yourself. Dad's living in the dark ages, so don't dare let him drag you back there with him." "What do you propose I do, Joey?" he asked in a weary tone. "Go toe-to-toe with him?" "Yes." "You can take him?" "No, I can't," he replied. "Besides, not every disagreement in life has to result in a dogfight." "In our lives it does," I corrected hotly. "So you better get your head in the fight and make damn sure that you're the biggest dog. Like you, Squeaky." "I might not be the biggest dog in the fight," I begrudgingly conceded, "but I always have the sharpest teeth. Kind of like the saying, it's not the size of the dog that matters, it's the fight in the dog." I nodded. "Now you're speaking my language." Darren gave me a strange look. "So in your mind, it's a dog-eat-dog world that we're living in?" "It's not in my mind, Dar. It's a fact." "You know," he mused in a melancholy tone, "I can't figure out if that backbone of yours will be your saving grace or your downfall. Whichever way it goes is fine by me," I said with a shrug, "because I couldn't care less." "That's not true," he argued. "You care." "No," I laughed humorously. "I really don't." "I need you to start caring, Joey." "I care," I grumbled. "I care about you, and Shan, and Tag, and Alls. I need you to start caring about you, Joe." Holy shit! My feet came to an abrupt stop the minute my eyes landed on a tall blonde, with the face of an angel, sitting on a wall at the entrance of the school. "What?" Darren demanded, looking around us. "Where's the fire?" "There." Struck dumb at the sight of her, and with all notions gone of continuing any further conversation with my brother, I pointed to the girl whose long blonde hair was splaying all around her in the breeze. "Her." "I don't know her," my brother noted. "She must be a first year." Looking like nothing my eyes had ever seen, I watched as she sucked on a Chubba Chub's lollipop, entirely uninterested in the lad attempting to talk to her, while her long legs dangled from the wall. Jesus Christ! I blew out a breath. "I don't care if you're gay or not, lad. You can't deny that girl is the best-looking thing your eyes have ever seen." It was at the exact moment in time that her gaze flicked to mine. The minute our eyes collided, I felt a pang of heat shoot straight to my chest. Holy fuck. When I met her gaze head-on, I fully expected her to blush and look away. She didn't. Instead, she tilted her head to one side and studied me with a similar look to the one I was sure that I was sporting. Arching her brow, she slowly removed a lollipop from her mouth and gave me an expectant look. My gaze flicked questioningly to the dark-haired lad still trying and failing to garner her attention before returning to her face. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she gave me a look that said, "What are you waiting for?" Well, shit. What was I waiting for? "Steady up, baby brother," Darren chuckled, as he forcefully walked me up the path towards the main building and away from the blonde. "She's cute, but don't throw your hat in the ring just yet. I promise there'll be 50 more girls in your year that look just as lovely." Doubtful. "I don't want 50 more girls," I replied, twisting back to find her still watching me. "I just want that girl." "Oh, to be a first year again." Laughing, Darren dragged me along with him until she was out of sight. If I've taught you nothing else these past 12 years, then remember this. Keep your temper in check. Your head in the books, your ass off the streets, and your hands off girls that look like that. Like what? Like they've heartbreak written all over them. So in other words, spend the next 6 years of secondary school living like a priest. I grumbled, breaking free from him when we reached the school. "But where do I sign up?" "Hey, that's what I did," my brother chuckled, thoroughly amused by my disgust. "It worked well for me." "Because you're shit crack," I told him. "Seriously, Dar, it's a wonder we're related at all." "Well, we are," he reminded me before pulling me in for a hug. "I'll always be your brother. No matter what, okay? Don't ever forget that." "What did I tell you?" I hissed, scrambling away from him before anyone saw me hugging my brother of all people. "I should follow through and kick you in the nuts for that." "Take care of yourself." His voice was thick with emotion as he watched me scowl at him. "I love you." "Jesus, relax with the love bullshit," I grumbled, feeling acutely uncomfortable. "I'm starting secondary school, asshole. You're not sending me off to war." He nodded stiffly. "I know." Feeling off balance, I eyed him warily before shaking my head and walking off in the direction of the entrance. "Stop. Don't go," Something's wrong. Turn back. This is all wrong. There! Hovering, uncertainly, I turned back to find him already walking away. I'll see you after school, yeah? My brother didn't answer. There! He didn't turn back round to look at me either. Darren! Instead, he pulled his hood up and kept walking away from me. So, is that guy your keeper? Or can you think for yourself? A female voice asked, and I spun round to find none other than Blondie from the wall standing in front of me. And holy fuck, if she wasn't even better looking close up. With all notions of Darren's weird farewell long forgotten, I focused entirely on the face looking up at me. High cheekbones, pink pouty lips, big green eyes, and hair that looked like something out of a magazine. She was, hands down, the best-looking thing my eyes had ever seen. I can definitely think for myself. You saw me back there, she stated, evenly, green eyes snaring me. I did. You kept walking. I nodded like a fool. I did. Don't do that again. Fuck me. I won't. She looked me over once more, before nodding in approval. You're beautiful. Well, shit. Likewise. Her lips tipped up. So, do you have a name, boy who can think for himself? Does it matter? I countered, needing to regain some ground I had lost to this powerhouse of a girl. We both know that you'll be calling me baby by the end of the day. She licked her lips to bury her smile. Is that so? I stepped closer. You tell me, Blondie. Now she did, and it was a glorious sight. Okay, that was seriously smooth. I smirked. Thanks. I'm Aoife, she laughed, holding her hand out to me. Joey, I replied, accepting her small hand in mine. Joey. Shaking my hand, she tilted her head to one side and studied me without a hint of shyness. Your name suits you? I could say the same thing about you, I replied. Your name means radiance and beauty, right? She grinned. You know you're Irish. Yeah, I knew my Irish, but not that well. There had been a girl in my class in primary school named Aoife, who had constantly droned on about how she had been named after an Irish warrior queen, with a level of beauty that was rumoured to rival that of Helen of Troy. I wasn't, however, about to tell this particular Aoife that. Not when I needed every advantage I could get. So, what class have you been assigned to? She asked, retrieving her folded-up timetable from her pocket of her short, pleated skirt. I'm in first year 3. Fuck if I knew. I straightened out the crumpled-up ball of paper that was my class timetable for the school year. I was fucking thrilled when I read the words first year 3 on the page. Same here. She was in my class. Get in there. Maybe my luck was changing. So, you're as mediocre a student as I am? She laughed. My brother got assigned to first year 1. That's the class for the brainiacs. You're a twin? She nodded. For my sins? So, we're the 3rd smartest class. Or the third thickest, she laughed. Whichever way your glass is filled. Why? How many classes has our year been split into? 4. Jesus, I laughed. That doesn't say much for us, does it? Nope. She grinned back at me. Not a whole pile. So what primary school are you coming from? Sacred Heart, I replied. You? St. Bernadette's, she said with a grimace. That's the all-girls primary school run by the nuns outside of town. I winced in sympathy. Well, that's shit luck on you, huh? Yep, 8 years with the nuns. Can't you see my halo shining? Oh, yeah, it's blinding. According to Sister Alphonsus, I should be continuing my education in an all-girls environment, she mused with a devilish smile. Apparently, I have a wild streak in me, with a penchant for the male form that no amount of prayer can eliminate. She rolled her eyes. All because I said I thought the guy playing Jesus in the movie they showed us was gorgeous. I arched a brow. Gorgeous? What? She laughed. He was. Well, it sounds to me like you need to spend less time on your knees praying and more time— Don't say it, she warned, reaching up to cover my mouth with her hand. With the male form. I chuckled, peeling her fingers off my lips with my hand. So, should I spend more time with the male form in general? She laughed, and somehow our fingers were entwined now. Or with you? Because it's safe to say that I'm impressed with the male form standing in front of me. Is that your way of telling me that you don't have a boyfriend? No. It's my way of telling you that I will have a boyfriend once you ask me. Jesus! My heart rate sped up. You're not backwards about anything, are you? She winked and slid her school bag off her shoulder. Where's the fun in that? Thrown off kilter by this girl, I took the bag she held out for me and slung it over my free shoulder. There, she said with an approving nod, admiring her bright pink bag on my shoulder. That should do it. Should do what? Warn the other girls away. Warn the other girls away? My brows rose up. Did you just mark me with your bag? I sure did, she replied, smiling sweetly up at me before turning on her heels and sauntering off in the direction of the school. Now let's go, baby. I laughed, because in all honesty, what else could I do? I had a distinct feeling that I would be doing a lot of following after this girl. Still, my feet moved after her.
First year.
The monsters under my bed. November 30th, 1999. Joey. With the sound of my own pulse thundering in my ears, I kept my eyes trained on my bedroom floor and concentrated on my breathing, on the cracks in the skirting board, on the freshly burrowed hole in my sock, on anything but the asshole pounding and demanding to get in. Open this door, boy, and I'll put the manners on you. Useless little cunt, just like your brother. Oh, such a big man now, are you little prick? Get your hole out here, you little bollocks, before I break the fucking door down. My heart was racing violently in my chest. Every inch of my body was battered and bruised, and while I knew my mom was out there and defenceless, I honest to God didn't have it in me to go another round with the man she called her husband. Not when he had gotten the better of me so easily tonight. Swallowing the blood that was trickling down the back of my throat, I twisted my head to the side and considered my options. Fight, die, Run. Die. Tell. Die. Hide. Die. Die. Die! After spending a selfish amount of time contemplating, taking a knife to my wrists, I clenched my eyes shut and locked every muscle in my body tight until my entire frame shook from the tension. Don't do it, lad. It's not your turn yet. Don't give him the satisfaction of checking out. Think of the others. Desperate to distract myself from the temptation, I held my breath and concentrated on why I couldn't leave this house. On why I had to stay. Shannon, Tag, Ollie. Shannon, Tag, Ollie. Shannon, Tag, Ollie. Slowly, as my mind resigned to the fact that there was no way I could leave 3 innocent children with the monsters that created us, I felt my muscles unlock, causing me to sink deeper into depression. Trapping me. Resentment bubbled to life inside of me, with my mind honing in on one face, on one name. Fuck Darren for leaving me alone in this. Mam was crying in her room, with her clothes strewn everywhere, and her dignity smeared all over his dick. And I couldn't do shit for her. And just like the last time, I couldn't save her. And just like all the times before that, I couldn't stop him. The deep timbre of my father's voice echoed through my bedroom walls, as the threats he had been doling out to me late into the night slowly morphed into frustrated snarls and then eventually drunken slurs. Fucking prick, was the last thing I heard him call me before his heavy footsteps clumsily retreated from my door. Minutes later, his voice could be heard again, but at the other end of the landing this time, with my mother, once again, the target of his whiskey tantrum. Heart hammering violently in my chest, I reached for the alarm clock on my bedside locker and squinted, trying to make out the time with only the dull hue of the streetlight outside my window to guide me. 2:34. For fuck's sake. Setting the clock back down, I released a frustrated breath, drummed my fingers against my chest, and tried to calm the fuck down. It wasn't coming easy, though. Not tonight. Because Darren was still gone, and he was still here. The one person I depended on in times like this, on nights like this, had walked away without as much as a backwards glance. I should know. I watched him go. Dad never hit Darren like he hit me. He was the firstborn, the golden boy. I was the spare. Darren got open-palmed slaps. I got closed-fist punches. Darren was diplomatic. He could talk our father around better than anyone else in the house, and bring him back to his senses, well, most of the time. Glowering at his empty bottom bunk, untouched since his departure, I felt a familiar swell of bitterness wash over me, taking with it another piece of my childhood. I had just started first year, for Christ's sake. Wouldn't turn 13 for another month. What hope had I against a man twice my size? I didn't. Darren knew that, and he still left me here defenceless. I was 12 years old, and a front-line soldier in the war that raged within my family home. The enemy I found myself up against was bigger and stronger, and my ally had abandoned me when I needed him most. I'd known something was wrong that morning he walked me to school. I could feel it in my bones as I watched him walk away from me, as I called after him like a fucking child. For the first few days after my older brother's abrupt departure, I had waited with bated breath, praying that everything would somehow blow over and Darren would walk back through the front door. The move was completely out of character for me. I didn't pray. But the evening I had come home from my first day of secondary school and discovered he was gone, I found myself whispering oaths and promises to the man in the sky, offering up anything and everything I could think of, in exchange for the safe return of my brother, my ally. My prayers went unanswered, and I had lost more ground than I could afford to in the weeks that had since passed. Disgusted with myself for hiding behind a locked door, I tried to reason with my pride, knowing deep down that going back out there tonight would be the equivalent of signing my own death warrant. You barely made it out alive. Loud sniffles filled my room just then, and I bit back a growl, letting my head smack against the bedroom door I was perched against, Horley in hand. Don't listen to it. I instructed my sibling. Which one? I had no clue, because the three that still resided in this shithole were currently hiding under my duvet. Block him out. It's so scary, Joe, Tag sniffled, appearing from beneath my quilt on the top bunk. What if he's hurting Mommy again? He's not, I snapped, lying through my teeth to my 6-year-old brother. She's grand. Now go to sleep. I can't, he croaked out. You have to, my 10-year-old sister whisper-hissed. You know what will happen if he realizes that we're awake. Shut up, Shannon, Tag wailed. I'm scared. I know you are, Tag, she continued softly, appearing from beneath the covers with our 3-year-old brother, Ollie, curled up on her lap. That's why we have to stay quiet. The lot of you need to go the fuck to sleep, I ordered, taking on the protector role that I had unceremoniously been thrusted into. You're grand. Mam's grand. We're all grand. Everything's fucking grand. But what if he's hurting her again? I had no doubt that he was, in fact, hurting her again. Problem was, I couldn't do shit about it. God knows, I tried. The broken nose I was sporting from earlier tonight proved just how little I could do about the animal we called our father. Thankfully, Tag and Shannon didn't seem to understand the way in which our father was hurting our mother. I, on the other hand, had been 10 years old when I learned the meaning of the word rape. It wasn't the first time I'd seen him force her down, nor was it the first time I'd heard the word tossed around in conversation, but it was the first time that I managed to connect the word to the action and make sense of what had been happening to my mother. Make sense of what that animal had forced her to take into her unwilling body. Repeatedly. My intervention had been a futile one that ended in my mother, battered, bruised, bloodied, and naked from the waist down on the kitchen floor, dismissing me from the room, blaming me with her eyes for something I had no control over. But not before my father got a few good hits in on my prepubescent frame. After I registered what rape meant, what it really and truly meant, my resolve to keep my mouth shut about what happened at home only strengthened further. I knew Darren had been raped, when we spent those 6 months of senior infants in foster care. I heard enough about it, had been made feel guilty enough about it, to know that it was bad enough to keep my mouth shut and keep our family's private business to myself. Remember, Joey, remember that no matter how bad that gets, it'll never be worse than that. You think that's bad? You don't know how fucking lucky you have it. You got ice cream and cake with your foster family. I got ruined. You have nothing to complain about, not compared to me. You had it easy, so stop feeling sorry for yourself. Do you know what happens in those care homes? Do you want Tag to end up like me? Do you want that for Shannon? Keep your mouth shut. Nothing is bad enough in this house to merit going back there. Nothing. Once I saw it for myself, I knew there was no way I could ever put my siblings in a position where that could happen to them. I would rather die first. And that wasn't me being dramatic. I meant it. For years after that, I didn't sleep at night. I didn't dare. The noises, the fucking sound of horror, was burned into my memory, repeating over and over on a loop of mental destruction. And even when it was quiet, I was on edge. The silence unsettled me almost as much as her screams. Because her screams meant she was still breathing. Her silence meant that she was dead. I could remember lying in my room, not unsimilar to tonight, body rigid, as I strained to hear every squeak in the mattress, every disgusting grunt and groan coming from the closed door at the other end of the landing. Panic would consume me then, and 9 times out of 10, I would spring out of bed and stand guard outside my sister's bedroom, terrified that she possessed something an animal like our father would eventually come looking for. At least when we were all together, under the same roof, I could protect her. I could protect them all, take some of the pain for them, and let them have some semblance of a childhood. If I told we would be put into care, and if we were put into care, there was a good chance we would be separated. And if we were separated, then I couldn't protect them from the predators that Darren warned me were everywhere. You think it won't happen to you, but it does. It happens all the time. Not everyone lucks out like you and Shannon did when you were placed with the same foster family. I can still feel him inside my body, tearing me apart, ripping me open. It makes me want to die. The very thought of something happening to Shannon or your dog made my skin crawl and my mouth clamp shut. I could take the pressure. I could take the blows. I could handle his whiskey tantrums. I could take all of it if it meant that they didn't have to. Like a revered blood oath, I mentally reaffirmed the vow I had made to myself the night after Darren walked out. And that was to protect my brothers and sister with everything I had in me. I would never allow them to be beaten like I had been, or be abused like my mother, or defiled like my brother. With whatever I had inside of me, I'd protect and defend them from harm. They would never have to sit behind a barricade bedroom door with a Horley in hand. I'd be here to do it for them. I knew what it felt like to have my protector abandon me, and I would never allow that to happen to them. I would die first. Yeah, fuck Darren for leaving our brothers and sister to fend for themselves against the monster. Fuck him for making me our father's #1 punching bag. You've always been that lad. Fuck secondary school, too. For that matter. My gaze drifted to my unopened school bag that contained a mountain of homework. I hadn't the slightest intention of completing shit given by teachers whose opinions on me were the least of my worries. Yeah, it was safe to say that secondary school was another bust. Understatement of the century, lad. According to my new principal, Mr. Nahan. I was short-tempered and unresponsive to authority. If he had to put up with half of the crap I did, he wouldn't be so responsive to authority himself. Asshole. I revelled in pissing him off. The reason for my blatant dislike of him was simple. He had played hurling with my father back in the day. Hurling. A shiver rolled through me. It was both my saving grace and my living nightmare, forced to play by my father from the age of 4, and terrified of having that weight dropped onto Tag's shoulders like it had been dropped onto mine when Darren quit. I pushed myself to keep it up, and I was good. I was better than my father or Darren ever were, and I think it made him hate me more. The fact that I wasn't completely useless like he constantly reminded me. Dick. It was because of thoughts like these, and fucked up nights like the current one, that when Shane Holland, a lad a few years above me at BCS, offered my first hit from a joint in 5th class, I took it. When he promised that it would relax my racing mind and help me sleep, I soaked that shit so deep into my lungs that it almost choked myself in the process. And you know what happened? It worked. I went home that night and slept like a baby, blissfully unaware of anything outside my locked bedroom door. And after my first night of unbroken sleep in years, I was instantly converted, and decided that weed was for me. After a smoke, I could relax, better than I'd ever been able to. I could close my eyes at night and not hear horror in my head. I could ignore the burning pain of betrayal and rejection that crippled me every time I thought of Darren leaving me to fend for our family alone, or what would happen if I tried to leave. I had peace. Last Saturday after work, for example, I met up with Shane and a few of the older lads from school for a few hours. I already knew most of the lads, having grown up in the same area. They were all fairly harmless, well, most of them at least. It wasn't like I was naive enough to believe that Shane and any of his asshole friends were my friends. They just offered me an escape from the biggest asshole in my world, my father. Besides, the prospect of getting stoned had been a hell of a lot more appealing than the prospect of taking a hiding from my old man for missing a 65, hurling's equivalent of a corner kick, during a match earlier that morning. So, with the last €20 I had left from the job I had recently acquired, I jumped at the chance to escape for the night. To escape. To just make it all stop. All hell had broken loose the following morning, when I was rumbled for my midnight venture. But I had zero regrets. I couldn't remember getting home. I had been too strung out on the fucked-up concoction of weed, devil's bit, and tablets to notice, or care. Hell, I would do it again in a heartbeat if it meant that I was spared from the reality of my life, spared from them, for a few short hours. Jesus, I wish I had a smoke right now. I think he's hurting her again, Tag croaked out, dragging me from my thoughts, and the sound of our mother's pained wailing wafted through the air, followed by a feral grunting. Oh, I know he is. For the last time, he's not hoarding her. Are you sure? No. Yep. You promise? No. Yep.
Thanks for letting us stay with you, Joe.
No problem. Do you want to squeeze in here with us? And have 2/3 of you piss on top of me during the night? No thanks. Are you sure you don't want to? Sleep now. Mood darkening. I let my thoughts wander back to Darren, as I had bedded down for the night, with only my resentment to keep me company, and my Horley. Dick. Anyone but whore. February 14th, 2000. Joey. And then you just reconnect the wires together like this. And Bob's your uncle. Tony Malloy explained on Thursday evening after school, as he passed me a pair of wire cutters. The engine of the car he had been rewiring roared to life. I grinned. That's fucking mental. He arched a grey brow. I'm only showing you this in case of an emergency. Not for a midnight joyride or any of that shite young fellas round here are up to. Obviously. Here, hand me that phase tester. Thoroughly intrigued, I did as the older man asked, soaking in everything he taught me, and feeling beyond grateful that he had gone out on a limb for me last year. Even if it meant that the role that I had been given made me Tony's glorified lackey. Filling petrol in the garage's adjoining forecourt wasn't exactly thrilling stuff, but the chance to work on engines was something I discovered I enjoyed. More than just enjoyed. It was exactly the distraction I needed. The money wasn't brilliant, at $5 an hour, but I was too young to get a job on the books, not to mention too hot-headed to hold one down even if I was old enough. I couldn't seem to help it. I had a problem with keeping my shit together. The rage that built up inside of me whenever I was confronted with an altercation, or an asshole determined to argue with me, was uncontrollable. There was something inside of me that demanded I fight back, no matter how small or unimportant an argument may be. I couldn't get a hold of it. It was like there was a demon living just beneath the surface of my skin, one that had taken too many kicks lying down, and refused to take a single other. Besides, the relief of my mother's face when I handed up my wages every Friday night made it all worth it. If I could take only 1/10 of the pressure off her frail shoulders, put there because of the useless bastard she married who refused to find a job, then I would gladly slug it out for $5 an hour. Taking all the hours they would give me, I worked most evenings after school until around 9 or 10 at night, and all day on Saturday unless I needed to take a few hours off for matches. So, how's school going, lad? Tony asked, climbing to his feet. Keeping the head down after that suspension last week, I hope. I wasn't a fan of school, and my boss knew it. I fucking hated it at the best of times. But when I weighed up my options, I would have lived in the place, or here, if it meant I didn't have to go home. I already told you about that, I said, following Tony into the office that doubled up as a staff room. That prick Rice was out of line. And you were only more than willing to put him back in his place, Tony mused, flicking on the kettle. He gestured to the black eye I was sporting. Keep showing up to work looking like that, and you'll scare off all the old biddies coming in for their petrol. I shrugged. You know, Joe, you really need to learn how to keep your head, he continued, pouring 2 mugs of tea. A hot temper like that makes you a liability, boyo. It will hold you back in life. Or it will keep me alive just long enough to grow up and get out of this town. Maybe, I agreed, running my tongue over the recently healed cut on my bottom lip. It's already holding you back, he said, handing me one of the mugs before diving into one of his frequent "you have so much potential" pep talks. Sinking down on a chair at the table opposite him, I took a sip from my mug and tuned his voice out, making sure to nod and agree at the right cues, having heard every fucking word before, but knowing deep down inside that Tony wasn't the enemy. Every word he spurted was a familiar one that had been echoed before, from him, from Nanny Murphy, from my principal at BCS, from my coaches and trainers, blah fucking blah blah blah. "Hi, Dad," a female voice called out from the office doorway, causing Tony to pause mid-lecture and my heart to jackknife in my chest. My eyes landed on the familiar leggy blonde standing in the doorway, sporting the same uniform I had worn earlier today, and I bit back a groan. Oh, fuck's sake. This girl. Yeah, this girl was a pain in my hole. "Aoife." Tony's eyes lit up. "What are you doing here?" "I was studying at the library with Paul," his daughter replied, cheeks flushed, as she dropped her school bag on the floor and walked towards her dad. "We have midterm exams next week. I lost track of time, and you said I wasn't to walk home in the dark." Smiling angelically at her old man, she batted her big green eyes and asked, "Any chance of a spin home?" "Lost track of time at the library?" Tony cocked a disbelieving brow. "At 7:30 on Valentine's night. Do you think I came down in the last shower?" I snorted, also finding her excuse fucking laughable. Her green eyes narrowed in a warning at me, and I shrugged. Like I give a shit if she got into it with her old man or not. She should have come up with a better lie. That one was pathetic. "Midterm exams." Tony looked at me. "Joey, son, you're in the same year as my twins. Did you hear anything at school about midterm exams?" "Not a word," I replied, vaguely recalling hearing something about up-and-coming exams, but enjoying her discomfort too much to hand her the shovel she clearly needed to dig herself out of this hole. "Like he'd even know." Malloy shot back with a growl. "Don't mind a word he says, Dad. Joey Lynch spends more time in the office with the principal than he does in class with you and Paul," I offered. Tony's brows rose. "Is that Paul the boyfriend?" "More like Paul the prick," I scoffed. "Whoa, Joey." Her eyes narrowed on me once more. "I'm surprised you took your head out of your ass long enough to learn your classmates' names. We're on the same hurling team." She folded her arms across her chest. "Yeah, and that's how I know his name," I drawled, leaning back in my seat. "No heads-up asses required, and Paul Rice is a prick." Tony laughed and quickly backpedaled. "Hold up. Isn't that the lad you were suspended for fighting with last week?" "That's the one," I confirmed. "Because you hit him for no reason," Malloy growled, quick to defend her boyfriend. "That's what you think," I shot back. "Huh, whatever," she snapped. "Can I have a spin or not, Dad? I need to get home. I have a ton of homework to get finished." "Why didn't you get it done at the library?" I mocked. enjoying riling her up a little more than I should. While you were doing all of the important studying with Paul. Why don't you shut your mouth? She countered, huffily, and mind your own business? And more importantly, why didn't this Paul young fellow walk you home? Tony interjected, tone serious now. What kind of young fella leaves his girl in town on her own at night? His mam collected him for training, she explained with a shrug. Tony looked to me. Training? I shook my head. There's no hurling training tonight. Tai Chi, she correctly haughtily. Not everything revolves round hurling. Tai Chi, Tony frowned. I thought that had something to do with house decorating. That's feng shui, Dad. I choked back a laugh. Malloy glared at me. And his mother didn't give you a lift home? She shrugged, flustered. I didn't ask her for one. Her father glowered. And he didn't ask her for you? See? I drawled, giving her father a knowing look. Prick. Dad, she snapped, dutifully ignoring me now. Can I have a spin or not? Not. What? Dad, I need to get home. I told you. I have a ton of homework. Sorry, love, but I have a Corolla that needs a full servicing before I close up. I'll be here another few hours at least. Dad, daughter, father, through to my lines, fine, she huffed dramatically, reaching for her school bag. Don't bother driving your defenceless teenage daughter home in the dark of the night. I'll take my chances and walk. You do no such thing, her father commanded. Sit down. You can get your homework done while I'm finishing up, and I'll take you home then. I'm not staying here until you close, she shot back, affronted at the thought. It's only a couple of miles of a walk, 20 minutes, tops besides. It's cold in here, and boring, and I need to do your homework. Her father filled in for her. Yeah, I think you've said that already. Well, you're not walking on your own. Well, I'm not staying, she shot back defiantly, her blonde ponytail swinging over her shoulder as she hoisted her bag up and headed for the door. I'll be fine. Jesus Christ, Tony grumbled, shaking his head. Joey, son, do me a favour, and make sure that headstrong daughter of mine gets home in one piece. You can knock off afterwards. I don't need a chaperone, Malloy argued, looking horrified, but her father cut her off. Either he walks you home, or you wait here for me to finish up work. Your choice. Bulking, she seemed to ponder her choices before locking her eyes on mine. Well, are you going to walk me home or not? For fuck's sake. I was supposed to be learning how to replace the spark plugs in Danny Riley's old Corolla, but instead I was walking a furious teenage girl home against her will. How I got roped into this shit, I would never understand. If Tony knew me, really fucking knew me, he'd quickly realise that his daughter was hell of a lot better off on her own than with me. I was a bad bet. My mother had as good as told me so on several occasions. With my hands in the front pocket of my hoodie, I walked along beside Aoife Malloy, listening to her rant on about sexism, differential treatment because she was a girl, the double standards of us being the same age and her father having no problem with me walking back alone, not to mention a whole host of other bullshit since we left her father at the garage. In all honesty, her dramatic raving should be driving me nuts by now. Instead, I was mildly amused by her. It's a disgrace, she hissed, power walking down the footpath in her high-heeled school shoes. her bare thighs on show beneath the scrape of a grey fabric she called a skirt. "He's being totally unreasonable." "Can I just stop you right there?" I interjected, holding up a hand. "Yeah?" she said, turning to look at me with an expectant look. "Why?" "No reason," I replied. "I just want you to stop talking. You know, Joey, you can be such an asshole at times." Frustrated, she shook her head and marched on ahead of me. "Such an asshole." Fine by me. I didn't up me pace and chase her like I suspected she was used to fellas doing. When she realised this, she swung back around to glare at me. "You threw me under the bus tonight with the whole library thing," she burst out, looking more emotionally invested in this argument than was necessary. "You could have backed me up, or just said nothing at all. Instead, you egged my dad on, making him worry about my relationship with Paul. Insinuated that I was getting up to no good with him instead of studying." "Warned you," I quipped, gesturing to the purplish mark on the side of her cheek. Courtesy of Paul the prick's lips, no doubt. "That's not the point," she shouted, stamping her foot. "You could have said nothing. You could have ignored me like you usually do. Instead, you tried to cause trouble for me." I shrugged, not entirely disagreeing with her statement. "You don't want to be here with me right now. It's obvious. I'm the very last person you want to walk home, so why bother?" "Your father asked me to." "Well, I'm asking you not to." "You don't pay my wages." "Ah!" She blew out another frustrated breath. "You're so annoying." "And you're such a fucking princess," I shot back, unapologetically. "Pissing and moaning because your father cares enough about you to want to make sure you get home safe." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah. I can see that you're having a really hard day, Malloy." Her feet came to a grinding halt, and she swung back to face me. "Why don't you like me?" "Why does it matter to you?" My words stumped her, and she shook her head again. "We're in the same class, have been for almost a year now, and still you act like I don't exist. I'm a nice person, okay? I have never said a bad word to you, but you avoid me like the plague. You're never nice to me at school, and I don't get it." She blew out a heavy breath. "What changed?" "Nothing." "Bullshit," she snapped. "You were into me on that first day, and then suddenly you weren't. So what's changed?" My life fell apart, and I realised you're my boss's daughter. "Nothing. You're such a liar," she argued, unwilling to back the hell down like I needed her to. "We hit it off, and you know we did." "It's not a crime for a fella to change his mind, Malloy," I deadpanned. "Take it on the chin and leave it alone, will you?" "Maybe I could if you didn't purposely avoid me." "I don't avoid you. You constantly avoid me," she corrected. "You only speak to me when you have to, and that's usually only when my father's around to mock and tease me. You talk to all of the other girls in our class. Joey, all of them, but not me. Never me." Be glad, I thought to myself. "You have a fella," I reminded her, the thought soaring my mind. "Why would you want me to talk to you?" "How about to be nice?" "I'm not nice." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not." "Say something nice to me." "Malloy, come on," she demanded. "Do it. I dare you." "You have nice legs," I offered flatly. "There, happy now?" "You can be nice to other girls in our class, but not to me," she argued. "Malloy, I've seen you be nice to Danielle Long and Rebecca Fulvey, and a ton of other girls from our year." I gave her a pointed look that said all I needed to say about that. You were with all of them," she demanded, and then groaned. "That's disgusting." "No more disgusting than you letting Paul Rice put his hands on your knickers last week." Her face flushed bright pink. "Excuse me? You heard me?" With a concoction of fucked up feelings swelling up inside me, I couldn't help but taunt her. "Lace pink thong, from what I hear. How long have you been going out with him?" "A week now." "He sure found a way into your knickers quickly enough." "He told you?" "He told everyone, Malloy." "Who?" Her face fell, and I felt like a piece of shit. "Who did he tell?" The look of sadness in her eyes made me want to hit the prick all over again. It had been worth the suspension. Hearing Ricey tell half of the lads in our PE class about how Tony's daughter was so tight he could barely get a finger inside her had caused me to flip the fuck out on him in the changing rooms. I did it for Tony because he wasn't there to do it himself. At least, that's what I continued to tell myself. "He's a prick, Malloy," I bit out. "Pricks talk. So a word of warning. Never do anything with one that you don't want his entire circle of friends knowing about." "You don't?" "I don't what?" "Talk. That's because I'm not a prick. I'm an asshole, remember?" Stepping around her, I crossed the street towards her house, not looking back to see if she was following. I could tell she was by the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground. "So come on. Since you're so forthcoming tonight, tell me why you don't like me anymore." "That's a desperate question to ask a fella." "Don't you mean an asshole?" "And you know I don't mean it like that." "It's still desperate. Answer me anyway." "No." "Why not?" Because. Come on, Joey, please." "We're not compatible," I said, blowing out a frustrated breath. To have a conversation together. To have anything together. So, what you're basically saying is that you think you're too good to be my friend. She planted her hands on her hips. To hang out or to be seen with me. The opposite. "You asked me a question," I told her, opening her front gate and gestured for her to go inside. "I answered you. Take it whatever way you like." "That's not good enough. I don't care," I replied, hand on the gate. "Now, I walked you home safe and sound with plenty of time to get your precious homework done. You're welcome." She made no move to go inside, choosing to stand under the street lamp and glare at me, while I continued to hold the gate open for her like a tool. "It's because of my dad, isn't it?" she pressed, ponytail blowing in the night breeze. "Isn't that why you changed your mind? Why you don't even want to be friends with me? Did he say something?" "Go inside, Malloy." "Don't tell me what to do, Joey." "Fine, suit yourself." Shaking my head, I let go of the gate and turned to walk away. "What do I care?" "You know what? I think you do care," she called after me. "In fact, I think you do like me. You like me, and that's why you act how you do. That's why you riled my father up about Paul tonight. I'm right, aren't it? You like me?" Of course, I fucking like her. She was the first thing my eyes had landed on when I walked through the entrance of Ballylagan Community School last September, and the only face I consistently sought out since. "She's a good girl, is our Aoife," Tony said, dark eyes watching me warily. His agitation had been slowly rising since I arrived at work for my first day at secondary school and mentioned that his daughter and I had been assigned to the same class. "She's a bit on the wild side, but what young one isn't these days? She's not backwards and coming forwards either, but she's a good girl at heart, and innocent too. "I hear you, Tony," I quickly intercepted, needing this job more than I needed to get myself caught up in any more unnecessary drama. Besides, I had responsibilities at home. Shit that came before anything else. Even pretty blondes with long, long legs. "I don't have any intentions of going near your daughter." "Good lad yourself," came his relieved reply. "It's not that I don't like you, boyo. You know I do. It's just that I don't want the two of you going out together and complicating things at work. Especially when she's too good for the likes of you." "Don't worry," I interrupted. "I know the way the land lies. I won't go there. You have nothing to worry about when it comes to me." I knew Tony was fond of me. I was a good worker, just not good enough for his daughter. "Good man," he said with a chuckle. "But if you could keep an eye on her for me, make sure she's not being taken advantage of or losing the run of herself. I'd owe you one." "Will do." "You're delusional, Malloy. And you're in denial, Lynch." Planting her hands on her hips, she gave me a look of pure frustration. "I waited for you, you know." I arched a brow. "You waited for me? Uh-huh." She nodded and blew out a strand of her hair out of her face. "I waited for months for you to get your shit together and ask me out." She looked me right in the eye when she said, "Paul wasn't my first choice, you know." "Meaning?" "Oh, I'm sorry," she drawled sarcastically. "I wasn't aware that you needed me to write it down for you, asshole." Well, shit. The truth was, if Tony wasn't her father, and I didn't have so much riding on my job, then she wouldn't have had to wait for shit. She sure as hell she wouldn't be fucking around with that pretentious prick Paul Rice. That was for sure. But I had responsibilities that she could never understand. I had a sister to protect, brothers to feed, and a mother to keep me up late into the night worrying about. I didn't have the luxury of time to piss away like Paul had, nor had I the credentials or reputation any father would want in a lad for his daughter. I didn't blame Tony for wanting me to steer clear of his baby girl. I would feel the same way about me too. "Well, it looks like you got bored of waiting," I heard myself say, mentally kicking myself for not ending the conversation and walking away like I knew I should. "You've managed to shack yourself up with a Garda's son from a nice side of town. So I reckon it's safe to say that you came out on top, Malloy." "Yeah?" She blew out a frustrated breath. "It looks like I did, huh?" I didn't know what to say to that. To her, fuck me. "Go inside and finish your homework like a good little girl you are," I finally decided on, ignoring the weird ache in my chest as I turned to walk away. "Oh, and don't forget to wash the smell of Paul, the prick off you." "Ha! I knew it!" Reaching out, she grabbed my hand and dragged me back to her. "I knew you liked me. Hey!" Snatching my hand away from hers, I shoved it back in the front pocket of my hoodie, feeling unnecessarily rattled by her touch. "Don't do that again." Confusion filled her eyes. "Don't do what?" "Touch me." "Why not?" Because I don't like you, liar." "How about because I don't know where those hands have been?" Her eyes narrowed. "Excuse me?" "Dick move. Take it back. Take it back, asshole." "Hey," I shrugged, unwilling to listen to common sense. "For all I know, you could have been pulling on your saint of a boyfriend with those hands." "You did not just say that to me." "Yeah, I did. and the fact that she was standing here challenging me meant that I couldn't take it back. Jesus, I had problems. Like a defiant child, Malloy reached up and patted my chest, trailing her hands up my neck to my face. Here, asshole, have some germs. Pushing my hood down, she ruffled my hair before trailing her hands down my chest and into the front pocket of my hoodie. She taunted before entwining her fingers with mine. Feels nice, huh? You're such a brat, I muttered, shaking my head as I repressed the urge to shiver from the wonderful fucking feeling of having her warm skin on mine. And you're such a tool, she came right back with, unwilling to give an inch. Now, are you going to walk me inside, or do I have to tell my dad that you abandoned me in the dark? My mouth fell open in disgust. I walked you to your gate. My gate is not my door. She arched a brow in challenge. Anything could happen to me. Sure it could. I rolled my eyes. In the 10 seconds it will take you to walk inside. When she made no move to back down, I relented with a frustrated sigh. Fine. Shaking my head, I followed her into her garden. I'll walk you to your fucking door. So chivalrous, she teased, as she grinned victoriously up at me. And sweet. I'm not sweet. And gentlemanly. I'm not that either. And let go my hands. Cackling evilly to herself, Malloy turned the handle of the front door and pushed it inwards. You coming in? Was she mental? No, Malloy. I deadpanned. I'm not coming in. You sure? Leaning against the door, she waggled her brows and said, There's a full box of Cocoa Pops in the kitchen with my name on that I'm willing to share with you. I'm not coming. My words broke off when my brain registered what she had said. Cocoa Pops? She nodded. The good kind? Oh, shit. Rubbing the back of my neck, I heard myself ask, Is there milk in the fridge? Always. My stomach rumbled loudly at the concept of getting fed tonight because, let's face it, the odds of finding anything in the kitchen on a Monday night at my house weren't in my favour. This doesn't mean we're friends, I warned, as I took an uncertain step inside her front hall. This changes nothing, Malloy.
Hit me with those green eyes. February 14th, 2000. Aoife. Okay, so inviting a boy who wasn't my recently acquired boyfriend into my house on Valentine's night might not have been my brightest idea, but in my defence, sharing a box of Cocoa Pops with Joey Lynch wasn't exactly the crime of the century. It was a harmless, platonic, random act of kindness, show of gratitude to the boy who had walked me home in the dark. See, I could be chivalrous too. Pull up a chair, I instructed, as I strode into the kitchen ahead of him. I'll grab the bowls. Looking wary and mistrustful, my classmate shuffled towards the kitchen table and slowly pulled out a chair. I mean it, Malloy. This doesn't mean we're friends. Yeah, I drawled, humoured by his pathetic attempt to shield himself from my irresistible charm. Whatever you say, Joey Lynch. Setting to work, I grabbed bowls, spoons, milk from the fridge, and a box of cereal from the cupboard before setting them down on the table in front of him. Dig in. He didn't move an inch. Tea? I offered then. Joey looked at me like I had grown an extra head. Tea. Tea, I confirmed, fighting back a smile at his discomfort. It's something us regular folk drink from time to time. I know what tea is, he muttered, shaking his head. And no, I'm not, I'm not thirsty. Realizing that he had no intention of touching anything on the table until I joined him, even though he hadn't stopped eyeing the cereal box since I placed it in front of him, I set the kettle down and moved for the table, taking the seat opposite his. Seriously, Joe, I encouraged, pouring 2 bowls of chocolatey goodness and then filling both bowls to the top with milk. Tuck in. With a deep frown set on his face, he steered the overflowing bowl towards him and reached for a spoon. Thanks. You're welcome, I replied, around a spoonful of cereal, feeling a swell of something strange in the pit of my stomach as I watched him wolf down his bowl of cereal like he hadn't eaten in days. Mam's out with a few of the girls tonight, and I don't cook, so it's the best I can come up with. You don't cook? No. Do you? Joey shrugged. A bit. My brows shot up. What can you cook? Another shrug. Depends. Depends? I pressed as I reached across the table and refilled his empty bowl. On what? Thanks, he replied, dutifully waiting for me to remove the box before his wolfing resumed. It depends on what's in the cupboard. Well, I know you're good at home economics, I decided to add, having sat in a classroom with him for the past few months. The dishes you prepare are always the teacher's favourite. Only because it's edible, he snorted, keeping his head bowed as he ate. I've had a lot of practice. With your mam? I asked, thoroughly intrigued by this boy as I rested my elbow on the table and watched him. Did she do a lot of cooking with you growing up? Something like that, he replied, reaching for the cereal box. Do you mind if I... Go for it. So, where's your brother? Knowing Kev, he's probably inhaling the books in his room. He's a fair bit of a brain box, isn't he? Just a tad, I reluctantly conceded, grimacing when I thought about my twin and his superior academic brilliance. He's my mother's golden boy. Joy nodded in understanding. I know that feeling. What? I teased. You're telling me that you're not the pet at home? He arched a brow. More like the pest. I laughed. I don't believe that for a second, Mr. Hotshot Hurler. He smirked. You'd be surprised, Malloy. So, how many siblings do you have? 4. He muttered, before quickly correcting himself and saying, 3. 4? 3? I laughed. Which is it? I had 4. I have 3. He replied in a flat tone. Oh my God! I croaked out, feeling a pang of sympathy hit me. Did one of your siblings pass away? He's still breathing. Joey deadpanned. But he's dead to me. Well, crap. Okay, I replied, watching him warily. Tell me about the others. Joey shrugged. 2 brothers, 1 sister. How old? 10, 6, and almost 4. You're the eldest. I am now. Okay. What's it like having younger siblings? I heard myself ask. It's only me and Kev here. It's exhausting. I can imagine. He looked up at me through hooded lashes. You have no idea. Which one's your favourite? He gave me a hard look. You don't pick favourites, Malloy. Bullshit, I laughed. Everyone has a favourite. That doesn't mean that you love any of them more or less than the other. It only means that you're more compatible with one and prefer their company. He thought about it for a long moment before mumbling, I suppose I'm closest to Shannon. Your sister? He nodded. Is she the one who's 10? Another nod. She'll be 11 next month. She's the one in line after you, right? Another nod. So the dead brother must be the oldest. He glared at me. Don't push it. Oh, don't get all cranky with me. Stop asking so many questions and I won't. Fine. I smiled sweetly back at him, knowing that a person caught more flies with honey, and said, You have nice eyes. Nice eyes. Uh-huh. Reaching for the cereal box, I refilled his bowl and then added some more to mine. You said stop asking questions, so I'm paying you a compliment instead. Why? Why not? Why, though? Because it's nice to be nice, Joey. You are a really weird fucking girl, he grumbled, looking thrown off kilter before begrudgingly adding, with nice legs. I grinned back at him. Thank you. He eyed me mistrustingly. You're welcome. What about the rest of your family? What about them? Who are you closest to? Myself. Oh, come on. I rolled my eyes. You can't say yourself. Why not? It's true. Well, do you have a secret rich aunt or some cool cousin you love hanging out with at family functions? No. Come on, Joe. I smiled. Humour me. There has to be someone. He stared at me for a long time before releasing a breath. I have a great-grandfather. Yeah? He nodded warily. What's his name? Anthony. Same as my dad. I beamed. Is he your mother's father or your... My mother's. And is he nice? Another slow nod. I don't see him much anymore, but I spent a lot of time with him growing up. Why don't you see him much anymore? Shit happened in the family. He shrugged, and I got busy with work and school and hurling. This was the longest I had managed to get Joey Lynch to stay and talk to me since we met at the start of the school year, and I was willing to do just about anything to keep him in my kitchen and keep him talking. To say that I felt drawn to him would be a major understatement. I felt it that very first day of first year, that epic wave of familiarity, lust, and camaraderie, when our eyes locked, and I felt it now. There was something about this boy that I found impossible to ignore, and I knew he felt it too. Joey could deny it until the cows came home and threw up all the walls he wanted, but he wasn't fooling me with his blasé bullshit indifference. The Arctic reception I received from him on the second day of first year, and every day since, had nothing to do with him not liking me, and everything to do with the fact that he worked with my father and didn't want to piss him off. As the school year unfolded, I had watched as Joey made his way through the girls at school like they were going out of fashion. Danielle Long, Amy O'Donovan, Samantha McGuinness, Laura Callaghan, Denise Scully, Nicole O'Leary, Saoirse Dooley, Nessa McCarthy, Nessa Murphy. The list went on, and it didn't include me. He never once flirted or made a pass at me after that first day, and it pissed me the hell off. In no way was I one of those self-absorbed or conceited teenage girls, but I had enough confidence and wherewithal to know that I was a damn good catch. Annoyed at myself for wasting almost 6 months of my life waiting around for Joey to get his shit together and ask me out, I'd accepted our fellow classmates' offer. Once again, I found myself annoyed, but this time my anger was projected towards my shitty sense of judgment. I had never been short of offers from the lads since starting at BCS, but had agreed to go out with Paul because he was comfortable to be around and a relatively safe bet. Joey was thinner than Paul. He was taller too. He had muscle. That I could vouch for, having seen him shirtless many times after PE, but he was seriously lean. Like a runner. Or someone hungry. But I knew with Paul I wouldn't get my heart broken. And while my heart certainly wasn't broken, my pride was definitely wounded. Knowing that his friends knew what we got up to, knowing that Joey knew, only made the humiliation that much harder to swallow. You look pissed, Joey noted, watching me from across the table with those sharp green eyes. I am. I can leave. No, it's not you, I replied. I'm pissed with Paul for talking about me. Oh. Setting his spoon on his empty bowl, Joey leaned back in his chair and gave me a hard look. Well, if it's any consolation, he won't be talking about you again. Because you set him straight, right? I joked. Joey didn't laugh. Oh my God. Awareness crashed down on me. You set him straight, didn't you? I whispered, feeling my heart rate spike as I thought back to their fight the other day. That's why you hit him, isn't it? Someone had to. And that someone was you, right? He shrugged. My heart leapt. Joe. Thanks for the food, Malloy. He pushed his chair back and stood up. I should be going. No. Disappointment soared to life inside of me. You don't have to go yet. Yeah, I do. Grabbing his bowl and spoon, he walked over to my sink and quickly rinsed them both off before setting them on the draining board. Meticulous, he walked back to the table with the dishcloth in his hand and wiped down where he had eaten. Tossing the cloth in the sink once he was finished tidying up, he moved for the front door. Again, thanks for the food. No problem, I replied, holding the door open for him. He pulled his hood up, concealing his face, and stepped into the night. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. Yeah, Joey Lynch. I blew out a shaky breath. You will.
You are just like him. February 25th, 2000. Joey. My youngest memories began around the time of my third birthday. I couldn't say for sure if the events that occurred before that day had been particularly good because all I seemed to remember was the bad. And right now, at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, after breaking up another shitstorm between my parents, all I could remember was the bad. Aching in places I didn't know existed. I couldn't stop my brain from rehashing some of the more disturbing memories from my childhood. You can cry, Joey, Mom whispered, fingers curling round my skinny arm. Her touch was soft and warm, and the feel of her made something twist inside my stomach. It's okay to feel, baby. Nope. She was wrong. Again. Furious with her and the whole fucking world, I swallowed my pain, pushed my feelings to the back of my mind, and concentrated on my job. A job I was fairly certain no other boy in my school was doing for their mam. Rocking baby Ollie in my arms, I held the bottle to his lips, watching carefully for any sign of wind, just like Mom showed me to do. She couldn't do it herself. Nope. Of course she couldn't. Postpartum hemorrhage my whole. More like postpartum battery. He beat her the other night because the baby wouldn't stop crying. It was the closest I'd seen her to come to dying in a long time. The image was still at the forefront of my mind, the blood, the wailing, the feelings of hopelessness. "Where are the nappies?" I asked when the cranky little shit was finally finished guzzling the 4-ounce bottle I'd made for him. "He smells." "I can do it," Mom started to say as she pulled herself into a sitting position. "Stay down," I ordered, shivering at the memory of what I'd seen come out of her body just a few short days ago. "I can look after him." Eyeing the nappy bag in the corner of her room, I balanced my baby brother in my arms and reached for it. "Come on, ya little fatty," I muttered, lowering him back onto her bed and gently pulling his wriggling body out of his onesie. "Let's get this over with." He stared up at me, all big eyes and cuteness, and I frowned. "Don't look at me like that," I warned. "Like I can keep you safe. And don't piss on me either." "You'll make a great father in years to come," Mom said with a tremble in her voice. "I'd rather die," was all I replied. "Joey, I wish she would stop talking to me." Her voice made it hurt. All of it. "Joey, please." Reluctantly, I forced myself to look at her, feeling my heart shrivel up and die in my chest when my gaze took in the sight of my mother. She was ruined again. She usually hid it well, but not today. Like a fresh coat of paint on the wall, my father had layered her in a fresh coat of bluish-green bruises. I'd never seen anything like it. And that wasn't an understatement. She looked like a corpse. Guilt churned inside of me, and I honestly wanted to die. What could I say to her? How could I form the words to tell her just how sorry and mad I was, all in one breath? I wanted to hold her and shake her all at once. As my lungs expelled the air I'd been holding in, I let every harmful feeling and thought of tonight's events seep inside my head, hoping that they could somehow spark the flame of self-preservation inside of me. Hoping my thoughts could fuel my anger, and my anger could help me flip the switch and not care anymore. Because caring was killing me, and I honestly didn't think I could hold on much longer. "What do you want from me, ma'am?" I heard myself ask, tone hoarse, heart cut to shreds. Her blue eyes widened. "Oh, what do you mean?" "I mean, what do you want?" I snapped, running a hand through my hair. "You called me out of bed to fight him off for you. I did. To barricade the door? I've done that too. What do you want from me now, ma'am? What do you want me to do?" "He's gone this time," she whispered. "He won't be back, I promise." "You don't believe that any more than I do," I replied, too weary to fight with her. It had taken everything in me to go toe-to-toe with her asshole husband earlier. I had nothing left in the tank, not even my hatred to chug on. He'll be back, and he'll be worse the next time. "Joey, he's going to kill you, ma'am," I choked out. "Don't you get that? Can't you hear me? You're going to die in this house. If you don't get away from him, you're going to die here. I can feel it in my bones." My voice cracked, and I choked back a sob, unwilling to shed tears. "Don't you love yourself? Don't you love me?" "Of course I do," she sobbed softly, reaching across the table to place her small hand on my torn knuckles. "I love my children so much." "I love my children, not I love you, Joey." Typical. She might think that she loved all of her children, but she certainly didn't or couldn't love me. Darren was her firstborn and favourite. Ollie was her sweet and affectionate baby. Tag was her mischievous rogue, and Shannon was her only daughter. That left me despair. Blinking back the wet in my eyes, I glared at her small hand as she attempted to comfort me with minimal contact. "Why? Why what? Why don't you love me?" Inclining my head, I nodded towards the wedding band on the fourth finger on her left hand and asked instead, "Why do you keep wearing that thing?" Jerking her hand back, Mum cradled it to her chest and whispered, "Because that's what I'm supposed to do." Temporising, I glowered back at her. "And he's supposed to not kick the living shit out of you? Or did you not have that particular promise in your wedding vows?" "Don't, Joey." "Don't what?" I sneered. "Tell the truth." "I'm too tired to fight with you." "And I'm too tired to clean up any more of your mess," I hissed. "You keep us here in this fucking house of pain. It's your choice. And you choose him every single time. Darren was right to get the fuck out of this place." Flinching, as if I'd struck her, Mom slowly rose from the table, looking like she was seconds away from collapsing. Against my will, I felt myself rise, feet moving straight for her. "Here," I said, gently, reaching around her back. "I'll help you upstairs." "Don't!" Jerking away from my touch, like it had burned her, she dragged in several shaky breaths. "Please, don't." Bewildered, I stood there with my palms up, unsure of what the fuck I had done to cause this kind of reaction from my own mother. "Ma'am," I placated, in as gentle tone as I could muster. "It's me, Joey. I'm not going to hurt you. You know this." "I know exactly who you are," she whispered, trembling. "What does that mean?" I ran a hand through my hair, feeling my whole body vibrate with a fucked-up mixture of desperation and resentment. "Look," I said, trying to soothe her. "I know I'm not as diplomatic as Darren was, okay? I know he was the one that you could talk to about shit like that. And I'm sorry for throwing him leaving in your face, but I'm—" "Don't," she choked out, tears falling freely down her cheeks. "Don't talk about Darren. You are nothing like Darren." "Because I'm still here," I hissed, feeling my resentment overtake my despair. "Newsflash. Your precious fucking Darren is gone. The saint himself walked away. He left us. But I'm still here, ma'am. I'm right fucking here." "I know you are," she cried, "shouting and ordering and lying down the law just like—" Clamping her mouth shut, she shook her head. Never mind." "Just like what?" I pressed in confusion, watching as she slowly walked towards the kitchen door. "I'm just like what, ma'am? It doesn't matter." "It does. Tell me what you meant." "I'm just like what, ma'am?" Shaken from head to toe, I strangled out, "Him." "Is that what you were going to say? I remind you of him." "Please say no,"
Please say no. Please say no.
Yes, she confirmed, with a pained expression on her face.
You remind me of your father.
Shuddering, she clenched her eyes shut as a tear fell from her cheek.
I know it's not your fault, I know, okay, but you just remind me so much of him. More and more each day.
In what way? I choked out, chest heaving. In looks? Because if it's in looks, then that's not my fault. I can't help who I look like, but I am nothing like that man in any other way.
You are,
she said before leaving the room.
in every way.
And with those words my mother cut me deeper and more viciously than my father ever could. And it was right there in that moment that I knew deep in my bones was the beginning of the end for me. The switch I had been so desperate not to flip these past few years had finally tripped, and I felt nothing. With a trembling hand I reached into the pocket of my sweats and retrieved my phone. Dialing the familiar number, the one I had been trying to avoid, I pressed the call button and held the phone to my ear. He answered on the third ring. Well, if it isn't my favourite little kid. I'm not a kid, I bit out, chest heaving. I need something. Shane chuckled down the line. I thought you were on the straight and narrow these days, kid. Isn't that what you told me after the last time? Clenching my eyes shut, I ran a hand through my hand and exhaled. Yeah, well, there's been a change of plans. Meet me at the green over at Casement Avenue in half an hour. I sagged in relief. I'll be there. And kid, he added in a warning tone, no more freebies.
Now you know why. February 25th, 2000. Aoife. I don't get it, Paul said down the line on Friday night, tone impatient. I told you that I wouldn't do it again. Why can't you let it go and meet up with me? Because the last time I met up with you, you told people about our private business. I shot back, rolling my eyes at his new groundbreaking level of stupid. I'm still mad at you. You broke my trust. And if I can't trust you, then I can't be with you. You can trust me, he urged, quickly changing his tune from hard to grovelling. I'm sorry, babe, I am. It will never happen again. No, I agreed wholeheartedly, only half mad because the truth was I only half cared. It won't happen again because your hand will never get that close to my knickers again, Paul Rice. But I love you. Oh my God. I rolled my eyes to the heavens. Get a handle on yourself. We've only been going out for a few weeks. There was a long pause before the sound of soft laughter filled my ear. Too far. Just a tad, I shot back, grinning. I love you, I mimicked his earlier declaration. You big sap. What if I was one of those girls who actually believe the crap boys tell them? Then I might be one step closer to getting my hand back in your knickers? He asked hopefully. Not so much as your pinky finger will get anywhere near my knickers again. He laughed down the line before saying, Listen, there's an underage disco at the GAA Pavilion tomorrow night. Come with me. Let me make it up to you. So you want to make up by being a sleazebag to me by taking me to a sleazy underage disco where girls line the walls for boys to grope them? I arched a brow. Gee, that is so tempting, but no thanks. You're really going to make me suffer, aren't you? Yes, I wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, I am. You liked the necklace I bought you, didn't you? It was okay, I mused, reaching up to thumb the shiny stud around my neck. But buying me presents won't win me over, Paul. He sighed down the line. Aoife. Now off you go, I'm busy. Doing what? People watching. You're out. His tone was curious and laced with jealousy. With who? My other boyfriend, I countered, dangling my legs from my perch on my front garden wall. Didn't I mention him before? He's very trustworthy. Not funny. It was a joke. Who are you with, Aoife? Nobody, I laughed. Night, Paul. No, wait, who are you really with? Hanging up, I slid my phone back into my dressing gown pocket and sighed as a familiar wave of strange frustration settled over me. It had been almost 2 weeks since Joey Lynch dropped the pink lace thong bomb on me, and I wasn't really angry with Paul anymore. I wasn't even that irritated about the whole debacle to begin with. Sure, I was far from happy with him for discussing me with his buddies, but I knew enough about lads my age to know that was what they did. They talked shit. A lot of it. My best friend, Casey, thought I should be raging about what Paul did, and maybe she was right. But I didn't seem to care enough about it, or my relationship, to wrangle up the necessary feelings. Besides, being with Paul was nice. He was good-looking, clever, and, for the most part, we had a lot of fun together. Still, though, I couldn't help but feel restless. For what, I couldn't fathom. Yes, you can, you little liar. What are you doing out here, Eve? Katie Wilmot, my next-door neighbour, asked, dragging me from my daydream. Friends since childhood, our paths had changed course last year when I left her behind in primary school for BCS. Next year, she would be pushing the bar out further by heading off to Tommen, the private school outside of Ballylagan, but living next door to each other meant that our friendship would remain intact. Hoisting her small frame onto my garden wall beside me, she slipped her arm through mine and rested her head on my shoulder. It's freezing out here. Yeah, I know. I let out a heavy sigh and rested my cheek on her red curls. I'm just people-watching. You mean you're boy-watching, Katie corrected with a smirk. Not bothering to deny something we both know was true, I turned my attention back to the commotion occurring across the road from our row of houses. It was 11:30 on Friday night, and the Gardaí were making an arrest, which was nothing new for this area of town. Lately, they had been cracking down on underage drinking and had scored a coup for themselves in the form of a gang of teenage boys. I knew them all. Some were from my street, more were from my school, and then there was him. Hey, isn't that the lad who works with your dad? She asked, voicing my thoughts aloud as we watched one of the male Gardaí pin Joey Lynch to the side of the paddy wagon. Instead of keeping his mouth shut like the others, Joey laughed and taunted the Garda, who was roughly patting him down. Dressed in his usual attire, an oversized navy hoodie that concealed his blonde hair, he continued to talk back to the Garda, goading the guard into losing his cool with him. Joey Lynch, I replied with a heavy sigh. And yep, it sure is. Snatching the cigarette that was balancing between Joey's lips, the Garda tossed it on the ground before stamping on it. The move earned him a slew of verbal abuse from my classmate. What an idiot. I grumbled with a shake of my head, feeling sourly disappointed in his behaviour, mostly because I knew he could do better. Never mind do better, he was better, damn it. I thought that sharing a box of cereal with him 2 weeks ago had somehow melted those Arctic walls erected around him, but I was sorely mistaken. He had shown up to school the following day more closed off than ever, sporting one hell of a nasty shiner and an even nastier attitude to match it. Joey never mentioned it to his friends either, something I knew for sure because Paul would have taken leave of his senses had he gotten wind of my serial encounter with our classmate. "He's a walking red flag," Katie agreed before adding, "Isn't he a little young to be hanging out with Shane Holland? Isn't Shane like 17? "Shane's 18, I corrected, glaring at the biggest scumbag in Ballylagan. Shane was bad news and everyone knew it. He was in 6th year at BCS and the worst kind of wrong to be knocking around with. It was common knowledge around here that he was a dealer, and while he might be small time, his brothers were not. Apparently, the older Holland brothers were in deep with some of the big-time dealers from the city. Joey was only in 1st year. If he was hanging around with Shane, then he was playing with fire. It was a bad move. A really bad move. I watched the Gardaí shove 3 of the older boys into the back of the paddy wagon and released a sigh of relief when they didn't take Joey. His young age, no doubt, the deciding factor. "Why do you think he does it?" I asked, verbalizing aloud the question I'd been asking myself since I first laid eyes on him. Tonight wasn't the first time I'd seen the boy get collarboned by the authorities. It happened frequently. "Why do you think he self-destructs like that?" Self-destruction. It was the only way I could describe his reckless behaviour. "Who?" Katie asked. "Joey." "Yeah," I replied, eyes trained on the Garda van as it drove past my house. "Because he's a teenage boy?" Katie offered with a shrug. "Yeah, but it has to be more than that," I replied, my gaze returning to my classmate, who was staring after the Garda van with a look of frustration etched on his face. "You just saw how he reacted with the Garda back there, Katie. It was almost as if he wanted them to take him away." "What?" My neighbour laughed. "That's crazy talk. Nobody wants to be taken away by the guards." "Most don't," I whispered. "But he does." "I don't know, Eve," she said, worrying her lip. "He seems like kind of a bad guy to me." I shook my head. "He's not a bad guy." "How can you be so sure?" "No clue." "I just am." "How?" "Okay, so here's the deal," I heard myself blurt. "I know he's a walking disaster, okay? I know he takes drugs and gets into fights, hangs out with all the wrong people, and can be a real dickhead like we've just witnessed." "But," Katie interjected with a teasing smile. "Just look at him, Katie." Sighing heavily, I threw a hand up and gestured towards him. "Take a good look." "Yeah," she agreed quietly. "He's sort of beautiful." "More than sort of," I corrected with a shiver. "But it's more than that." Chewing on my bottom lip, I tried to find the words to explain my feelings. "There's just something about him that intrigues me. I don't know what it is, but from the first day I saw him, I was just sort of curious." "Of course you are," Katie laughed. "It's the age-old trope. There's always a reason why the good girl lusts after the chemically dependent bad boy." I smirked. "Funny." "Well, intriguing or not, messing around with a guy like that is a recipe for disaster." she added. Seriously, Eve, he looks dangerous. You should steer clear of him if you don't want to end up getting hurt. And just like that, his head turned in our direction, green eyes meeting mine. And just like every time I felt his eyes on me, my heart, the traitorous bitch, thundered violently in my chest. He didn't look happy to see me. He never did. He stood on the corner of my street, unmoving, eyes never leaving mine. Nostrils flaring, he continued to stare at me boldly. With what I knew wasn't a cigarette now balancing between his lips, he tilted his head to one side, eyes glazed over, but still sharp and full of mistrust. You got a staring problem, Malloy. Okay, so we were back to throwing insults. I arched a brow. No worse than your attitude problem. His brows narrowed. Enjoying the show? More like a shit show, I taunted back. And hey, looks like you snagged yourself one of the leading roles. Congrats, stellar performance. What are you doing, Aoife? Katie whisper hissed, digging me in the ribs with her skinny elbow. Don't talk to him. I thought we established that he's bad news. Oh, great, he's coming over. I knew he was trouble. Or maybe just troubled. Either way, I knew he wasn't going to be anyone's knight in shining armour. Casey always joked that Joey Lynch would never reach his 25th birthday. His latest antics only stacked the odds even further against him. It should have been a warning enough. And still, something about the boy made me want to jump off the ledge. With my stomach doing somersaults, I watched as Joey crossed the road, closing the space between us. His lips were puffy and swollen. Whether that was a natural attribute or from constantly fighting, I couldn't tell, but those lips were almost too pretty to belong to a boy. And so damn tempting. You're out late, he said, coming to stand in front of me. Because of my height advantage from sitting on the wall, he had to look up at me, and when he did, I swear I felt the air whoosh from my lungs. Not because he was insanely sexy, something he very much was, but because the left side of his face was a dark shade of purple, with his left eye swollen almost entirely shut. Your face! Katie gasped, voicing my thoughts aloud. What happened to you? Her eyes drifted to his hand. Oh my God, are you smoking a... I asked too many questions. He interrupted, giving my friend a menacingly cold glare. Do you do that too? I could feel Katie wilt beside me. No, she croaked out. It's just that the guards are around and I don't want to be seen with... drugs. Drugs? Joey stared at her like she had two heads. It's a joint, not a line. Relax, will you? Hey! I narrowed my eyes in warning. Don't be a dick. I'm going to go inside now, Katie whispered, clearly unnerved by his words, as she hopped down and practically legged it towards the front door. Night, Eve. Was that necessary? I asked when my friend had hurried inside. You scared her off. He shrugged non-committally and steered the conversation towards my attire. Nice housecoat, Grandma. Nice face, Rocky, I shot back, tightening the knot on my robe. A faint trace of a smile teased his lips. Shouldn't you be inside catching up on all your soaps? Nah, I replied breezily. Nothing on Fair City could ever be as entertaining as your earlier spectacle. Happy to oblige. So, what are you doing hanging around with Shane Holland and the rest of those dopes? What's it to you? I shrugged. Call me curious. You know what happened to the curious kitty? He replied coolly, giving me his best mind-your-own-business glower. Don't even bother with those scare tactics, I countered, feeling a flash of heat below my navel. I'm not my friend. I don't scare easily. Good for you, Joey muttered. Taking one final drag from his smoke, he exhaled a cloudy puff of sickly sweet-smelling smoke before tossing the butt away. Shoving his hands into his front pocket, he retreated a few steps. Don't tell your father about tonight. Fine, I agreed, jumping down from the wall, partially because my ass was numb from the cold concrete, but mostly because I wanted to stop him from leaving. What are you going to do for me in return? Pausing, he turned back to face me. What do you want? Your attention, I thought to myself as I closed the space between us, only stopping when I was standing right in front of him. He was a lot taller than me, now that I had lost my wall advantage. I'm not sure yet. Tilting his head to one side, Joey stared down at me for the longest time. Mistrust, wariness, and reluctant curiosity were all emotions evident on his face when he asked, What are you doing, Malloy? I wasn't 100% sure. On the one hand, I had a boyfriend who, aside from suffering from the rare case of loose lips, treated me well enough. But on the other hand, I found myself drawn to this boy much more than was good for me. I had felt it, the weird invisible pull, the very first day he walked into my world, and it hadn't let up since. My friend thinks you're dangerous, I told him with a smile. She thinks I need to steer clear of you. Tilting my head to one side, I added, She thinks that messing around with boys like you will get a girl like me hurt. Wise friend, he replied coolly. You should listen to her. That's the thing about me, Joe, I pushed back and said, I don't like being told what to do. I watched him watch me, his gaze trailing down my body. When his eyes locked on mine, I swear I saw something shift inside of him. Then I guess we have something in common after all. Yeah. I blew out a shaky breath. I guess we do. With a dark look etched on his beautifully bruised face, he took a step towards me, and I desperately attempted to feign nonchalance as a shiver racked through me. But that still doesn't make us friends. I get it, I replied, breath hitching in my throat as I continued to poke the bear. It's too hard for you to be friends with someone when you want them as badly as you want me. Is that so? Smirking, he took another step closer, and I found myself backing up with every step he took until my back hit against my garden wall. Resting a hand on the wall next to me, he leaned in close. You think I like you, Malloy? I know you do, I breathed, heart galloping recklessly in my chest. Reaching down with his free hand, he tucked a tendril of hair behind my ear and whispered, You think I want you? The air left my lungs in an audible whoosh, and I knew that I was standing in the face of danger. This boy possessed all of the terrible traits that mothers warned their daughters about. Trouble. It should have been his middle name. Every bad, wrong, and dirty teenage boy characteristic wrapped up in a perfect, fucked up package. Physically, he trumped me in every way. Taller, stronger, darker, meaner. Still, I wanted him to come closer. Go inside, Malloy, he said in a softer tone now, as his green eyes searched and found in mine something that had put the fire out for him. You don't belong out here in the dark with someone like me. Yes, I do, I was quick to blurt, before quickly adding, I live on this street, remember? Aoife! My father's voice echoed from our front doorway. What are you doing outside at this time of night? The guards are crawling all over the terrace, pet. Jesus. Jerking away from my body like I had scalded him, Joey shoved his hands into his pocket and muttered a string of curse words under his breath as he shook his head and blew out a ragged breath. My father's confused gaze flicked to Joey, and he blinked for a moment before a look of resignation settled on his face. Joey, he acknowledged with a heavy sigh. I hope you weren't in that crowd I saw the guards taking away. You're a good lad, and you know I'm fond of you, but those lads are bad news. I'm not comfortable having someone who knocks around with that kind talking to my... He wasn't with them, I answered before Joey could. He was dropping Katie home, I quickly added, feeling the lie roll surprisingly easy off my tongue. They went to the cinema together. Isn't that right, Joey? Yeah. Joey nodded slowly, his green eyes wary and locked on mine. That's right. Yourself and young Katie? My dad frowned at Joey. You kept that one quiet. Joey shrugged. It's, early days. Ah, mighty stuff. Good lad yourself. Dad called back with a cheerful grin before turning around to go back into the house. Aoife, don't be long outside now, you hear? Only the bad types are out at this time of night. Yeah, Dad, I'll be 2 minutes, I called back, and then sagged in relief when the door closed behind him. You lied for me. Joey's tone was cold and full of unspoken accusation. You covered for me. Yeah. My heart hammered against my chest bone, as if it was trying to beat its way out of my body and join forces with his. I did. Why? His green eyes were laced with a mixture of heat, annoyance, and reluctant curiosity. What do you want from me? I'm not sure yet. My gaze locked on the recently healed cut on his bottom lip. I guess you'll just have to owe me for now. For now. Breathing hard, he stepped closer until there wasn't an inch of space between our bodies. I don't like owing people. Well, that's too bad, I replied, snaking my tongue out to wet my lips. Because you're not in control of the situation. He tilted his head to one side and a ghost of a smile teased his full lips. And you are. Answers, I blurted out then, feeling the heat of his stare entirely too much to handle. I want answers. If it's answers to homework, then you're barking up the wrong tree. He drawled lazily. In case it skipped your attention, Malloy, I'm far from a scholar. That's a lie. Nothing to do with Joey Lynch skipped my attention, which was how I knew that he was far more intelligent than he led the teachers at school to believe. You think I'm a scholar? I think you're smarter than you let on. He might have a horrible attitude and rarely turned in his homework on time, if at all, but he had a sharp mind. How'd you figure that one, Malloy? Your working class is never wrong. It's your homework that's lacking, I stated unabashedly. You never have a problem completing any assignment we're given in any of our subjects. Maths, English, science, home economics, none of it phases you. When you're in class, that is. What he seemed to be lacking wasn't brains. It was time. Jesus, he muttered, rubbing his jaw. Stalker much? Fuck up much? I shot back before adding, and it's called being perceptive, so no, I don't want to copy your homework. I have my swat of a brother to copy that from, but I do know what I want. Which is? I want to know why you're so hell-bent on insisting that you don't like me when we both know you do. I want you to explain why I'm the only girl in our year that you go out of your way to not flirt with. And while we're at it, I want you to admit the real reason you blew cold on me in September. Jesus Christ. Rubbing a hand over his bruised face, Joey muttered a string of curse words. You're not back to this shit again. I shrugged. Either tell me why you don't like me or admit that you do. I just don't like you anymore, okay? Any more suggests that you once did. Just stop, okay? Throwing his hands up, he took several steps backwards, putting space between us. I thought I liked you, but I changed my mind. I have zero interest in you. None. And last time I checked, that wasn't a crime. So let it go. And stop watching me. Christ, you're like my own personal little stalker. And you're like my own personal little fuck-up. I reclaimed the space he put between us. So let's have it, huh? The truth this time. Why'd you hit Paul if you don't like me? I cocked a brow. He told me that you threatened to cut his fingers off and shove them up his own ass if you caught him talking about putting his hand in my knickers again. I dragged that particular confession out of Paul when he was grovelling and begging my forgiveness. Well, Joe? Blowing out a shaky breath, I added, why'd you do that if you have zero interest in me? Why bother fighting my battles, defending my honour if you don't care? I did that for your dad, he replied, jaw ticking. Because he's been good to me. And because he told you not to go there with me, right? He shook his head but made no reply. I'm right, aren't I? I pushed, unwilling to let it go. That's why you don't look at me at school. Why you're so determined to pretend that I don't exist. Well, I'm not going to make it that easy for you. Fury danced in his eyes as he stalked back to where I was standing. Listen carefully to me, he said in a deathly cold tone as he walked me backwards until my back was flush against my garden wall again. When I hit your prick of a boyfriend, I was defending your father's honour, not yours. Eyes narrowing, he leaned so close that his nose brushed against mine. The move caused a jolt of electricity to rock through my body, predominantly the parts of my body south of my belly button. I was thinking that your dad's a good guy who doesn't deserve to find out that his daughter is so... Finish that sentence, I warned, beyond furious as I reached up and fisted the front of his hoodie. I dare you. Easy, he spat, glaring down at me. You want to know why I don't like you, Malloy? Narrowing his eyes, he added, it's because you're too fucking easy. I could have had you like that on the very first day. He snapped his fingers for emphasis. Do you know how boring that is? Do you know how incredibly uninteresting that makes you? Shoving him roughly away, my hand swept up of its own accord, slapping him hard across the side of the face. Screw you, Joey! His head twisted sideways from the contact, and for a moment I held my breath, not daring to move an inch, as I waited for him to retaliate. It didn't come. He never touched me. Instead, he nodded sharply, more to himself than me, and whispered, Now you get it. Backing away slowly, he locked his eyes on me and said, That's why, Malloy. That's what? I called after him. That's why you don't like me? No, he called over his shoulder as he walked away from me. That's why you shouldn't want me to. And then he was gone. Second year.
She's not your problem, lad. October 10th, 2000. Joey. At 9:30 on a Wednesday night, in the middle of January. I could think of better places to be than freezing my bollocks off in a jersey and shorts, battling it out with 15 less than mediocre opposition players for dominion over a leather ball. The floodlights surrounding the GAA pitch were so bright they illuminated the rain that was lashing down on us. As we played down the last few minutes of the clock, having long since ran away with the match, I'd lost count of the score in the first half when we had gone 16 points ahead. At this point, it was uncomfortable to continue playing hard when it was such a landslide. Still, I pucked the ball around with my teammates, knowing that it would be an even bigger insult to the lads on the opposite team to call the game. They still had their pride, after all. "Lynchy! Over here! Over here!" Paul Rice called out, embarrassing himself by screaming for the ball like we were playing in the All-Ireland final. "I'm open, lad!" What a langer. Shaking my head, I repressed the urge to tell him to fuck off and dutifully pucked the sliotar towards him, only too willing to relinquish control in this instance. Wanting to win a competitive match was something I fattened on. Wanting to annihilate and humiliate an inferior team gave me no pleasure whatsoever. Catching the ball mid-air, my idiot of a teammate ploughed up the pitch, overpowering and outskilling his opposition number, before sinking the ball in the back of the net and celebrating like it was going out of fashion. Fighting back a groan, I dropped my head, feeling a huge dollop of second-hand embarrassment for the fool wearing the same coloured jersey as me. "What's the story with him, Six?" the lad marking me asked, using my jersey number to address me, while looking as unimpressed with Ricey as I felt. "We're clearly out of the game, no need to rub it in." I couldn't give him an honest answer, without revealing the discord between us, so I muttered something unintelligible under my breath and shrugged, deciding to leave it at that for the good of the team. The final whistle blew a moment later, and I sprinted to the sideline, unwilling to participate in any hole-blowing celebrations that were occurring on the pitch. Ripping off my helmet, I tossed it on the grass with my Hurley and reached out for a bottle of water. Thankfully, several of my teammates felt the same, and after a few handshakes, headed off to the changing rooms to tug off. "Good sportsmanship, Six," the coach from the other team said, coming over to clap my shoulder. "A fantastic bit of hurling there, boy." "Thanks." Repressing the urge to rip his hand off my shoulder, I forced a nod and swallowed down several mouthfuls of water before adding, "Appreciate it." You're Teddy Lynch's young fella, aren't you?" Now I did shrug his hand off. "That's right." "Pure class, your father, back in the day," the man said with a wistful sigh. "A true legend. Played against him myself a few times. Cork lost one of their finest hurlers when he did his knee in." "Yeah," I bit out, knowing full well that my father's dependency on alcohol, not to mention his inability to keep his dick in his pants, had a lot more to do with his demise from hurling than any knee injury. "I can tell that he trained you up," the man continued to piss me off by saying. "You're a lucky young fella to have a father like that." "Yeah," I deadpanned, giving him my back to let him know that I was done with this conversation. I'm so fucking lucky. Thankfully, he seemed to get my drift and fucked off back to his own team, leaving me alone to stew in my resentment. Knowing there was no point in following the rest of my team off the pitch until the legend himself got his pound of flesh, I waited on the sideline, knowing that he would eventually rear his ugly head. If tonight's match had been held on a Thursday or Friday, I wouldn't have to suffer his presence. He was paid his social welfare every Thursday, and would be too busy getting hammered in his local to bother me. In a sick way, I preferred it like that. Having him here sober and broke to the ropes, with only my performance to focus on until he got his next fix, only made everything 10 times worse.
Joey!
The familiar sound of his voice drilled through my ears, and I flinched, feeling every muscle in my body lock tight in panicked anticipation. Reluctantly, turning around to face the crowds on the hilly green at the side of the pitch, I channeled in on my father, who was heading straight for me. It was hard to miss him. I begrudgingly conceded when everyone knew who he was, and stopped to shake his hand and salute him.
What was that?
He demanded, swinging the gate open and stalking onto the pitch towards me.
What was what?
I asked flatly.
That was your ball.
Dad growled, closing the space between us.
That was your fucking goal, and you passed it off to that idiot in the forwards.
I scored 3 goals, Dad, I reminded him, tone hard and laced with bitterness. And 12 points. Shrugging, I added, it was enough.
Enough?
He looked at me like I was insane.
Enough?
Yes, enough, I snapped. Jesus Christ, you were watching the game. Tag and the under-6s would have given us a harder challenge.
You listen to me, boy,
my father barked, planting his beefy hand on my shoulder.
This is no place for consciences. When you're on that pitch, you keep going, do you hear me?
His fingers dug into flesh as he spoke.
You run those legs into the ground. You don't stop until your body gives up, until you're puking and bleeding and your legs can't hold you any longer.
He narrowed his eyes and said,
And you sure as hell don't show pity.
I clenched my jaw. The game was over.
It's not over until the final whistle blows,
he snapped.
If you want to make a name for yourself in this sport, then you need to heed my warning, boy. I know what I'm talking about.
I'm not you.
And you never will be if you don't start being more ruthless on the pitch.
Then I guess I never will be.
Where's your killer instinct, boy?
Saved up for when I'll need it against you. He released my shoulder then and gave me a quick once-over before shaking his head. His disappointment blatant.
You're not big enough.
I'm the tallest one on the fucking team, I shot back, hating myself for feeding into his bullshit.
What do you want from me? You're too fucking skinny,
he snapped.
I was twice as built as you when I was your age. You need to start bulking up, boy. Your sister has bigger muscles than you.
Lovely.
Your brother was a good stone heavier than you when he was playing under-16s.
Of course he was.
Darren had serious conditioning about him back in the day.
Furious, I straightened my shoulders and silently seethed as the insults kept coming.
Darren didn't look like the wind could topple him either, unlike you.
Obviously.
You might have the height and speed, boy, but you're too fucking light.
Tuning his voice out, I concentrated on what was happening just over his shoulder, on the hilly bank behind him. From my standpoint, I had a perfect view of Malloy, who was having a heated conversation with Ricey. She didn't look happy. In fact, she looked downright miserable, either completely oblivious to his girlfriend's bad mood or just plain indifferent. Ricey waved a hand around as he spoke, turning back to gesture to a car full of our teammates. Shaking his head at something she said, he moved in to kiss her, only to be met with a hand to the chest, and a furious-looking Malloy warned him off. Throwing his hands up in frustration, he said something in response before jogging over to the car and climbing into the back seat, leaving her alone. With her hands folded across her chest, I watched her watch the car drive away and shook my head in frustration. Why she was still with that selfish prick 6 months later was beyond me. He wasn't even remotely good to her, and he damn sure wasn't loyal either. I had it on good authority that there had been at least 2 occasions during the summer where he had messed around behind her back. In fact, Podge had seen him with his own 2 eyes maul in the face of some young one from the convent secondary school. If Malloy didn't know, she was stupid. If she did know, and still stayed with him regardless, then she was pathetic. "Are you listening to me, boy?" My father barked, dragging my attention away from the blonde and back to him. "I'm listening," I bit out, having no clue what he just said, as I reluctantly met his gaze head on. I hated looking at him. I despised his eyes. He had cold, dead eyes that felt nothing and only came to life when he was inflicting harm on someone. "Grab your shit," he ordered. "You can shower at home. We can finish this conversation in the car." So you can get me alone. Yeah, fucking right. Climbing into the car with my father when he was in a mood like this would be the equivalent of following a stranger into the back of their van on a promise of sweets. I knew exactly how he finished conversations, and I always came out worse off. I sure as hell wasn't going to offer myself up like a sacrificial lamb by climbing into his car, with nobody around to stop him. He could keep his spin home. I wasn't that suicidal. "I can't," I heard myself lie as I stepped around him and moved for the gate. "I have to stop in at work before I go home." "Why?" he called after me, sounding impatient. "Have you wages to collect or something? Because I can drive you over." "Ah, you'd love that, wouldn't you?" "No, I left my school bag at the garage." "Then you can walk your hole over there," he barked. "I'm not your lackey, boy." Ignoring him, I kept walking and moved for the changing rooms, needing to put some distance between his fists and my body. "Hey, asshole," Malloy called out when I stalked past her, letting me know in no uncertain terms that I still wasn't entirely forgiven for calling her easy back in first year. I had thrown the word out as a roadblock, a diversion, to send her running in the opposite direction of me. It didn't work. Instead of avoiding me, like I needed her to, like any normal girl would, she gave me hell, with smart-ass comments and witty one-liners. Malloy continued to throw her version of shade at me, determined to get me back for offending her. "Malloy," I acknowledged with a small nod. "Nice game." "Nice legs." "Want to be a gent and walk these nice legs home?" "Why?" With my hand on the changing room door, I turned back to glare at her. "Is he not coming back for you?" Red-faced, she shook her head. Fury erupted inside me. "He just left you here." She nodded. "He's an asshole." Another embarrassed nod. "Where's your father?" "Gone out with Mam for the night." She waved her phone at me. "Phone's off." Jesus. I released a frustrated growl. Fuck are you doing with a tool like him, Malloy? Will you walk me home or not? No, fucking no. She's not your problem, lad. Just walk away. Give me 10 minutes to shower and get changed. I heard myself mutter, mentally kicking myself in the balls. Her eyes flashed with relief. Thanks, Joey. Was all I replied before slipping inside the changing room and heading straight for the showers. You're absolutely not welcome.
Unwilling Chaperones, October 10th, 2000. Aoife. Sitting on the wall of the GAA pavilion, I waited for my reluctant chaperone to emerge from the changing room while furiously tapping out a text to the asshole who upped and left me on my own in the dark. Aoife, I really hope you enjoy celebrating the win with your little pals because you won't be celebrating anything with me ever again, asshole. Paul. Don't be mad, babe. I'll make it up to you. Kiss, kiss. Aoife. Make it up to me. You left me alone to go bowling with your teammates, Paul. You didn't even offer me a spin home. Paul. It's not my fault there wasn't any room in the car. Come on, Eve. Don't make a big deal of this. It's not like you live in the countryside. You know the town better than I do. You'll be grand. I'll see you at school tomorrow, okay? I'll buy you lunch. Kiss, kiss. Ugh! Furious, I powered off my phone, unwilling to deal with him a second longer. I didn't want him to buy me lunch or anything else. I wanted him to walk me home. I didn't think that was a lot to ask for, considering the only reason I had traipsed across town in the first place was because he had badged me to come and watch him play. It was a good 40-minute walk from the GAA grounds to my terrace on the other side of town, and while my parents were fairly chill, if my dad found out that I walked home alone, I would be grounded for a month. Minimum. No way was I losing my freedom over some asshole boy. When Joey finally emerged from the back of the building, his hostility was obvious. With a gear bag slung over his shoulder, his helmet and hurley in hand, and a cigarette balancing between his lips, he inclined his head to where I was sitting and said, "Let's go." Resisting the urge to taunt or goad him like I usually would, I hopped down from my perch and joined him on the footpath, knowing that having him walk me home was the safest way out of getting hell from my dad. My dad loved Joey. What's more, he trusted him. Having Joey walk me home would be an improvement on Paul in my father's eyes. Looking wholly unimpressed with the position I'd put him in, my classmate pounded the footpath beside me, silently seething while he smoked his cigarette. Aren't you a little young to be getting hooked on smoking? Aren't you a little nosy to be asking for answers to questions that are none of your business? Seriously? I laughed humorlessly. You're this pissed off because I asked you to walk me home? No, Malloy, he bit out. I'm pissed off because that prick put you in a position where you had to ask me to walk you home. His answer was sharp, cutting, and precisely to the point. Listen, I'm embarrassed enough about it, I heard myself admit. No need to layer it on, Joe. You should be embarrassed, he snapped, tossing his cigarette butt away. Embarrassed for giving an asshole like Paul Rice the chance to treat you like an option. Whatever, I grumbled. I'm not fighting with you on this. Because you know I'm right. What's it to you? I demanded. Nothing, he hissed, tone laced with venom. It's nothing to me, Malloy. Yes, it was. It was everything to him, just like it was everything to me. But he was too damn stubborn to ever admit it. Well then, shut up about it, I snapped, folding my arms across my chest protectively. Damn! Joey was quiet for about half a minute until he blew out a frustrated breath and said, "All I'm saying is if some asshole treated my sister the way I watched him treat you tonight, he sure as hell wouldn't be getting another chance to pull that stunt on her again." "Wow," I deadpanned. "Keep it up, Joe, and I'm going to start thinking that you have actual feelings." "I do," he shot back, not missing a beat, "for the people I actually care about." "Like your sister." "Like my sister," he confirmed, without a hint of embarrassment, which wasn't something most guys our age would admit, although Shan's not thick enough to fall in with a prick like Rice. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Like you're such a saint when it comes to girls." Joey shrugged nonchalantly. "I've never left my girlfriend alone in a dodgy side of town so I can fuck around with my buddies." "Because you refuse to have a girlfriend, which is a good thing for Ricey," he snapped, "considering I seem to spend most of my time looking out for his one." "Oh, please." I rolled my eyes. "So you've walked me home a few times. Big deal." "A few? You might want to count again." He gave me a hard look. "How many times has your old man had me walk you home from the garage?" "Half a dozen or more." "How many times has that prick treated you like an afterthought?" My cheeks reddened. "Oh, shut up. All I'm saying is think about the way he treated you tonight, especially when he shows up at school tomorrow with some bullshit apology and a flashy new bracelet or whatever crap he locks you in with." "I'm not a magpie, Joey," I snapped, seriously annoyed now. "I can't be bought with shiny new jewellery." "No, you're just a doll," came his hurtful response. "Ricey's personal fucking mannequin to drape in jewellery and stand by his side looking pretty and saying nothing." I stopped walking. I stopped breathing. His words cut me to the bone. "Move your legs, Malloy," he growled several feet up the road as he turned back to glare at me. "I'm not waiting around all night for you. I have shit to do after this, you know." "You asshole." "Me?" "Yes, you." "How am I the asshole?" "Because you hurt my feelings." "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did, Joey." "Fine," he growled. "I am an asshole. Now let's go." I shook my head. "Malloy?" "I am not a mannequin." "Fine." Joey shook his head. "I take it back. You're not a mannequin." "That was really mean." He stared at me for a long time before finally blowing out a breath. "Yeah, I know." "Apologize." "For what?" "For calling me a mannequin." "I just said you're not a mannequin." "That wasn't an apology." "Yeah, it was." I gaped at him. "No, it wasn't, Joey." "How was that not an apology?" "Because it didn't contain the word sorry, asshole." Looking thoroughly confused and thoroughly fed up, my classmate released a furious growl. "Let's just walk, okay? Just move your legs, Malloy, please." Relenting because he used the word please, I closed the space between us and fell into step beside him once more. "Haven't you ever apologized to someone?" I asked, morbidly curious now. "I just did." "Oh my God!" I studied his side profile. "You haven't." With a deep frown etched on his face, Joey concentrated on the road ahead of us, but didn't respond. We walked in silence for the rest of the way, and it wasn't until we turned the corner of my street that I heard him mutter the words, "I'm sorry." Wow! My heart fluttered around my chest. "Is that your first time saying that word to anyone?" He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. "Probably." "Well, thanks," I replied, nudging him with my shoulder when we reached my gate. I forgive you. He grunted in response. I'm thrilled. A reluctant smile spread across my face, and I asked, Do you want to come inside? That's not a good idea, he replied, dutifully walking me all the way to my door. He might be bad-tempered, this boy, but he was a real quick learner and hadn't left me at my gate since the night I pitched a fit. Why not? I asked, unlocking the front door and stepping into the hall to switch on the light. You know why. No, I don't. You have a boyfriend. So? I argued. I asked if you wanted to come inside, not marry me. Does having a boyfriend suddenly mean that I can't be friends with boys? I'm not your friend, Malloy. Releasing a frustrated growl, I caught a hold of his hand and dragged him into my house. Well, I'm yours, asshole. Closing the door behind us, I reached up and pushed his hood down. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? No. Besides, you've been in my house 1,000,000 times with Dad. His jaw ticked. That's different. Because he's your friend? I taunted. Shut up and feed me. Feed you? I can't cook, remember? Leading him by the hand into my kitchen, I walked him over to my fridge and smiled. And you can. Joey gaped at me. You think I'm going to cook for you? For us, I corrected, giving him my sweetest smile. Don't do that, he warned. Do what? Give me that butter wouldn't melt smile. He growled, pointing a finger at me. It won't work on me, Malloy. I'm immune. Of course it was going to work. I love steak. Steak? I nodded. Uh-huh. You have steak. I have 2 steaks. He eyed me for a long moment, clearly weighing up his options before blowing out a frustrated breath. Get the frying pan. Yay! Clapping my hands in delight, I did a little shimmy dance before bouncing off in the direction of the cupboard where Mam kept the pots and pans. I like my meat well done. You'll take your meat whatever way I give it to you. Joey grumbled, rummaging in my fridge for what he needed. This doesn't mean anything, Malloy. He added, You didn't win this round. I threw my head back and laughed. I always win, Joe.
This is not the date. October 10th, 2000. Joey. Don't ask me how it happened, but sitting on my boss's couch in front of a roaring fire, with a full stomach and an empty plate on my lap, with his daughter's shoulder touching mine, was exactly how I found myself ending what had, otherwise, been a very shitty day. Not only had I cooked for the girl, but she had somehow wrangled me into bringing in buckets of coal and slack, and lighting the fire for her too. Persuasion was certainly a skill that Malloy had honed to perfection. Knowing that I shouldn't be here, but not wanting to eat and run like a prick, I decided on half an hour being a reasonable amount of time to linger. Right. When the 30 minutes was up, I set my plate down on the arm of the couch and slapped my thighs. I'm going home. No, you're not, she grumbled, hooking her arm through mine. Malloy. No. Shifting closer, she rested her cheek on my shoulder and returned her attention to the film playing on the television. Now shush. I can't be here when your parents get home, I argued, trying and failing to pry my arm free from her freakishly strong hold. Why not? Because your dad will flip the fuck out. No, he won't, she scoffed. We're friends, Joe. I'm allowed to have friends over any time I want. We're not friends, Malloy. And stop snuggling me. Friends snuggle. Friends do not fucking snuggle. I snuggle with Casey all the time. Well, I can assure you that I have never snuggled with Podge. Then you can practice with me. Shifting closer, she curled up in a small ball and burrowed her head under my arm. See? You're already a pro. Okay, how is this normal? I demanded, glaring at my arm that she had somehow managed to drape over her shoulders. You're a real slick mover, aren't you? Just chill, Joe, she coaxed, resting her head against my chest now, as she draped her arm over my stomach. Watch the film. I don't watch films. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Well, you do now. Fine. I blew out a frustrated breath. But what's the film called? It's a grisly horror called Wrong Turn, about this group of 20-something-year-olds who take a wrong turn and end up getting hunted by these really creepy cannibal people. It's all blood and gore, with minimal sexy time, but it's a good movie. Kind of like how I took a wrong fucking turn tonight and ended up in a nightmare, I drawled, sarcastically. Not quite as grisly as your film, but once my boss gets home and sees me snuggling his daughter, I'm sure it'll be a bloodbath. Listen here, Joey Lynch. Sitting upright, she grabbed my chin and turned my face to look straight at her. I saw you first. You're my friend, not his. So stop worrying about my dad and start focusing on me. Technically, your dad saw me first. You're mine. Okay? I'm not yours, but whatever. Huffing out a breath, I attempted to fold my arms across my chest, only for Malloy to loudly clear her throat expectantly. I'm here like you want. I'm staying for the fucking film, like you want. But I draw the line at snuggling. Snuggle me. No. Do it. It's not happening, Malloy. Snuggle me, Joey. I said no. Snuggle me or I'll scream. For fuck's sake. Fine, I snapped, lifting my arm up for her to nestle into my side. There, we're snuggling. Are you happy now? I will be, she cackled, shifting closer to drape her long legs over my lap. Won't you do one more thing for me? Oh, Jesus. What? Tell me that we're friends, Malloy. Say it, Joe. Why? Because it matters. To who? To me. Jesus Christ. Shifting uncomfortably, I let my shoulders sag before mumbling. We're friends. What was that? We're friends, she laughed. I was hoping for something more along the lines of, Aoife, you're my dearest, sexiest, most lovable best friend in the whole wide world. Don't push your luck. But I'm your favourite, right? With a teasing lilt to her voice, she said, You're my favourite friend. Yes, fine. Whatever, Christ, I grumbled, rolling my eyes. You're my favourite friend, with my favourite legs. Well now, see, that wasn't so hard, was it? She laughed, reaching up to pat my cheek. And just so you know, Joe, she leaned in close and pressed a kiss to my cheek. You're my favourite friend, with my favourite everything. Well, shit. Take it easy, lad. It's not that deep. March 11th, 2001. Joey. You know the saying about idle hands being the devil's workshop? Yeah, I thought that might be true. Sunday was the one day of the week that I didn't have to work, school or training. Aside from the occasional match, I was a free agent. Problem was, doing nothing didn't come easy to me. I was never less in control than when I found myself at a loose end. With my hands hanging and nothing to occupy my racing mind, I went to look for trouble, and found it in the form of sharing a few lines of coke with Shane and the lads. The temporary high was fantastic. I felt on top of the world. I felt like I could run a marathon and win it. I felt like there wasn't anything I couldn't do. The only snag to an otherwise perfectly planned out Sunday was that I forgot about a match I had to play. And now several hours later, after crashing hard, I felt like shit. Throughout the entire game, my heart continued to race violently, thundering so loud and hard against my chest bone that I could hear it in my ears. Distracted and on edge, I messed up all over the pitch, either pucking the sliotar too long or not being in the right position for defence, and had only managed to score 2 measly points in the whole 60 minutes. There was an underage county selector for Cork in the stand, and I'd blown it. Knowing that my father was also somewhere in the stands, watching my piss-poor performance and plotting my punishment for disappointing him, only made me feel 10 times worse than I already did. Thoroughly depressed and thoroughly fucking stressed, I whipped my helmet off the minute the referee blew the final whistle and stalked off in the direction of the changing rooms, ignoring several claps on the shoulder from my teammates. Tossing my Horley and helmet on top of my gear bag, I reached a hand behind my head and whipped my jersey off, ignoring all of the chatter around me, burning the fuck up from running around a pitch for the past hour. I blew out a harsh breath and snatched up my water bottle. "Mighty stuff, lads," Eddie, our club trainer, declared with a clap, when he walked into the changing room a few minutes later. "That was a solid win, though lads from St. Pat's are a hard bunch. They were never going to go down without a fight, so be proud of yourselves for a hard-earned victory." Unscrewing the cap of my bottle, I poured the contents over my face and neck, feeling immediate relief when the water began to cool my overheated skin. "Good game," a familiar voice said, and I turned my head just enough to see none other than Malloy's boyfriend, Paul Rice. He was taking up perch on the bench beside me, freshly showered, and with a towel slung around his waist. "I thought you were in for that goal in the second half." "Yeah," I agreed, tossing my bottle back into my bag and reaching for a towel. "Me too." The ball I'd put narrowly wide would come back to bite me when I got home, no doubt. "But you had a good game, though," Ricey offered, as he got dressed. "Nice shot at the end. I thought at one stage they were going to run away with it." "I played poorly," I cut him off by saying. "Don't try and dress it up as anything else." "What's your problem?" he demanded, running a hand through his dark hair. "We won, didn't we?" "You're my problem," I came right out with, bristling with tension. "I thought I made that clear last year." "What the hell?" "I don't like you, asshole. I don't like how you talk. I don't like how you act. And I sure as shit don't like how you treat your girlfriend. We might share a team and a classroom, but that's it," I added. "Don't misconstrue my tolerance of your presence as an invitation to speak to me about anything other than hurling." "Seriously?" I watched as recognition flashed across his face. "You're still holding on to that fight we had?" Damn straight I was. Jesus, Lynchy. He shook his head in frustration. That was a year ago. And me and Aoife let it go, so why can't you? More fool whore, I replied flatly. I guess she doesn't know you as well as I do. His brow furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? It means that I know you're a dog, I replied, deciding against taking the shower.
Fuck it. I'd have one at home later.
Stuffing my gear into my bag, I grabbed a pair of sweats and dragged them on. And not a very discreet one at that. His dark eyes widened like saucers as awareness dawned on him. Are you talking about Danielle Long? Because nothing happened with her, I swear. Only 'cause she didn't want it to happen. Pulling a fresh t-shirt on, I kicked on my runners and tossed my gear over my shoulder. Yeah, dickhead. I saw the sex text you sent her over the February midterm. The many, many texts you sent her. Sliding my hurley through the ear holes of my helmet, I gripped the middle of the handle and gave him a seething look. I have your card marked, you little perv. What were you doing going through Danielle's phone? She showed them to me, I replied. Right round the same time she asked me to give you a message of her own. Offering him a menacing glare, I said, Do you need me to explain the message in detail, or have you gotten the gist? Those texts were only a joke, he defended with a fake laugh. A piss take with the lads. Sure they were, I deadpanned. I already told you before, the Malloy's old man is a good friend of mine. Fuck her over, and I'll take it as a personal insult. Take it easy, lad. It's not that deep. Ricey huffed defensively. Does Aoife know that? I shot back. I haven't done anything wrong, he growled. A few texts. I didn't ride the girl, and besides, myself and Aoife were off at the time. Going by those messages you sent her friend, I think it's pretty clear that you and Aoife should be off permanently. Oh yeah, 'cause that would suit you down to the ground, wouldn't it? He argued back. You'd only love that, wouldn't you, Lynchy? Does she know about the many, many other girls that you've been messing around with when her back is turned? He narrowed his eyes. Bullshit. All true, I hissed, pointing a finger at him. I see you, Ricey. I see right fucking through you, asshole. And I see you right back, he snarled, shoving to his feet. At least have the balls to admit why you're so interested in my love life. Bristling, I stepped towards him, and then had to take a breath in order to stop myself from lashing out, from springing forward and throttling the bastard. But it wasn't coming easy to me. It's so fucking obvious, lad. He narrowed his eyes. You're jealous because I'm with her? Keep it up, I warned, chest rising and falling quickly as my temper rose. I dare you. Whoa, 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 Eddie said, clearly noticing the tension as he came to stand between us, with several of the team joining him, Podge included. What's going on here, lads? None of this grudge you're holding against me has anything to do with being friends with her dad, Ricey said with a smirk. You've got a problem with me because I got the girl that you wanted since day dot. She's with me, not you, and that drives you fucking nuts. That's enough, lads. We're all on the same team here. Fury emanated from every pore of my body, as I balled my hands into fists at my sides and willed myself not to react. If I wanted your girlfriend, asshole, she'd be with me. She'd be with you! Rice threw his head back and laughed. Silly brave bollocks, now that the coach and half the team were round to save him. You're talking out of your hole, Lynchy. My Aoife wouldn't give a fuck up like you a second chance. She's one of the nice girls, too nice for her own good sometimes. So don't mistake her friendliness for anything other than taking pity on some washed-up drunk's pathetic scumbag son. It's bad enough you got her father throwing your scraps like meat to a half-starved stray. You're a fucking dead man.
Don't do it.
Podge was quick to say, perceptively stepping in front of me and pushing me away from the prick with a death wish.
He's not worth it, Joe.
No, but she is. Fuck. Where'd that thought come from?
Come on, lad,
Eddie interjected, grabbing a hold of the back of my neck with his beefy hand and steering me towards the door.
You need to cool down.
Don't do that, I snarled, breaking free from his hold, chest heaving now as my skin crawled from the touch, from the surge of memories that came with a touch like that. Don't ever fucking touch me like that again, I warned, trembling, as I reached up and cupped the back of my neck. Ever again.
It's all good, Lynch,
Eddie replied calmly, holding his hands up in retreat.
I just want you to go outside and take a breather, lad. For your own good, that's all. There's a selector outside looking to talk to you. And it wouldn't do your chances of being called up to the minors a bit of good if he sees you losing the head like this.
Like I give a fuck about the minors, I hissed, backing up towards the door. Raising the hand, still clutching my hurley, I pointed it right at Ricey. Next time you see me, you won't have a room full of people to protect you.
I'm shaking.
No need to shake, asshole. Just make your peace with God, because I'm going to bury you. Having said that, I turned on my heels and stalked out of the changing room, slamming the door loudly behind me. I turned back 3 times towards the changing room, twice to go back to kill Ricey, and the other to talk to the selector, before finally wrangling my temper into check. Releasing a furious growl, I kicked at the gravel and forced myself to walk away. I didn't have the patience or mental capacity to handle any types of conversations about my future. Besides, hurling was an amateur sport, and while I understood how big an honour it was to be chosen to play for your county, it wasn't going to pay any bills. Now, if I'd been born into money, I could have played rugby like those posh pricks over at Thomond College and had the opportunity to make some decent money for putting my body on the line. So, you survived the match without maiming anyone? A familiar voice called out, dragging me from my thoughts. And you managed to score 2. What an overachiever. I swung my gaze around, only for my eyes to land on Malloy's fantastic fucking legs as they dangled from the wall she was perching on. Shielding my eyes from the evening sunshine, I squinted up at her. Dressed in an oversized white jumper and tight denim jeans, she sucked on a red freezer ice pop and smiled down at me. Nice winning score, by the way. Nice legs. Grinning, she took another lick from her freeze pop before saying, Do you have any plans for the rest of the evening? Why? What do you mean, why? Why means why, Malloy. Do you want to hang out? With you and him? I snorted. No fucking thanks. Oh, come on, Joe, she said in a playful tone, green eyes dancing with mischief. Paul can be the third wheel. Funny. She rolled her eyes and cackled. Oh, don't be so cranky. Joey! A chorus of young voices echoed out, and I watched as my younger brothers Ollie and Tag came thundering towards me. You were class, lad. Yeah, you were the best, Ollie agreed, wrapping arms around my waist. Good job, Joe. Thanks, lads, patting Ollie's small shoulder. I let go of the hold I had on my hurley so Tag could snatch it up and inspect it for cracks or damage. something he did after every game. "Who are these little mini images of you?" Malloy asked, curious green eyes locked on my brother's. "Don't tell me you've been hiding a secret wife and family from me." I rolled my eyes. "They're my brother's, genius." "I'm Ollie," my little brother piped up before I had a chance to answer. "And that's Tag," he added, pointing to where Tag was messing around with my Hurley. "This is Joe. He's our big brother." Arching his head back, he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Aoife," she replied with a little laugh. "And yeah, I already know your big brother. He's in my class at school." "Is she your friend, Joe?" Ollie asked, looking back at me. "She's pretty." "I sure am his friend, Ollie. And aren't you just adorable to call me pretty?" Her gaze flicked to me and she winked. "Joey thinks I'm pretty too." "Pretty fucking annoying," I muttered under my breath. "That's 'cause it's true." Ollie, with a lopsided grin. "Whoa, she's really, really pretty, Joe." "Settle down, stud," I grumbled, reaching into the front pocket of my gear bag for the emergency tenner I always kept in there. "Here," I said, thrusting it into his hand, trying to buy myself a minute's peace. "Go up to the shop and get yourself and Tag a bar of chocolate." "Whoa, thanks, Joe. Hey, Tag!" Ollie roared, running off in the direction of her brother, who was pucking a sliotar against the wall further up. "Joey give us a tenner." "Sweet," I heard Tag say, Hurley forgotten, as he and Ollie ran off in the direction of the Pavilion Tuck Shop. "I want my change back," I called after them. "They're adorable," she said, drawing my attention back to her. "They didn't come here on their own, did they?" "There's something all right," I muttered, as my eyes searched the dispersing crowd, while a familiar feeling of impending doom settled deep in my stomach. "And no, they came with our father. Is your dad the big guy I see you talking to after the game sometimes?" "That would be him." "Babe," I heard Ricey called out, and we both turned our heads in unison to find him standing outside the changing room, with a mutinous look about him. "Are you coming or what?" "Yeah, give me a sec," she called back, jumping down from the wall and landing far too fucking close to me for comfort. "You sure you don't want to come?" "Yeah, Malloy, I'm sure." "I want you to." "I want you to." "Not interested." "Fair enough, Joe." Sighing heavily, she patted my shoulder. "I'll see you tomorrow at school, okay?" "Yeah, I'll see you then." Frowning, I stared after her as she skipped off in the direction I'd just come from, to him, which just so happened to be the same direction my father was now coming from, with a thunderous expression on his face. Fuck. Congratulations. May 15th, 2001. Joey. The weather was shit, and I wanted to die. The sky was black, and I was pissed off. None of it matters, because it won't put food on the table. Tossing my English copybook across the room, I gave up on the essay I had been attempting to write. Glaring at my homework journal like it was the devil incarnate, I bit back the urge to roar. What the hell was I doing? Sitting on my bed doing fucking homework. Of all things, I glowered at the wall opposite my bed and sighed in defeat. Who was I trying to fool? Didn't matter whether I finished tonight's essay or not.
I wasn't going to college. I wasn't going anywhere. And the teachers couldn't do shit to make me feel worse about that than I already did. The sound of my stomach growling in hungry protest stirred me from my depressing thoughts, and I stood knowing that I would have to face him sooner or later. Besides, I had to be at work in an hour. Later, Joey. Later is always better when it comes from him. Fuck it, I grumbled to myself. You're going to die young anyway. Might as well put an expedited stamp on your forehead. Changing out of my school uniform, I threw my work clothes before stepping into the landing. Ignoring the stench of piss and whiskey, I stalked down the staircase, needing to seem as aloof and unaffected as I could when facing my parentals. It was my saving grace. My only way of protecting myself from the prick whose prick I had been conceived from. If you don't care, then nothing he does can hurt you. The minute I stepped off the last step of the staircase, I could hear them arguing in the kitchen. Surprisingly, I wasn't the hot topic of disappointment. Today it was Shannon's turn.
"She's not going, Marie," my father barked,
balling up a bunch of papers and tossing them across the table at Mam. "It's out of the question." "But she's so quiet, Teddy," Mam attempted to coax. "So shy, and she'll never manage it. She's already struggling to cope with primary school."
"She'll have to get over it," Dad replied, not batting an eye.
"She's no better than the rest of them. I won't have her sent to private school when the boys are in public." "I can take extra shifts at work," Mam hurried to say. "I don't mind. I'll pay for it myself."
"I said no,"
Dad barked.
"It's not happening. Get it out of your head."
"What's going on?" I asked, walking into the kitchen.
"Your mother thinks your sister needs to go to private school next year, when she finishes up primary,"
Dad, who was sober for a change, told me.
"Thinks she's too sensitive for BCS."
She was. Shannon had a hard time fitting in with people. A very fucking hard time. And I often wondered what would happen to her when she eventually started secondary school. To be honest, it was a thought that terrified me to my core. So I tried not to think about it. Because they kept her back in baby infants, Shannon was 3 years below me at school. So when we went to our separate ways at the school gates of BCS next year, with her as a first year and me as a fourth year, she wouldn't have anyone to look out for her, something she badly needed. The girls in her class at primary school were septic, and had given her hell since baby infants, and those were pubescent girls. The teenage girls she would face when she started secondary school would be a different kettle of fish to handle. And my sister did have a couple of friends, one nice girl called Claire, I remembered in particular, who would no doubt be heading off to Thomond College after primary school to join her rugby head brother, Hughie. Unfortunately for Shannon, she'd be heading for BCS with me. There wasn't much I could do for her, besides get myself suspended defending her honour, which I had no doubt would happen. One of these days my sister was going to have to fight back. "How much is Thomond?" I asked, raiding the fridge for a packet of ham. "Several thousand a year," Mam replied, "but it looks to be a fantastic school, and I have an entire year to save up for the tuition. She's only finishing 5th class now, so I have plenty of time to make it work. I really think it would be best place for her."
"There's nothing wrong with the local community school,"
Dad rebuffed with a snort. It's free, and we both went there, Marie. How would you look at Joey? He's doing just grand there. He's flying road with the hurling. He's already training with the underage team, and I didn't need a fancy fucking education from Thomond to get there either. Yes, Mom said carefully, but Shannon isn't Joey. Thank Christ for that, Dad muttered. I tensed, unsettled by the rare compliment, before finishing preparing a ham sandwich and grabbing a can of Coke from the fridge. I tried to keep a cool head, a calm disposition, and a handle on my temper. It never came easy to me, though, and I was growing more impossible with every extra second that I spent in his company. It didn't sit well with me when my father complimented me or spoke like a civilized human being. In a messed up way, I preferred his drunken slurs and angry slaps. At least I knew where I stood with those. He had been on the drive for 3 weeks now, and I knew it was only a matter of time before he fell off the wagon. Because my father was an alcoholic. Addiction ruled his life. That was the pattern his life had taken, and I hated him for it. But not as much as I hated myself for following in his footsteps. A smoke to sleep, a line to function, and whatever else I could get my hands on to escape. It had been my mantra for a long time now. I knew I was too young to be walking this particular line, but in all honesty, I didn't have other options available to me. In my head, it was die or get high, and I had too many people depending on me not to die. Fuck. Pushing all thoughts of self-loathing out of my head before I snapped and did something reckless, I turned to my parents and said, I think you should send her. To Thomond? Mom asked, tone hopeful. Yeah, I nodded, chewing down a mouthful of my sandwich. It'll be good for her. You're right, Ma'am. Shannon will get swallowed up at the BCS. And how do you propose we fund this several €1,000 a year private school? Dad demanded, turning his glare on me. Gee, I don't know, I shot back, gesturing to my oil-stained overalls. Maybe by getting off your hole and getting a job like the rest of us. Oh, Joey, Mom sighed, dropping her head in her hands, as my father jerked to his feet so fast it caused the chair that he had been sitting on to slide across the kitchen tiles. The fuck did you say to me, you little bastard? Do you need a hearing aid? I said get off your hole and get a job. Unwilling or just plain unable to keep my mouth shut, I continued to sign my own death certificate. Believe it or not, there's plenty of them out there. Granted, I'm yet to hear of one that pays well for your qualifications. I suppose in your defence, it won't be easy to find a job that'll pay you to prop up their bar. Expert that you are and all that. I didn't duck, or try to avoid the fist that crushed into my jaw. There was no point. He wouldn't stop until he got his pound of flesh. It was either take my beating now or later. I chose to get it over with now. I did, however, regret not putting my can of Coke down first, as it flew out of my hand across the kitchen. That shit was expensive. My head snapped back from the force. The pain from his knuckles took the air clean out of my lungs, but I didn't let them see it. I would rather die than expose an ounce of vulnerability to the man I had the misfortune of calling my father. Breathing hard and fast, I quickly ran my tongue over my teeth, assessing the damage, as the familiar tangy taste of blood filled my mouth. My body was a map of cuts and bruises, scars and distortion. Nothing would change. Nobody would ask, and I couldn't tell. Taking it on the chin seemed to be the norm for me,
Besides, if I took the brunt of his bad mood, it meant they were spared, that she was spared. My father was a powerful man, and there was a hell of a lot of force behind those punches he threw. They were hard enough to knock me sideways, but not enough to shut me up. Is that it? Like a suicidal masochist, I laughed into his face. You're getting soft, old man. Teddy, don't, Mom begged, rushing over to intercept her husband's arm before he could rear back once more. He's only a boy. Don't do me any favours, I sneered, hating her for defending me. She didn't fucking love me. She thought I was the same as him. I don't need you to do shit for me. Watch your mouth, you little fucker, Dad warned, knotting his beefy hand in my t-shirt. Don't talk to your mother like that. Not in her condition. Like what? Like you do? I laughed, roughly shoving him away, quickly backpedaling once I registered what he said. Wait, what do you mean in her condition? I held up a hand, feeling like I was suddenly suffocating as the walls closed in around me. Don't say it. Feeling lightheaded, I glanced between them before my eyes reluctantly settled on her stomach. Don't fucking say it. Mom placed her hand on her small swell of her stomach, and I wanted to die. We're having another baby, Joey. No. I'm due in November. No. The doctors reckon it's another boy. Please, God, fucking no. It'll be different this time, Joey, Mom hurried to add, almost jumping out of her skin when Dad wrapped his arm around her. Your father is off the drink, for good this time. We're working through everything. Her breath hitched, and she cleared her throat before whispering, This baby is our fresh start. Liar. 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 Babies weren't supposed to be made in order to plaster over cracks in marriages. But that's what this one would be. That's what each one of us wear. Temporary plasters to cover the cracks in our parents' dysfunctional relationship. Numb, I stared at my mother's face as a new level of devastation washed over me. You planned this? Mom opened her mouth to reply, but he got there first. We both did, Dad snapped. Now aren't you going to say anything to your mother and me? Congratulations, I replied in a dead tone, a lot like how I felt in that moment, shaking my head. I stepped around them and moved for the door, grabbing my training bag as I moved. I'm working until 6:30, and have a match after, so I'll be late home. It'll be different this time, Joe, Mom called after me, voice thick with emotion. I promise. Yeah, I agreed, before closing the front door behind me, because this time I had no intention of remembering any of it. Not a damn second. By the time I had made the walk to work, my mood had darkened to the point where I honestly didn't think I could handle another ounce of bullshit. However, that's exactly what I got the second I walked into the garage and locked eyes on none other than Malloy, hand in hand with her lapdog of a boyfriend. Wonderful. Just fucking wonderful. Hey, Joe, Malloy said with a beamer of a smile, noticing me the second I walked into the building. I nodded stiffly. Malloy? Joey, lad, Tony said with a warm smile. How are you? Grand, Tony. Sorry I'm late, I muttered, stalking past them to store my Hurley helmet and gear bag in the office. I was in no mood to play a match tonight. But sometimes the matches I wasn't in form to play end up being the best ones. I was certainly riled up enough for it.
Returning to her conversation, Malloy laughed and chatted to her father, while Paul the prick stood alongside her like a spare prick. Her blonde hair was loose today, flowing freely down the middle of her back, and I swear I'd never seen anything like her. Like an angel with dirty wings, she batted her long lashes at her father, concealing that sharp tongue I knew she possessed, as she played the role of darling daughter and all-round good girl. But she knew better. So did I. She reminded me of one of those beautiful exotic cage birds you see in a back street pet shop, out of place and itching for freedom. Somehow I doubted she got that by walking around holding hands with a stiff like Paul fucking Rice. In the beginning, I had assumed that Malloy was trying to get one up on me by going out with my teammate. My lack of attention had pissed her off, and she wasn't the type of girl to lie down to anyone. I had been positive that their relationship was her way of goading me. Problem was, 15 months had passed since she agreed to go out with him, and while they were off more than they were on, and he treated her like shit, she always went back to him. That unsettled me. It fucking stung. I knew I had no right to feel any type of way about it, but that didn't stop me from feeling every type of way about it. The hell was she doing with a fella like Paul Rice? He was too boring for her and had a shit right hook. She needed excitement and to be challenged. It was written all over her face. She waited for you, remember? He wasn't her first choice. Pretending that it didn't hurt me to see her with him was something that I had no choice but to master. So, like I did every other time she came into the garage, flaunting her fantastic fucking boyfriend, I handled the knife in the gut sensation like a trooper and went about my business. Thrumming with tension, I quickly set to work, sorting through a pile of tires that needed their tread tested. Ignoring the couple playing happy fucking families behind me, I let my thoughts wander to my mother. Another baby, due to be born in November. That meant he or she would only be 3 when I turned 18. I'd be leaving a toddler behind when I got the fuck out of the house. Jesus. A shudder rolled through me, and I clenched my jaw so tight it hurt my teeth. You see, I had made a deal with myself. I promised myself that I would see it out until I finished school. I'd be 18 and a half by then. I would stay in the house and look after my brothers and sister until then. I could do it. I could hold on until then, but afterwards, once I finished my leaving cert, I was getting the hell out of there. I had the whole plan thought up in my head. I would get a second job, something that was full-time and made good money. And with it, I put a deposit down on a cheap 1-bedroom flat. Shannon would come with me. She could have the bedroom, and I would take the couch. It would be small and basic, but it would be ours. A few months would pass by, and as I made more money, we would upgrade to a bigger place, where Ollie and Tag would join us. They would be 11 and 13 by then, old enough to look after themselves. Nowhere in the blueprint of my mind did I foresee having another sibling to care for, let alone a potential toddler. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have to work during the day, and maybe some nights too. I couldn't look after a baby, but I couldn't leave them to look after the baby either. For fuck's sake.
3rd year. New Bathrooms and Old Mistakes. September 1st, 2001. Aoife. Where do you want me to toss the old one? Jerking awake at the sound of the familiar voice, I sprang up in my bed and craned my neck to hear better. Throw it out in the yard. That was my dad's voice. I'll load it into the van later and take it to the dump. You sure? My eyes widened in horror. It's a cast iron tub. Could be worth something if you take it to Timmy Murphy over in Glenmore. He wheels and deals in scrap. He has a young one in the same year as yourself and the twins, doesn't he? Nessa, yeah. She's in my class. Listen, I could give him a buzz if you want. He might throw you a score for it. Nah, the thing is on its last legs. It's red rotten underneath. It wouldn't make the price of the diesel it would cost me to drive it over there. Oh my God. Fair enough. He did not. Good man, Joey. Can you carry that downstairs on your own? He did. Yeah, Tony, it's not a bother. I'll have to head off around 3 today, though. I've a match at the pavilion. Dad brought him home. Jesus, son, you're as strong as an ox, and that's not a bother. We'll have it finished by then. Again? And I looked like something that had been dragged through a ditch. Perfect. The prospect of seeing Joey after spending a whole summer of not seeing his face every weekday morning in class had me throwing the covers off my body and springing off my bed, only to faceplant the floor in epic fashion, stubbing my toe on the metal corner of my bed as I fell. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and the donkey! I cried out, along with an array of colourful curse words. Twisting onto my back, I let out a strangled, keening noise as I grabbed my foot and held it to my chest. Ow, ow, ow! My bedroom door swung inwards then, revealing my worried-looking father standing in the doorway. What in the name of Christ are you doing, Eve? He asked, pressing a hand to his chest. I thought there was a cat on heat in your room with the noises you were making. No cat on heat. Just me, I mumbled, letting my head fall back against my bedroom carpet, pride and toe wounded. What are you doing? Joey's given me a hand to replace the old bathroom, Dad explained. Your mother wants the bath taken out and an electric shower put in instead. Sounds expensive, I replied, wondering how we could afford a new bathroom. What's wrong with what we already have? You know your mother, Dad said with a weary sigh. Yeah, I did, and I knew my father too. What Mam wanted, Dad got for her, regardless of whether he could afford it or not, usually as a form of compensation for his latest slip. A new bathroom was a small price to pay for his wandering eye, I suppose. It wouldn't do me an ounce of good to know the name of my father's latest mistake. Not when I already knew the names of too many of the ones that had come before this one. Frowning, Dad said, Jesus, Aoife, throw some clothes on, will you? He gestured to my bare legs. Your brother's downstairs with his friends and I've the young fella over from work. I was in bed, I shot back defensively, pulling at the hem of my string top in a piss-poor attempt to conceal my thighs. And I'm in my own room. I don't make a habit of walking around in my knickers, Dad. Still, he grumbled, looking embarrassed, as he quickly turned on his heels and disappeared into the bathroom. Did you ever hear of pyjamas? And it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Shouldn't you be out of bed and doing something productive? Did you ever hear of doing something productive like keeping your dick in your pants? In case it slipped your attention, it's like 23 degrees outside, which is freakishly rare for us, hence the knickers. I tossed back. And as for the lack of productivity, I have 2 days left of my summer holidays before school starts back up on Monday, and I'm thrown into revising for the junior cert, father dearest, and I have every intention of making the most of said days. So, I heard him call out from the bathroom, that's no excuse to laze around all weekend. You should find something productive to do. And you should find yourself a moral compass. What was that, love? Nothing. Feeling my heart sink into the pit of my stomach, I climbed to my feet. Nothing at all, Dad. What a lovely way to end the summer holidays, I thought to myself dejectedly, as I padded across my room to close my door. Your father's fucking around again, and instead of dealing with your father's infidelity, your mother spent the savings on a new bloody bathroom. That's loaded into the van, Tony. Do you want to strip that lino flooring while we're at it? That way we only need to make the one trip to the dump. Joey's voice trailed off when he stopped short in the landing, just outside my bedroom door, and right in front of yours truly. The minute his eyes landed on my bare legs, I felt a flush of heat wash over my skin. I didn't feel the need to hide my body, not when I was thrilled that he was finally looking. Besides, I wasn't the self-conscious type. I had a nice body, and I wasn't about to convince myself that I hadn't, especially when the rest of the world was more than willing to chip away at a teenager's self-esteem. Enjoying the show? I teased, planting my hands on my hips when his eyes continued to trail over me. I thought he was quite poetic that I returned the same sarcastic question he'd asked me once before. In equally unapologetic fashion, he took his sweet time returning his gaze to my face. It beats the view of your father's ass crack, that's for sure. I arched a brow. It? Humour danced in his eyes, a rare change from the usual generic fuck the world and everyone in it glower he doled out to just about everyone. You. It wasn't like we hadn't seen each other during the summer. I'd swung by the garage on many the occasion to torment him when he was working with Dad, and I'd been to most of his and Paul's matches, but we had been surrounded by friends or my dad. Ridiculous as it sounded, I missed our little one-on-one moments. Sure, they might have occurred against his will at times, but I knew that he enjoyed my banter as much as I enjoyed his. Heart bucking wilder than necessary, given the fact that it was only the boy's eyes that were on me and not his hands, I reached up and brushed my thumb over his swollen bottom lip, addicted to tormenting him. What's that on your mouth, Joe? Drool? Don't do that. His green eyes darkened. Not here. Don't do what? Tone heavily laced with sarcasm, I traced his bottom lip with my thumb and grinned. This? Play your games when your father is across the landing. Why not? I teased, hell-bent on playing games. Are you afraid he'll catch you looking at his daughter like you want to eat her up? I stepped closer, waiting for him to crack and be the first to move away. Do you, Joe? Do you want to eat me up? Reaching up, Joey snatched my wrist with his big hand, and instead of pushing me away like I was prepared for him to do, he pulled me towards him, so close that my body was pressed against his. Don't try to fuck with my head, Malloy. His voice was low and heated and held the hint of warning. I indulge you by playing your little games, but don't push your luck. My luck? I breathed, heart racing violently as I watched him watch me. Your luck. He confirmed. There's only so far you can push me. I could do nothing but stare at his face and resist the urge to slap it, or kiss it. I wasn't sure which. I'm not ricey. I won't kiss your cheek and hold your hand. He added, tone heated. You keep goading me into touching you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. His pupils dilated and my heart hammered recklessly against my rib cage. You might think that you're brave enough to take me on, to go toe-to-toe with me, but make no mistake about this. Leaning in close, he pressed his lips to my ear and whispered, "You're not the wolf in our story, Malloy." His breath fanned my cheek, causing my pulse to skyrocket. "You're the lamb." "What's that, Joey, lad?" My father called out from where he was kneeling in the bathroom with his back to the landing. "Nothing, Tony," Joey called back, not moving one muscle as he turned his attention back to me. "You're the sweet, innocent lamb that's hell-bent on playing with fire," he said, walking me backwards until my legs hit my bed. "So you might want to stop hunting me, Malloy." His hands moved to my hips and he literally tossed me down on the mattress. "Because if you don't..." With my wrists pinned to the mattress above my head, he stepped between my legs and leaned in close, so close that his nose brushed mine. "Then one of these days, I'm going to hunt you back." "Oh, fuck." "You got that?" Releasing one wrist, he swiftly cupped my chin and forced me to look at him. "Friend?" "I've got it." Breathless and feeling faint, I felt myself nodding. "Friend." "Good girl." I narrowed my eyes. "You dick." He grinned victoriously down at me before releasing me and walking out of my room to rejoin my father in the bathroom. On shaky legs, I hurried towards my bedroom door and slammed it shut before blowing out a ragged breath. Holy shit. Did that just happen? A few hours later, after a whole lot of soul-searching and not a lot of job hunting, I found myself sprawled out on a towel on the lawn in our back garden, soaking in the last of the sun rays from the unusual heat wave, with the family dog curled up on the grass beside me. Still mentally chewing over my earlier altercation with my classmate, I had been ordered by my father to go downstairs and stay out of their way. My father had hit his limit this morning, when I had continued to hover in the bathroom doorway, making smart-ass comments about their shoddy work and tormenting his precious apprentice. It wasn't my fault. The boy was too damn distracting to not stare at and too sharp-tongued to not play with, but that didn't matter to Dad. Banished from my own bedroom doorway for distracting my father's and, I quote, poor young fella, I had retreated to the garden with the dog. Ugh. What do you think, Spud? Reaching down, I stroked his neck. I'm not a lamb, am I? Spud, who was a mix between a boxer and at least 3 other breeds, let out a groan of contentment, rolling onto his back and kicking wildly when I scratched his ear. Exactly, I cooed. A lamb could never give you such good ear scratches. That boy is full of crap. And sexy as hell. Do you mind? A shadow fell over me, blocking the sun. My friends are here. And? I drawled, using my foot to kick my brother out of my way of the sunshine. And I'm trying to play WWE, Kevin growled, shoving me back with his foot. But they keep coming downstairs for drinks. Don't touch me with your freaky fungus feet, I warned. And so, what do your creepy little friends have to do with me? It's called athlete's foot. Kev shot back defensively. And they're not coming downstairs for drinks, dickhead. They're coming down to gawk at you. Sliding my sunglasses off, I pulled myself onto my elbows and glared up at the scrawny little shit. Don't call me a dickhead, dickhead. Aoife, come on, he said, gesturing to where I was sprawled out. Can't you do that inside? Can't I sunbathe inside? Why, no, Kevin, sorry, I can't. That's not how sunbathing works. I deadpanned, readjusting the strap of my yellow bikini top. Then cover yourself up. That's not how sunbathing works either, Kev. Aoife, he groaned, tone whiny now. Come on, you're embarrassing me. Just go inside and put some clothes on. How many days of sunshine do we get in Ireland, Kev? I asked my half-twin. Yeah, we might have shared a womb for 9 months, but that was all we had in common. The truth was that we couldn't have been any different from each other. The answer is not enough, I told him. Not even by half. Besides, Dad's upstairs putting a new bathroom in with Joey, and I've already been banished. Yeah, I saw he brought him over again. My brother grumbled. You could have asked me to help him with the bathroom. Ha! I laughed. Like you know the first thing about manual labour. He could show me. Kev snapped in a defensive tone. I'm a faster learner than that thick fucker upstairs. Don't call him thick, I warned, hackles rising. He's more world-wise than you'll ever be. Kev rolled his eyes. Oh yeah, because knowing where to score drugs takes a real genius. So he smokes weed occasionally, I heard myself defend. Big deal, Kev. So do a lot of other people in our year. It doesn't make him a bad person. It doesn't make him a good one either, he shot back. Why are you always defending him? Because he's my friend Kevin. Yeah? Well, your friend does a lot more than smoke weed. Like you'd know. I would, actually, he replied. I'm in his year too, remember? I know what goes on just as well as you do. Yeah, in the SWAT class, I snorted. And sure you do, Kev. You're right there with the big guns, aren't you? Mr. Popularity himself. You think your looks and popularity are going to get you far in life? He laughed. You're so stupid that it's pitiful. Look at you getting all riled up and catty, I grinned. No need to pity me, dear brother, because I'm doing just fine for myself. No, Aoife, I'm doing fine. I'm the one going places. The only way you're getting out of this council estate is if you marry up. He sneered. Because you sure as shit won't make it on your own. So you might want to hold on to Paul Rice because he's looking like your best shot. Oh, whatever, you dick. It's the truth. Keep talking shit to me and I just might have to take my top off and give those gamer buddies of yours a real special show. He narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Narrowing my eyes right back at him, I reached for the string behind my neck and said, I'm told I have perky nipples. You're such a bitch, he spat before storming back to the house. Takes one to know one, you little pussy, I called after him and then sighed in contentment, thrilled to have gotten the better of him. Good one, huh? I cooed, tickling Spud on his belly. Yeah, I know you think he's a dope too. I don't need a boy, do I? No, I don't. I'll make my own way in life. Aoife Christina Malloy, my mother called out a few minutes later. Pushing the kitchen window open, she leaned out and shook a wooden spoon at me. Get into the house and cover yourself up before I come out there and drag you inside. Are you serious? I growled, giving Spud one final belly rub before reluctantly climbing to my feet. He told on me. There are teenage boys in this house, Aoife, Mam shot back. And you're sprawled out in the garden like Pamela feckin' Anderson herself. Do you want to be the cause of giving them a turn? I know how old they are, Mam. Most of them are in my year at school. I laughed. And you're afraid I'll give them a turn? More like a horn. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Mam warned. still waving around the wooden spoon like a demented housewife. Yeah, well, Dad told me to stay out of his way, I shot back. So guess what I'm doing? Enough of the cheek, young lady. Inside right now or you're grounded for the rest of the month. And that also includes having friends over. No phone either, and no— Jesus, fine, I huffed, stalking to the back door. Relax, would you? It's not that serious. Thank you, Ma'am said when I stomped into the kitchen. Now go upstairs and throw on some clothes like a good girl before your brother has a conniption fit. Is it okay if I get a drink before I'm exiled from the family home for possessing a pair of boobs? I asked sulkily as I reached into the fridge and grabbed a carton of orange juice. Or is rehydrating a crime now too? Drama queen. Rolling her eyes, Ma'am smirked and turned back to her ironing. Pour me a glass too. Grabbing 2 glasses out of the press, I poured a glass of orange juice and quickly gulped it down before refilling my glass and pouring one for Ma'am. Thanks, love. You're not welcome, I teased, setting a glass down on the counter beside her. Trish, we've the bathroom just about done, love. I'm off to the dump with that old bath before they close. My father called from the front hall. I won't be long. I'll see you, Trish. Thanks for the sandwich. You're welcome, Joey, love. Resisting the urge to rush out into the hallway and take one last look at Joey Lynch before he left with my dad, I held firm and took another sip of orange juice instead. Make sure you take that old lino with you, Tony, Ma'am called back, not bothering to look up from her ironing board. And there's a few bags of rubbish at the side of the house that could do with being cleared out. Already taken care of. Good man yourself. A little heads up that Joey was coming over would have been nice, I said once as the front door closed behind them. Ah, he's a lovely boy, isn't he? Such a hard little worker, Ma'am gushed, smiling into her ironing. I thought you'd be delighted to see him. The 2 of you are great little friends at school, isn't that right? Yeah, we're buds, I agreed, suppressing a laugh. A heads up would have been nice, though. It's a shame that he and your brother don't seem to gel, Ma'am added with a sigh. That's not on Joey, Ma'am. Kev doesn't gel with anyone, I snorted, resting my hip against the counter. He's too stuck up. Aoife. What? I threw a hand up. It's true. It would do your brother no harm to get off that computer and spend some time at the garage. I'm sure if he gave it a chance, they'd find some common ground. Common ground with who? Dad or Joey? Because, no offence, Ma'am, but your darling baby boy thinks he's above the both of them. Kev doesn't have any intention of getting his hands dirty. He's too high of an opinion of himself to slum it with us normal folk. He does not, she scolded. Don't be mean. So, what's the story with the new bathroom? I decided to change the subject by asking, unwilling to give my dope of a brother another second of airtime. What do you mean? You know what I mean, Ma'am. Nothing, love. My mother, who looked a lot like what I presumed the 40-something-year-old version of me would look like, smiled brightly. Too brightly. It was just time for a change. Ma'am, I sighed, reaching over to stroke her leg with my foot. Are you okay? I knew she wasn't. Her heart had been broken by my father for what had to be the 4th time in a matter of years that I was aware of. I will be, she replied, tone forcefully cheerful as she tucked a blonde wisp of hair behind her ear. I'm looking forward to a nice hot shower tonight. So, who was it this time? I asked then, poking the bear. I didn't really want to know, or at least, I shouldn't want to know. but I asked her anyway because I was a glutton for punishment. Reaching into her pile of neatly folded ironing that was stacked on the kitchen table, I retrieved a t-shirt and pulled it on. Was it a one-off, or was it going on for a while? I don't want to talk about it, Aoife, Mam replied quietly. And I don't want you to think badly of him either. He's a good man, deep down, and a wonderful father. Yeah, he is a good father, I agreed, setting my empty glass in the sink. But he's a shitty husband, Mam. She, on the other hand, was a good wife and a great mam. But that didn't change the fact that her constant stream of forgiveness looked an awful lot like weakness in my eyes. Sure, they seemed to have a decent relationship when Dad wasn't letting his wandering eye get in the way. In a weird way, they were pretty stable and never seemed to let any discourse in their marriage interfere with mine or Kevin's lives. He makes a lot of mistakes, Mam agreed, handing me the denim shorts she had just finished ironing. Too many mistakes, I offered, stepping into my shorts and dragging them up my hips. Too many times. I know you have your own thoughts and opinions on how I should react to this, she said evenly. But it's a lot easier to know what to do when it's another person's life you're judging. It seems pretty black and white to me. That's because you're young, she smiled. The whole world isn't black and white, Aoife. There's a whole lot of grey in the middle. I don't understand, I admitted with a frustrated sigh. I don't get how you can stay with him when he's proven that he can't be trusted. I shook my head and pointed to her. Look at how ridey you are, Mam. Ridey? It means desirable, I explained. Beautiful, gorgeous, fuckable. Okay, Mam laughed softly. Thank you for the compliment, but that's enough of the bad language. Well, it's true. You are stunning, Mam, I pushed. Kev thinks his weirdo buddies are coming downstairs to see me, when half of the time it's to sneak a peek at you. Aoife, she chuckled. Sighing, I asked, Why do you put up with it, Mam? I love him, she replied. I have invested more than 20 years of my life into the man and had my children with him. And believe it or not, he loves me too. Then maybe he needs to love you better, I told her, because his words and his actions aren't exactly aligning, Mam. No marriage is perfect. No, I agreed, but not all wives are cheated on either. What about Paul? Mam asked, steering the conversation towards me, tone defensive. You love him, don't you? Imagine having spent most of your life raising a family together and then having to... No. Mam blinked in surprise. No? No, I confirmed with a shake of my head. I don't love Paul, and I have no plans on that status changing. Why not? Because I have no intention of giving a boy that kind of power over me, I replied simply. From my viewpoint, men let you down. Even the good ones, like Dad, can't be trusted. So why would I ever expose myself to that kind of pain? It would be emotional suicide. Mam looked flabbergasted as she let out a small laugh. Aoife, if you don't have feelings for the poor boy, then why in God's name have you been going out with him for the past year and a half? Because I choose to, I explained, not because I need to. And what about Paul? She demanded. Have you spared a thought for his feelings? I never said I didn't care about him, Mam. Of course I care. Shrugging, I added, I'm fond of him, obviously. I just don't have those crazy deep feelings that cloud common sense. She arched a brow. Fond? I shrugged. What's wrong with fond? Fond isn't a word a girl normally uses to describe her feelings towards her boyfriend. Well, that's all I have, ma'am. And if you think that Paul Rice is in love with me, then you're wrong. I was quick to point out. His feelings are as replaceable to him as I am. If we broke up in the morning, I could guarantee you that it wouldn't take him more than a week, 2 tops, to move on to someone else. Aoife! Ma'am gasped. What? It's true. Laughing, I waved a hand idly in the air. That's how fleeting boys' feelings are, and I don't just mean Paul either. That's all boys. Sure, he might be pride hurt, but he would forget about me pretty quickly. But, come on, ma'am, it's like you've just said. You've been married to Dad for 20 years, and that hasn't stopped him from forgetting about you every time he strays. So, this way of thinking is because of our marriage? Maybe. I shrugged. I don't know. I hope not. But even if it is, I'm glad because it prepared me for the inevitable. Don't catch feelings and you won't get hurt. I smiled. Simple. So, you're saying that you never want to fall in love and get married? It's not like I'm 100,000,000% opposed to the idea of marriage and motherhood. If the right guy came along and proved me wrong, then sure, I could do it. I admitted. But I could never cope with the crap you've had to deal with. I could never do that, ma'am. And certainly not with your grace. If I loved a man, and I mean truly, madly, deeply loved him, then I could never handle knowing that he was with another woman. It would destroy me. I would go insane. I could never forgive that level of betrayal. Hence why taking that chance seems too risky to me. So, yeah, I'm probably going to remain ring-free for the foreseeable 40+ years. So, you wouldn't care if, say, Paul went off with another girl? Ma'am questioned. You know, since you don't love him at all. Honestly, I'd probably be pissed off, but mostly relieved. Ma'am gaped. Relieved? Yeah, I replied, because he would have proven what I've known all along, that no man can be trusted. Oh, I don't know, Aoife, love, Ma'am said, whirring her lip. That's an awfully cynical way of thinking. Practical, I winked. It's a practical way of thinking, and clearly the right way of thinking, considering the rumours I've heard. Ma'am gave me a disconcerting look. What kind of rumours? I arched a brow and gave her a what do you think look. He cheated on you, she demanded, immediately catching my drift. Then what are you doing with him? Ha! I folded my arms across my chest. Pot, meat, kettle. She sighed heavily. Aoife, love, you don't have to put up with that sort of thing. I know that I don't, I agreed. And don't worry, I've confronted Paul about the rumours. And? I shrugged. He says it's all a pack of lies. But you don't believe him. Would you? Ma'am gave me a sympathetic look. I don't believe a single word that comes out of a single boy's mouth, I told her. That's not technically true. You believe one boy. And how long have these rumours been circling? Longer than I cared to admit to my mother. A while. Do you know for sure that he hasn't cheated on you? Can anyone know that for sure? No, I suppose not. Exactly. Then why would you stay with him, Aoife? Why do you stay with Dad? That's not a fair comparison, she replied. We're married. Exactly, I agreed. You're married, committed, in love, invested in one another, and it still happens. He still fucks you over repeatedly. So if I've learned anything from you and Dad, it's that no man, no matter how perfect he seems, can be trusted. You shouldn't be afraid to love a boy, Aoife. Sadness filled her voice as she spoke. Please don't let our mistakes hold you back in life. It would break my heart to think that our relationship affected you to the point where you struggled to commit your heart to someone. I'm not afraid of loving a boy, I told her honestly. I'm afraid of losing myself in one. I hate to tell you this, but more often than not, the two go hand in hand. I know. That's what scares me. Aoife. Enough of the heavy. Patting my mother's shoulder, I gave her a bright smile before heading for the door. I'm hot and sticky and in dire need of a shower. Don't you dare use that shower before I do, Ma'am called after me. I mean it, young lady. I'm having the first go of it. Understood, I replied as I hurried up the staircase with every intention of doing just that. Whipping off my t-shirt, I snatched a towel out of the hot press and legged it into the bathroom, cackling mischievously to myself. I mean it, Aoife Malloy, don't even think about it. I won't. I laughed, closing and locking the door shut before my mother could finish her threat. Feeling smug, I stripped off the rest of my clothes and rubbed my hands together in gleeful anticipation as I stepped into the fancy new shower and switched it on. The motor roared to life, but nothing came out. Not so much as a drop of water. What the hell? I growled, twisting and turning the knobs in front of me. Work, damn it, work! A knock sounded on the bathroom door then, and I blew out a frustrated breath. Stomping over to my towel, I quickly wrapped it around my body and unlocked the door before swinging it open. I know what it looks like, but I swear I wasn't going to use it before you. My words trailed off when my eyes landed on Joey. You're back. I'm back. Well, good. Tightening my hold on my towel, I gripped the door and tried to play it cool. Because you've done a crappy job installing this shower. This stupid thing doesn't even work. I know, he replied, as he stepped around me and walked over to the toilet. That's why I'm back. Crouching down in front of the toilet, he reached behind the cistern. Forgot to switch the stopcock back on. The stopcock! I laughed. What the hell is that? Twisting the knob on a valve, Joey reached up and flushed the toilet and then hovered over the bowl, watching the water circle. Seemingly satisfied with that, Joey stood up and walked over to the shower and switched it on. This time, when the motor roared to life, it was accompanied by a steady spray of water coming from the jets. Ta-da! Yay! I clapped in delight. My hero! Easy to please you, Malloy. That's impressive, Joe. He snorted. I turned the water back on. I wouldn't have known how to do that. He shrugged and moved for the sink, turning on the tap to wash his hands. Well, enjoy your shower. Oh, don't worry. I'd planned to. Thanks again, Joe. Anytime. Switching the tap off, he looked around for a towel, and when he couldn't find one, he walked over to where I was standing and dried his hands on the bottom of my towel. Hey! I growled, slapping at his hands. Rude. Nice towel, he shot back with a cheeky wink before moving for the door. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. Hold up! My heart pounded loudly in my chest as I followed him to the door, slipping around him to press my back to the wood. And keep him for a little bit longer. Are you going to your match now? He didn't look happy when he said, "That's the plan." "Do you even want to play?" My question seemed to throw him because he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why would you even ask that?" "Because you never look happy on the pitch," I replied, readjusting my hold on my towel, looking up at his face as I offered him a sad smile. "You never look happy anywhere." "And you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?" He was quick to counter, immediately on the defence as his walls shot up around him. "Watching everything I do like a fucking stalker." "Lower the gun, Joe." Knowing every one of his tricks, I kept my tone even when I said, "I'm not the enemy." Joey glowered at me for a long moment before the hostility in his eyes eventually gave way to resignation. "I know." Blinking, he released a harsh breath and shook his head. "I know, Malloy." "I know you do," I replied, reaching up to rub the prickly fucker's shoulder. "It's okay. I forgive you." Heat blazed in his dark eyes when he snapped, "I'm not sorry." Yes, he was. "I know." Reaching up, I ruffled his blonde hair and grinned. "I still forgive you." Unable to conceal his discomfort or his agitated state in general, he ran a hand through his hair and gestured to where I was standing. "Can you move aside so I can leave? I'm going to be late for the match." "I'll move aside," I told him, "if you promise to wait for me." He frowned. "Wait for you?" "Yeah," I smiled. "I'm coming with you." "Coming with me?" Another frown. "Where?" "You're going to the GAA pitch." "I'm going to the GAA pitch. We can keep each other company on the walk." "No." "Yes." "You're not coming with me." "Oh, yes, I am." Joey stared at me in horror, walls shooting back up at a rapid rate. In what alternative universe did I give you the impression that I would want you to come with me? How about the universe where you quit pretending that my mere presence irritates you and admit that you adore the ground I walk on? His mouth fell open. "I do not." "You do too." Smiling up at him, I patted his shoulder. "Friend." "I'm not your—" "Don't even think about finishing that sentence." Swiftly clamping his mouth shut, he swallowed. He stared at me for the longest time before growling. "You have 5 minutes and then I'm leaving." Grinning in victory, I patted his chest before stepping aside and moving for the shower. "I'll be ready in 20 minutes. 10, he bit out, swinging the bathroom door open, "or I'm leaving without you." 20, I called over my shoulder as I dropped my towel and climbed into the shower. "You can wait in my room." The bathroom door slammed behind him, and then I heard him say, 15, and that's final. 20, I crooned, thoroughly enjoying his agitation. "You're a pain in my hole." I laughed.
Clash of the Ash, September 1st, 2001. Joey. I was beyond agitated, and the worst part was knowing that it had been very little to do with the slating we had taken in the first half of our match, and everything to do with her. My annoyance didn't stem from the fact that Malloy had, once again, inserted herself into my life by tagging along to the pitch with me, nor did it come from the play-by-play she had given me on the walk over of the day trip that she had taken with Casey earlier this summer to the Aquadome in Tralee. Yeah, apparently Malloy deemed me to be a good enough friend of hers to subject me to a detailed account of her misadventure with a rogue tampon string.
Much of the conversation had consisted of the perils of swimming pools, unexpected periods, and skimpy white bikinis, and had left me feeling slightly disturbed and eternally grateful to possess a dick. The driving force behind my agitation was the fact, when we had arrived at the pitch, she had allowed that piece of shit boyfriend of hers to talk down to her like she was a child. When we rocked up to the GAA grounds, Ricey had all but shit pebbles. He didn't want her anywhere near me. I wouldn't have blamed him for feeling that way had he treated her even remotely good enough, but he didn't. He was a sanctimonious prick that, when he wasn't speaking over her, was speaking down to her, or abandoning her like she was a suitcase he couldn't fit in his car, and decided he no longer needed. Ricey looked at Malloy and saw a pretty face and a smoking body, and for him, that was enough. He didn't care to scratch the surface. Meanwhile, I knew what she was about. I had her personality pegged to a T. His girlfriend was mischievous, self-assured, free-spirited, good-time girl, with a pure heart and a penchant for trouble. Her easygoing, playful nature meant that she didn't take a lot of his jibes to heart, but I did. I fucking took them to heart for her. Watching her tolerate his less than stellar treatment of her irked the hell out of me. It evoked feelings in my chest that had no business being there in the first place.
Lynch!
Eddie snapped, dragging my attention away from the screen of my phone, where I was attempting to play a game of Snake to calm myself down and distract myself from the very strong urge I had to lunge across the changing room and pummel Paul the prick.
Shit!
I grumbled when his interruption caused me to die in my game, and I quickly snapped my head up to look at my coach, who was pacing the changing room floor. Yeah?
Put the phone away,
He instructed.
you're on my time now. You can text your girlfriend after the match.
Girlfriend? I shook my head in confusion. What girlfriend?
That blonde one you're always knocking around with, Eddie snapped. The one person on top of the dugouts, driving me half mental with all the cheering. Do me a favour, lad, and leave her at home for the next match. She's a distraction, texting you and tormenting you when you're trying to play. You can be doing all the loving you want with her on your own time, after you win this game for me.
Oh, shit! Alec laughed, pressing his fist to his mouth as he gestured between myself and Ricey with his free hand. He thinks she's your... Shut the fuck up! Ricey seethed as he flung his helmet across the room at Alec, before rising to his feet and storming out of the room. The changing room erupted with laughter. Feeling an immediate shift in my mood, I smirked to myself, thrilled that Eddie had unintentionally riled Paul up, and finding it even more humorous that he thought she was mine. She is yours.
Have I missed something?
Eddie asked, looking around to each of us.
What's the matter with Rice?
That smoking hot distraction you're talking about? Alec snickered. Yeah, that would be Rice's girlfriend. He waggled his brows before adding, but don't worry, Eddie, lad. I reckon Lynchy'll be doing plenty of loving with her in the near future. Jesus Christ, Al. I chuckled as the team laughed and bantered around us. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Right. That's enough of that,
Eddie grumbled, looking embarrassed.
Hey, get your holes out of that pitch and put us in the running for some silverware.
Sore and uncomfortable, I slid my helmet back on, grabbed my Hurley, and made my way out of the changing room and back to the pitch. Woohoo! Would you look at the ass on number 6? a familiar voice called out when I slipped through the metal gate of the fencing that separated the supporters from the field and moved to join the rest of my team. Sitting on top of our team's dugout, inside the fencing where she had no business being, Malloy winked down at me. "Nice moves!" "Nice legs," I replied, feeling much more sated now than 10 minutes ago. She beamed down at me from her perch, with her long legs dangling off the edge of the steel roof. "Stay out of trouble out there, okay?" I nodded slowly. "I'll try my best. And make sure you do." She laughed. "Because I've put an awful lot of effort into saving you, Six." A confused laugh escaped me. "What does that mean?" Malloy winked. "It means what it means, my friend. Now go play with your stick and ball." "Aoife!" Ricey snapped, stalking towards her just as the referee blew the whistle. "What the hell are you doing?" Reluctantly, I jogged back onto the pitch and took up my position as the second half went underway. I couldn't concentrate for shit, though. Not when my gaze kept drifting back to where Ricey, who had been subbed off for the second half, was arguing with Malloy. "Run, Joey lad!" Eddie screamed from the sidelines when I caught a sweet ball mid-air. Usually I didn't need to be told to do anything. When I got a sliotar in my hand, I moved on instinct. Not today, though. Not as I watched that prick grab Malloy's arm and drag her off the roof of the dugouts. She fell onto her knees and I lost it. Abandoning the sliotar on the ground, I stalked towards him, ripping my helmet off as I moved, feeling a level of fury that was almost inhuman. He had his hand clamped around her arm and was trying to pull her towards the gate, shouting something that I was too far away from them to hear. "Joey!" Eddie was screaming. "What are you doing? Go back! Lynchy!" "Number 6, get back on the pitch, or you're booked." Ignoring them all, I kept moving, not stopping until that bastard was within reach. Tossing my hurley aside, I caught a hold of the back of his jersey and ripped him away from her. "What are you—" Ricey began to warn, but was quickly silenced by the fist I implanted in his jaw. Staggering backwards, he cupped his jaw and tried to steady himself. "What the hell is your problem?" "You!" I roared, chest heaving. "You putting your hands on her like that. Jesus Christ!" Ricey roared back to me. "When you going to get it through your head that she's my girlfriend, asshole, not yours?" "Don't you ever touch her like that again. Do you hear me? Or what? Or I'll put you in a body bag. Ah, fuck off back to the tramp whose legs you came out of, you filthy scumbag." "Joey, no!" Malloy screamed, hurrying to step between us, but it was too late, because I had well and truly taken leave of my senses.
Boyfriends and boyfriends. September 3rd, 2001. Aoife. "What did you do?" Casey demanded, bright and early on Monday morning, sliding into the seat next to mine in tutorial. "The whole school is talking about it." It was our first day back to school after the summer holidays, and our teacher was late, leaving the class in disarray. Everyone was chatting loudly to each other while I slowly withered in my seat. Oh, God. Dropping my head on the desk, I resisted the urge to wail. "You mean the fight, right?" "Obviously," Casey replied, eyes wide. "Spill the beans." "Where do I start?" I groaned. The fight that had broken out between Paul and Joey at the weekend could only be described as a vicious dogfight that, had they not been dragged off each other, I had no doubt would have resulted in someone being taken away by ambulance. And that was not me being dramatic either. Never in my life had I seen such violence up close and personal. I could still remember the sound of bones crunching, The white t-shirt I'd been wearing was now in the wheelie bin, having been sprayed with blood that Mam couldn't get out in the wash. Whose blood, I couldn't say for sure, because by the time they were pulled apart, both boys had been doing quite a bit of bleeding in their own rights. 2 desks to my left was a badly bruised Paul, while 6 rows behind me, at the back of the class, was a slightly less bruised Joey. Neither one would look at the other, or me. "I don't know how it got so out of hand, Case," I groaned, after giving my best friend a detailed report on the weekend's shenanigans. "But apparently it's all my fault." They had both been suspended from the hurling team, something they were both clearly furious about, and the blame was being placed at my feet. "Well, it sort of is," my best friend laughed, offering me zero sympathy for my ordeal. "Wow," I grumbled. "Thanks a lot, bitch." "Oh, stop," she said, making a psh noise. "You know I'm right. I'm just saying what you already know out loud." "Ugh," I groaned, knowing that she was right. "I just want to have your cake and let Joey eat it," she teased. "He's just my friend, Case." "Yeah, he's just your fuckable friend who can't play nice with your equally fuckable boyfriend," she corrected with a chuckle. "All the while, your most fuckable friend of all, moi, had to spend the last weekend of summer listening to the sound of her mother's headboard crashing against the bedroom wall because you're too busy chasing boys to hang out with your bestie." I winced. "Sorry." "Whatever, bitch." She rolled her eyes again. "Just take me with you next time. I would have paid good money to see those boys throw down." Grinning, she added, "Was it hot?" "It was hot, wasn't it? Did they rip each other's jerseys off? Was their skin on show? Did you see abs? Tell me." "You're a perverted freak. And you're a greedy bitch keeping them both for yourself." I glared at her for a moment before blowing out a breath. There was skin on show. Her blue eyes lit up with excitement. "Whose?" "Joey's." "Yes!" She pretended to bite her fist. "Give me more." "The coaches ripped his jersey trying to pull him off Paul," I whispered, leaning close so we weren't overheard by any nosy bodies. "I've never seen anything like it, Case. It literally took 3 fully grown men to drag him away." "He's a scary boy, Eve," she replied. "Sexy, yes, but downright terrifying." "No, he's not." "Yes, he is," she corrected, tone serious now. "You know, I'm from Elks Terrace too. I grew up on the other side of the estate from him. Hell, I even went to the same play school as him. In fact, I specifically remember him being stood in the corner for fighting most days. I've seen him in action on way more occasions than you, babe, so trust me when I tell you that Joey Lynch is a very scary boy." "Not to me," I heard myself whisper. "To me, he's just Joey." "And Paul?" "Paul is... Paul." "You're playing with fire, Eve," she replied, eyes full of concern. "You need to cool this friendship with Joey or end it with Paul. This can't continue." "I'm not doing anything with Joey. I care about him, okay? It's okay to care about a person." "Maybe you're not doing anything with him physically." "Physical is the line. I have not crossed the line, Case." "It's supposed to be the line," she agreed, tone uncertain. "What does that mean?" "It means that you're my best friend and I don't want to see you get hurt," she said. "And messing around with Joey Lynch is going to get you hurt." "I'm not hurt." "You're not hurt yet," she interrupted. "But you will be if you don't start protecting that heart of yours." She sighed heavily before whispering, "For what it's worth, I don't blame you for holding back with Paul. He's not exactly a knight in shining armour, but jumping from Paul's ship to Joey's is the equivalent of jumping out of the pan and into the fire. I know you care about him, Eve. I get that, okay? But boys like that can't be fixed. Not with friendship or love or anything else, because they are just not fixable." "I can't walk away from him," I admitted, voice torn. "I don't know why, but I just can't do it." "From who? From Paul?" Her gaze flicked to the desk behind us, and she winced before saying, "Or from Joey." Following her line of sight, I turned around in my seat just in time to get an eyeful of Nessa Murphy slipping her hand under the desk she was sharing with Joey. Twisting sideways in her seat, she leaned in close and whispered something in his ear. Whatever they were whispering to each other had Joey giving her a heated look, and Nessa rising from her seat and walking out of class. Not missing a beat, Joey stood up and followed her out of the room, completely ignoring me when he passed our desk. My heart sank. Forget sinking, it shattered in my chest. It didn't take a genius to know where they were going or what they planned to do when they got there. "Still can't walk away, Eve?" Case asked sadly. "Because he doesn't seem to have the same problem."
A minor disagreement. September 24th, 2001. Joey. "Whose fist did your face get in the wrong side of?" were the first words Podge Kelly said to me when I slid into my desk beside his at the back of the classroom for a Monday morning tutorial. "You look like you went 10 rounds with Tyson." Yeah, I felt it too. I can still remember the feel of my father's steel-capped boot as he drove it into my ribcage on Friday night. I could remember the smell, the sensation, the pain, all of it. It was ingrained in my memory, in vivid technicolor. "That's right, you little bastard." He laughed cruelly. "Hide behind a locked door like your sister. Do I have a son or 2 daughters in there?" "Fuck you!" I roared back as I staggered to my feet with a lifetime's worth of beatings urging me on. "No, Joey, don't," Shannon cried as she tried and failed to pull me to safety. "Don't go out there." Dragging the chest of drawers away from the door, I clumsily unlocked the door and swung it open, knowing that I wasn't quite big enough to get the better of the bastard yet, but not giving 2 shits either way. I would rather take another lifetime of beatings than let him think he got the better of me. Refusing to curl up into a ball like a wounded animal would, like my mother would, I had pushed onto my hands and knees, trying and failing to climb back up with every forceful hit of his boot. With one hand slung across my aching chest, I had taken comfort in the feel of the frantic thump of my heartbeat against my ribcage, while silently counting my teeth with my tongue, forcing myself to swallow down the steady trickle of blood that was coming from my lip. I remained perfectly still as my mind wildly pondered my predicament. When he had me on the ground, good and beaten, the bastard had spat in my face. Broken and barely breathing, I lay on my bedroom floor like a child, listening as his footsteps slowly retreated from my room. "You can go," a voice deep inside my mind hissed. "You don't have to put up with his shit a second longer. Pack your bags, do it, Darren, and run." Refuting the notion, I shook my head and released a pained groan feeling groggy and shit, and about 3 kicks to the head away from the grave. If you don't get out of this house, you're going to die in it. Yeah, I had a real stellar weekend. Shrugging, I dropped my bag on the floor beside me and quickly tugged my hoodie off, knowing if I didn't, I would be taking the familiar trip to the office. Got it in a match. We didn't have a match at the weekend. Training then. We didn't have training either, lad. Who are you? My mother? I snapped, bristling. Do you want a list of my whereabouts? Fuck off with your questions, you spanner. Leaning over, he pulled at the collar of my shirt. Jesus, Joy! Your neck is black and blue. Touch me again, and you won't have a hand to wank yourself off with. I warned him, shoving his hand away before quickly fixing the collar of my grey school shirt. Frowning, Podge ran a hand through his bright red hair and mumbled, Relax, lad. I was only asking out of concern. Under his breath, Sorry for caring. Well, don't. What? Don't worry about my friend. Don't ask questions when you come into school looking like you've had the living shit beaten out of you. Exactly. I shot back, reaching into my bag for my homework journal. Don't ask and don't care. Fine, he snapped, and for a brief moment I wondered what would happen if I told him the truth, before mentally flinching when Darren's words of warning reverberated in my mind. Go ahead and tell your teacher. See what'll happen when you do. See what will happen to the rest of them. They'll take us all away, split us up. Maybe your conscience can live with them having their innocence stolen, but mine sure as hell can't. I'm trapped, I thought to myself, feeling my resolve seep back into my veins at a rapid pace. I'm all alone. I felt snared, fucking cornered, surrounded by liars and cheats. I couldn't turn my back for a goddamn second. Exhausting from fighting a war I could never win, and cut open from betrayal, I struggled to rein in my tumultuous thoughts. Nothing made sense anymore. It felt like everyone was out to get me. I couldn't trust a goddamn soul, that was for sure. Help wasn't available for people like us, with families like ours. We were fucked, royally screwed, and I was too broken to keep these kids alive any longer. Not when I wanted to die. It was at that exact moment that my phone vibrated, signalling a text message. Sliding it out of my pocket, I quickly glanced at the screen. Holland. Smoke at lunch. Mentally sagging in relief, I quickly tapped out the response and pressed send. Lynchy. I'll be there. Shaking my head, I bounced my knee as I quickly tapped out another message. Lynchy. Got anything else? Holland. Like? Lynchy. Something stronger. Something to shut my brain off. Holland. It's your lucky day. I got a batch of 512s with your name on them. Lynchy. 512s. Will that do what I needed to do? Holland. Like you wouldn't fucking believe, my friend. Lynchy. Then I'm all in. Somewhere in my mind, I knew I was behaving in a self-destructing manner, bringing on unnecessary pain, inflicting harm upon my own body and mind, but I couldn't stop myself. The depression eating me from the inside out forbid me to. My body was in pilot mode. I was going through the motions, just
trying to get from A to B by any means necessary. A smoke used to do that for me, but not anymore. I could feel my love affair with cannabis beginning to wane, because as the beatings from my father continued to intensify, my control continued to slip, and my desperate need to escape grew to epic proportions. I needed something stronger. Something to make it all stop. Something to make it through the days. "What's the story with you two?" Podge asked then, obviously trying to clear the air, as he gestured across the classroom. "And don't feed me the same line you gave everyone else." "Who?" I replied flatly, sliding my phone back into my pocket. "Who?" Podge gave me a "don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining" look. "Aoife, you bollocks. Who else?" The minute he said her name, I found myself searching the room for the familiar blonde hair, only to discover that she was already staring at me. With my brow cocked, I stared back at her, and mouthed the word "stalker," proving once again that she was unlike any other girl in our year, who would blush and look away under scrutiny. Malloy arched her brow right back at me and mouthed, "Fuck up." I winked. "Nice legs." Grinning, she scratched her nose in with her middle finger. "Asshole." Fighting back the urge to laugh, I shook my head and turned away, knowing all too well how distracting she could be. Sometimes she wasted entire classes worth of my time with her playful bullshit antics. While we never actually cleared the air after the fight I had with her precious prick of a boyfriend a few weeks back, she had somehow wormed her way back into my good graces. Something I had vowed would never happen after witnessing her once again go back to him. My attempt at ignoring her had lasted 3 days, because in all honesty, staying away from Aoife Malloy was almost as difficult for me as staying mad at her was. She was my boss's daughter, and I shared a classroom with her for 7 hours a day. Some of our classes had mandatory seating plans, where I was given no choice but to endure her witty banter for 40 minutes at a time. On Wednesdays we had 4 classes in which we were partnered up. That was a hard damn day to ignore her, which was how I had only lasted 3 days in the first place. I didn't know what to make of her. If I was being completely honest, she was like the sweetest fucking smell that wouldn't go away. A part of me was terrified that she would keep digging, somehow manage to break through my walls, through every one of my rotten layers, until she got to the ugly centre of me, and then run for the hills. A bigger part of me refused to care. Why should I? What the fuck did it matter to me if she walked away or not? I wasn't losing any sleep over her. I refused to. She meant nothing to me, and she never would. Plagued with an immeasurable weight of responsibility from the moment I fell out of bed in the morning until I collapsed back into it at night, I struggled to maintain anything more than a casual friendship or hookup in my personal life, which was fine by me. I didn't know how to trust people, and I didn't want to learn how. I had plenty of acquaintances, so-called friends to fuck around with at school and training. Besides, I didn't need the hassle of having any extra people draining from steadily depleting supply of energy. My family did enough of that on the daily. "There's no story, Podge," I said, clearing my thoughts. "She's got it in her head that we're friends. Aren't she?" "I don't know what we are." Bumming a pen from his pencil case, I quickly forged a week's worth of my mother's signatures on my homework journal and bad behaviour report book, signing off on every note of warning I'd received from my teachers and year head, and then admired my handiwork. Marie Lynch. I arched a brow and smiled to myself. Not bad. Did you score with her? Who? I asked, distracted, as I carved my initials into the desk with his compass. The Virgin Mary, Podge replied, drolly. Who do you think? Did he score with who? Alex Dempsey asked, turning back in his seat to talk to us. His curious gaze flicked from Podge's face to mine. Who'd you score with, Lynchy? No one. Aoife Malloy. Oh shit, lad. I thought that was just banter. You actually rode her? Alex's eyes widened. Is that why the fight broke out? No. 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 I repeated slowly. What part of the word no is so hard to grasp? My gaze flicked to Ricey then, and he quickly turned his attention to the front of the class, avoiding eye contact. I smirked, enjoying his discomfort. Now this piece of shit I had no problem ignoring, and with the exception of a few passing comments when we had to play together, I went about my business pretending that he didn't exist. I'd shown him with my fists how I felt about him that day, and he had the good sense to keep wide berth of me since. Of course he did, Podge accused, winking at Alec. That's why she's always staring at him. Lad, she's by far the best-looking girl in our year, he groaned. Maybe in the whole school. There was no maybe about it. Malloy's claim on that particular title was undisputed. That's why Ricey's so obsessed with her. He has to have the best of everything and be the best at everything. He hardly ever lets the girl out of his sight, Alec offered. And then his eyes bulged in his head. Seriously, lads, he's fairly obsessed with Aoife, and would lose his shit if she went behind his back. Holy fuck! Did you score with her at the garage? That's where you work with her dad, isn't it? She'd be there without Ricey, Podge offered. It's a good opportunity to get some alone time. Oh my God, lad, it's perfect, Alec agreed with an enthusiastic nod. That's how you fucked her, without him catching you, isn't it? I narrowed my eyes in disgust. See, this is exactly how the rumour mill gets started around here. I'm surprised you could pry her legs open, Mike Malloy laughed, as he joined in the conversation. From what I hear, she's a tighter than a... Finish that sentence, I said coldly. Go on, I dare you. See what happens. And you would know a lot about prying a girl's legs open, wouldn't you, Mike, with that big frigid head on you? Podge chuckled, trying to steer the conversation back to warmer waters, back to safety. If you say that you weren't with her, then I'll take your word for it, Joe. There's no other way to take the truth, I said flatly. Jesus! She's a serious ride, though, Mike added, sighing. Ricey's some jammy fucker to have managed to convince her to go out with him. Tell me about it, lad, Alec agreed. I swear, I've had dreams about her legs, the length of them, and that skirt. Swallowing down a surge of bitterness, I forced myself to block out their voices, because if I didn't, there was a very good chance I would lose my shit. For once, luck was on my side. Joseph Lynch, Mrs. Falvey, our yearhead, announced when she walked into the classroom a beat later. You're wanted in the office. She clicked her tongue, disapproval etched on her face. And bring your red book with you. What did you do this time? Mike whispered, nosy as usual. Fuck if I know, I muttered, quickly rising to my feet. Only delighted to be getting away from the conversation unfolding around me, I grabbed my bag and headed for the door. I am so disappointed in you, Mrs. Falvey said when I passed her desk. I thought we had gotten a handle on your behavioural issues last year. And what with it being a new term and all, I was willing to give you a clean slate, but then, 4 weeks into term, and I come to find that you've been fighting again." "With who?" I asked, tone laced with confusion, as I scratched the back of my head. "Marcus Shorten." "Marcus who?" "He's from Kilcock Community College." She bit out. "Ring any bells?" I stared blankly. "You broke his finger, Joey," she said with a frustrated sigh. "With your Horley, on purpose." "When?" "Last Friday," she hissed. "His mother phoned the school this morning. As you can imagine, she was very upset about the matter. She wants to take it to the board." "Oh, yeah," I mused, vaguely recalling the incident on the pitch last Friday, when our schools met in a league game. His mother actually phoned the school. "Yes, she did. She was very upset." "That wasn't a fight," I scoffed. What a sap, telling his mammy on me. The teacher's eyes narrowed. "And what would you call it?" Fucker nearly took my knuckles off with a steel band on the bass of the Horley. I was only returning the favour. "A minor disagreement." "Well, that minor disagreement has earned you your first suspension of the school year," she snapped. "Congratulations." Clapping her hands together mockingly, she asked, "Is there anything you'd like to say for yourself?" "Yeah. We won the game last Friday," I replied with a shrug. "And I was man of the match."
Suspensions and Stilettos. October 18th, 2001. Aoife. €50, Dad! I tried to plead my case on Thursday evening after school. It's for a good cause. Since when is a new pair of shoes a good cause? I shrugged. Would you prefer if I lied and told you that I would put the money in the poor box? Aoife, please, Dad, I begged. I'll never ask you for anything else ever again. Until you need a skirt to go with the shoes, like every other time you've asked me for money. Okay, fair point, I conceded, holding a hand up. But you don't understand how badly I need these shoes, Dad. They're perfect for the costume I'm planning on wearing for Halloween. What's your mother saying about it? I rolled my eyes. You know, ma'am. Dad frowned. If your mother doesn't think, come on, Dad, I coaxed, and then pulled out my trump card. Kev gets any computer game he asks for and never has to jump through hoops either. It's almost as if you guys don't want me. A laugh erupted from beneath the car I was leaning against. I glared down at the culprit, who was sprawled out on a creeper with only the lower half of his body available to kick. Aoife, Dad sighed. Of course we want you. I'm only asking for a pair of shoes, Dad, I wailed, tone forcefully soft and frail. Please. Jesus, Dad muttered, wiping his hands on an oil rag. Fine, I'll get my wallet. It's in the office. You are the best. I swear that you will live with me forever and will never see the inside of a nursing home, I crooned, throwing my arms around him with glee. But yes, get your wallet, I added, steering him in the direction of his office, because they're the last pair on the shelves and I will die if Danielle Long beats me to the counter with them. Waiting until my father had disappeared inside his office, I turned my attention back to Joey. With one leg on either side of his body, I reached down, fisted the front of his overalls and yanked hard, causing him to roll out from under the car, spanner in hand. Do you mind? He drawled, looking up at me from his perch, with his baseball cap slung on backwards and oil smeared on his cheek. I'm kind of in the middle of something here. Do you mind? I shot back, hands on my hips as I stood over him and glared. You could have blown that for me with your snickering. You're a manipulative little witch, aren't you? He laughed again, playing your old man like that. Only when I have to, I huffed, unwilling to feel bad about it. You didn't see the shoes. Shoes? He snorted, shaking his head. And you wonder why we're not compatible? Oh, get you, mister. I have no problem throwing my money away on weed, I tossed back. I guarantee if you saw me wearing those shoes, you'd understand. If they look as good on you as that yellow thong you're wearing, then I'm going to have to agree, he replied, gesturing to the perfect view up my skirt that I had unintentionally given him. Close your eyes. Close your legs. No. Heat flamed inside of me. I'm not embarrassed. Neither am I. You're looking up my skirt. You're flashing your pussy in my face. Oh my God! I choked out. You did not just say that. Chuckling softly, he moved to roll back under the car. Wait! Stopping him from disappearing under the car by pressing my foot to his stomach, I wheeled him back out, unwilling to let him win this particular round of banter. So, you like the colour yellow? It recently became my favourite. Is that so? That's so, Malloy. My favourite colour is yellow too. It's a good colour on you. I look even better when I take it off. Feeling mischievous, I purred. You're so sure of us being incompatible, but I wonder if that might change if I sat on your lap. Do you think we'd find common ground there, Joe? Why don't you take a seat and we'll find out? What? Thrown off kilter by his flirtatious attack, I frowned at him. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're flirting with me. You're flirting with me. So? I huffed. I always flirt with you. He grinned. Well, maybe I've decided to change tactics. By flirting? Well, he shrugged. Being an asshole doesn't seem to be working in my favour, does it? But you're so good at being an asshole. Come closer and I'll show you how good I can be in other ways. Okay, now you're freaking me out, I choked out, springing away from him. Stop this right now and give me back my asshole. Laughing, Joey wheeled himself back under the car. You lost that round, Malloy. I didn't lose, I huffed. You changed the rules. Yeah, he called out from under the car. Go and buy your shoes, princess.
My costume is better than his. October 31st, 2001, Joey. One more street, Joe, Ollie begged, hands clasped together, as he stared up at me with those big brown eyes that usually made me cave in and give him whatever he wanted. Not tonight. There was an underage disco happening at the GAA pavilion tonight to celebrate Halloween, and as soon as I got these two fuckers home to bed, I had every intention of attending and getting shit-faced. It was the only thing that was keeping me going, knowing that there was a naggin of vodka and a joint with my name on them, waiting for me across town. You have a carrier bag full of sweets, lad, leaning against someone randomer's garden wall. I played another mindless round of Snake on my phone, ignoring the hordes of trick-or-treaters running up and down the street. You have plenty. Tag's got more than me, Ollie whined. He got's whole bag more than me. See, Joe? He pointed at our brother, who was carting around an overflowing plastic bag of sweets in one arm, and an equally overflowing pillowcase thrown over his shoulder. It's not fair. Give it a rest, you big moaner, Tag shot back with a snicker. Maybe if you stopped trying to have a conversation with every old biddy that answers the door to you, then you'd have gotten more houses done. I was being nice. Ollie shot back, tone hurt. I was using my manners. And I was using my brain, Tag countered. So quit complaining. But he's got more than me, Ollie complained again. Look, Joe, look. That means the Tag's going to be a whole lot fatter than you, I replied, distracted, and then muttering a string of curses under my breath when I got killed in my game. Yeah, well, my costume is better than his, Ollie grumbled, gesturing to the makeshift cape and mask that Shannon had made for him. I'm Robin. Don't get carried away with yourself, Olls, Tag shot back. You have a black bin bag wrapped round your shoulders. You look more like a bag of shit someone's dragged out of a wheelie bin than Robin. Tag, I warned. Pack it in. He's only small. Yeah, well, I look better than you, Ollie huffed, folding his skinny arms across his equally skinny chest. You're a crappy Batman. Maybe I am, Tag agreed. But I still get more sweets than you. Right, I said, shoving my phone in my pocket. Come on, lads. We've been out for almost 2 hours. Time to get home. I've things to do. What things? Tag demanded, eyeing me wearily, as I herded them across the road, grabbing a hold of Ollie's hand when he almost ran out in front of a car. Smirking, I gave him a wink. A guard wouldn't ask that question. Uh-oh, Ollie grumbled, plodding along beside me. That sounds like trouble. You have no idea, kid. I already know where you're going anyway, Tag huffed. That disco in the Pav. Then why'd you ask? He shrugged. Don't know. Is it a fancy dress? Ollie's face lit up. Do you got a costume? It's got, not gots. Tag sighed. Learn how to speak, will you? Tag, I said in a warning tone before answering Ollie. I don't know, kid. I suppose some of the girls will dress up in scary costumes. More like as slutty angels and devils. Some of them, I offered, instead, distracted at the possibility. Without my brain's permission, my imagination conjured up a fantastic fucking visual of Malloy, with her long legs on full display and red fishnet stockings, and her tits pressed together in a skimpy white nurse's dress, with one of those little nurse's hats perched on the top of her long blonde hair. Jesus. But then my imagination went all Judas on me by envisioning Paul the prick all over her on the dance floor. And I physically balked. Thoroughly disgusted now, I pushed all thoughts of Malloy to the back of my mind and concentrated on getting the boys home. When I brought my brothers home after trick-or-treating, Shannon greeted us at the front door, waiting patiently for her cut of the loot, an agreement she and the boys had shaken on when she agreed to make their costumes. Leaving them to their arguing, I hurried upstairs to take a shower and change my clothes. When I walked into the kitchen 20 minutes later, Ma'am was at her usual perch at the table. "You smell nice," she said, nursing a cup of tea. "Are you going out?" "There's a disco over at the Pav tonight. I'm meeting Podge and a few of the lads from school there," I replied, tone civilized. Something that was always easier to do when the old man was out of the house. A massive blow-up last week had sent my father temporarily packing. "Any sign of him?" I asked, reaching into the fridge for a can of Coke. "Did he phone?" Because let's face it, we all knew he would. Once he grew bored of whatever flavour of the week that he had decided was better than the mother of his children, he'd come crawling back. He always did. "No." Shaking her head, she released a small sigh. "I told you last week. He's gone. For good this time," I finished for her, reeling off the same line I'd heard at least half a dozen times a year since I was old enough to remember.
Will you be okay on your own with the kids? I eyed her swollen belly, and a swell of concern gnawed at my gut. I can stay home if you need me to. No, you should go, she said, pulling herself to her feet. I'll be fine here. Ma'am, if I go out, I'll be late. In other words, I won't be back if you change your mind and decide you need me. Are you sure you'll be all right? I frowned, uncertain. What about the baby? I'm not due for another 3 weeks, she replied, and I have Shannon here to keep me company. Smiling, which was a rare sight these days, she added, we might get a Chinese and watch a film once the boys go to bed. Yeah, I wouldn't count on them going to sleep any time soon, I told her, thinking about the bags of sweets they'd collected. Here, pausing for a moment, I reached into my jeans pocket and pulled out a €20 note. Get your takeaway with that. No, no, Mum argued, shaking her head. That's yours. I have enough money. No, she didn't. I knew this because I'd watched her put her last tenner in the electric meter earlier. It's grand. I got paid yesterday, I told her, thrusting the money back into her hand. I still have money for myself. She stared at the money in her hand for a long time before shakily stuffing it into her dressing-gown pocket. Thank you, Joey. It's grand. Just make sure Shannon eats something, will ya? I said, grabbing my keys and moving for the front door. She's skin and bones these days. You both are. I will, I promise, Ma'am replied, following me to the front door, and then lingering awkwardly in the doorway when I stepped outside. Have a good night. Yeah, I replied. You too, Ma'am. Joey, she called out when I was standing at the garden wall, wrapping her dressing gown tightly around herself. Ma'am hurried towards me. Frozen to the spot, I didn't move a muscle when she reached up and pressed her small hand to my cheek. Blue eyes watering with unshed tears, she leaned up on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to my cheek. Be safe. Yeah, I replied, gruffly, clearing my throat as guilt filled me for the sins that we both knew I would commit tonight. I will, ma'am.
Slut Drops and Alcopops. October 31st, 2001. Aoife. The pavilion was packed to the rafters on Halloween night, with people grinding and sweating all over each other in their hunt for a good time, and I was no exception to the rule. Throwing shapes to Flip and Phil's Shake Ya Shimmy in my fancy new shoes, courtesy of Daddy Dearest, with my best friend by my side, I let loose and threw myself into the moment. With our costumes coordinating, Casey was the slutty devil to my equally slutty angel. With her horns and my halo, we made quite the pair on the dance floor, enjoying the attention we were receiving from the lads in our year almost as much as the music. Cuff on, Aoife! An angry voice growled in my ear as a big body pressed up against me from behind, and a pair of big hands clamped down on my hips. Everyone is looking at you. So? That's the point, Casey laughed. So I don't like it, Paul snapped. You're with me, which means you're mine to look at, not every fella in this place. Enough of the fucking peep show. 1, you don't own me, I slurred, grinding my body against his. 2, I'm only dancing. Yeah, like a slut. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious, he shouted. Do you want everyone to think that I'm going out with a slut? Oh my God! I shook my head angrily and swung around to glare up at him. You did not just say that to me. My whole fucking team is looking at you, he argued, cheeks reddening. It's embarrassing for me having my girlfriend shaking her ass like that. I narrowed my eyes. Go fuck yourself, Paul." "No, babe, wait." Shrugging out of his hold, I grabbed Casey's hand and sexy danced towards her, ignoring the killjoy behind me. "What's his problem?" Casey shouted over the music, gesturing to where Paul was scowling behind me. "Apparently I'm embarrassing him." Narrowing her eyes, she sucked on her middle finger before using it to flip him off. "Asshole." DJ Alligator Project's The Whistle song blasted all around us then, drawing every teenager within a 10-mile radius onto the dance floor. "Screw him," Casey ordered, dragging me deeper into the crowd. "Let's just have a girls' night." "Excellent plan." Drunk off the good time and the vodka flushing through our veins, we ground against each other, shaking our asses like we were contestants for the role of the next member of Destiny's Child. Spying one of the lads from our class, who was dressed as the funniest Marilyn Monroe I'd ever seen in my life, throwing shapes in the middle of the dance floor, we quickly closed in on him. "Angel legs, devil tits," Alec cheered, throwing his arms over our shoulders when we reached him. Off his head on drink, drugs, and mischief, he bumped and grinded along to the unofficial blowjob song, not giving two shits how ridiculous he looked in his cheap knockoff relic of her 7-year itch white dress and fake blonde wig, with his hairy legs on full display. "I can't cope with him," Casey half laughed, half slurred, gesturing to the big Egypt grinding his ass against us. "I can't tell if I want to slap him or kiss him." "Both," I choked out through fits of laughter, as Al ripped the top half of his dress off in dramatic fashion and pinched his own nipples, eyes rolling in equally dramatic fashion. "Cover those tits up, Marilyn," Casey laughed, reaching up to cover our classmate's nipples with her small hands. Not missing a beat, Alec's hands shot out to cup Casey's barely concealed breasts. "Are you seriously touching my tits?" "You're touching mine," Alec shot back, waggling his brows at her. "Seems like a fair treat to me." "You have some pear on you, boy." "I was about to pay you the same compliment." This is the part where they neck on. A familiar voice shouted over the music, and I turned to find an amused-looking Podge. "Told ya." Winking, he pointed back to where Casey and Alec were now mauling the lips off each other. So predictable. Laughing, I shimmied over to one of my favourite lads from our year and held my hand out to him. "Help a loner out, will you, Podge?" "The things I do for friends," he chuckled, taking my hand and pulling me in for a dance. "Won't be getting any notions now, you hear?" "I'll try my best." Grinning, I wrapped my arm around his neck and danced along to the music. "So, where's your friend tonight?" "Which friend would that be?" he teased, knowing full well who I was referring to. I rolled my eyes. "Funny. Lynchy's in here somewhere. So he actually knows how to dance?" "I don't know about dancing, but he definitely knows how to get a naggin of vodka past the bouncers." "Aoife!" Ripping me clean out of Podge's arms, my boyfriend clamped his hand around my arm and roughly pulled me back to him. "Come here for a sec." "Hey!" I snapped, yanking my arm free as I turned around to glare at him. "That hurt!" I reached up to rub my arm. "Don't do that." "Don't be such a drama queen," he protested with a roll of his eyes. "Come outside with me." He reached for my arm again. "I want to talk to you." "No." Yanking my arm free once more, I glared up at him. "You called me a slut." "I didn't mean that the way it came out." Pulling me into a hug, he leaned down and planted a kiss on my lips. "Come on, babe, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't fall out with me over it." You said that I looked like a slut, I hissed, shoving at his chest in order to escape his hold. Look at you, he shouted back at me, losing his cool. You're practically wearing underwear and rubbing yourself against another fella. Hey, Podge warned, coming to my defence. Stay out of this, Podge. Don't grab her like that, lad. It's okay, Podge. I'm grand, I told him before turning my glare back on Paul. This is a Halloween costume and Podge is my friend. I'm allowed to have friends, Paul. It's too revealing, he argued. I can see the cheeks of your ass under that thing you call a dress. It makes you look like a whore. You're better than that. Whore? Drunk and furious, I shoved at his chest. You prick. Aoife, I was dancing with my friend, enjoying myself. I wasn't doing anything wrong and you insulted me. I glared at him. Twice. That's a hard fucking limit for me, Paul. Yeah, but you've been drinking. And I'm not comfortable with it. With what exactly? I demanded, voice slurring. Me drinking or dancing? Paul opened his mouth to reply, but I quickly cut him off. You know what? Don't answer that. Don't even speak to me. In fact, why don't you consider yourself relieved of boyfriend duties for the night? At least that way you won't feel embarrassed by me. Don't do this, Aoife, he warned, snatching my hand up. Not here, not like this. You started this, Paul. Snatching my hand back, I wagged a finger in his face. You called me a slut, remember? And a whore. Shaking my head, I backed up a step or two, bumping up against a hard chest. Oops. How are you, Aoife? Mac, one of the lads from my class, asked, offering me a friendly smile. You're looking well. Hey, Mac. I smiled back at him before returning to glower at my boyfriend. You're going to eat your words, asshole. With that, I turned back to dance with my smiling classmate, who was only too happy to dance with me. Yeah, girl, Casey hooted in support as she and Alec danced over to us. You show that prick who's boss. Jesus Christ, Paul growled, grabbing a hold of my arm and roughly yanking me back towards him. You're a messy fucking drunk. And you're just plain messy, I snapped. Now leave me alone before you ruin my whole night. Let her go, Ricey lad, Max said in a concerned tone. She was only dancing with me. We're friends, lad. No harm done. Yeah, prick, Alec interjected, with Casey's red lipstick smeared all over his face. I wouldn't put hands on her if I were you. She's making a fucking show of herself, Paul seethed before dragging me away from our friends. I'd call that a lot of harm done. Hey! Casey called out after us. Let go of her arm, Paul. No, he bit out as he began to make his way through the crowd, dragging me along after him. You're going to sober up and we're going to talk about this. I don't want to talk, I complained, digging my heels into the floor. I want to dance. And make an even bigger show of me. He shook his head and continued to drag me towards the exit. Yeah, that's not happening, babe. Stop, I argued, trying and failing to break free from his hold. You're squashing my wings, my halo! Stop, I've dropped my halo on the floor. 1 minute, I was pulling with all of my might to break away from Paul's hold, and the next, I was on my hands and knees on the floor, having lost my balance when he abruptly let go of my arm. My halo! I half slurred, half cheered, reaching out a hand to retrieve it. You bastard! I wailed, when someone's big foot stomped down on it, cracking the plastic in half. You broke my halo. Put your hands on her like that again and see what'll happen. A familiar voice threatened, as the owner of said voice hooked an arm around my waist and pulled me to my feet. She's not a fucking ragdoll, asshole. Bleary-eyed, I let my gaze wander up to the owner of said voice and beamed when his familiar green eyes landed on mine. Well, hey there, Joe. Malloy, he acknowledged in his usual deep timbre. Causing trouble again? Always. Grinning wolfishly, I hooked an arm around his neck for balance, feeling my pulse skyrocket at the sight of him. What are you doing here? Looking out for you, apparently. Joey muttered, keeping one strong arm hooked around me. She's mine, dickhead, back off! Paul growled, running a hand through his hair. I'll look after her. Joey cocked a brow. Looks like you were doing a real stellar job at that. She's drunk. She's a handful when she's like this. So that's your excuse for almost pulling her arm out of its socket? Someone broke my halo, Joe, I wailed, waving a broken piece around aimlessly in front of his face. I'm a fallen angel now. Don't worry about it, he replied with a shrug. No one likes a Saint Malloy. Aoife, come on. So, what are you dressed as? I asked, batting a random hand away as my gaze trailed over the fitted white shirt and blue jeans Joey had on. Let me guess, I teased, reaching up to fluff his perfectly styled hair and then letting my hand move to the silver chain hidden beneath the collar of his shirt. You're a fallen angel too. Come on, Aoife, Paul interrupted, catching a hold of my waist and pulling me roughly to his chest. We're leaving. Now. No, I growled, huffing out a breath. I don't want to go with you. I want to stay and dance with Casey. Now, Aoife. It doesn't look like she wants to go anywhere with you, Joey interjected coolly, stepping in front of us when Paul carted me towards the exit. I don't, I agreed, nodding vigorously as I slipped out of his hold. I want to stay. Stay out of it, Lynchy, Paul warned, reaching for my arm again. She's my girlfriend, not yours. I'll look after her. Then why don't you start by asking her what she wants? Joey countered, taking a protective step in front of me. Not fucking telling her. Piercing green eyes locked on mine when he turned back to me and asked, Malloy, do you want to leave with him? No, I replied, and then hiccuped loudly. He called me a slut. You called her a slut? I did not call her a slut, Paul quickly defended, pulling on my arm. I told her that she was dancing like one. Same thing, I shot back, yanking my arm free from Paul's overly tight grip as I leaned heavily against my protector's tall frame. I'm not dealing with you tonight, so just go away and leave me alone. Aoife, no, stop. I'm not going with you, Paul. You're drunk and that prick is off his head on God knows what. Paul snarled. If you think I'm leaving you alone with him, then you're out of your mind. I'm not leaving with you, I screamed, losing my patience. I'm mad at you, remember? So what? He demanded. You'd rather stay here? His disgusted gaze flicked to Joey. With him? Why not? I slurred, patting his stubbly cheek with my hand. He's my friend. Your friend, Paul deadpanned. He's not your friend, Aoife. He's a fucking druggie who's only out for a good time. I'm your friend. I'm the one who cares about you. I'm your boyfriend. You're mine, damn it. I'm not your property, Paul. I screamed over the sound of Mickey Modell's dance version of I'll Tell Me Ma as it blasted from the DJ booth. His eyes bulged in his head and he looked like he was about to lose his mind. "Yes, you fucking are! Now let's go!" he roared, losing his cool with me. "Because there's no way in hell that I'm allowing you to stay here with him." "Allowing me?" I hissed, outraged. "You don't get to allow me to do anything, Paul. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm my own person. I make the rules for me." "Fine." He attempted to coax. "We can talk about all of it and more outside." He reached for me again, but this time it was the boy I was leaning against who batted Paul's hand away, and not gently either. "You heard her," Joey warned in a dangerously cold tone, reaching up to pry my hand off his cheek. How it got there, I had no clue. "Walk away." "Oh, you're just loving this, aren't you?" Paul narrowed his eyes. "You must have a serious death wish, prickface," Joey replied in a heated tone as he took a menacing step towards Paul. "Walk the fuck away before you restart something that I'll be only too happy to finish." "Try it," Paul snarled back. "You remember who my father is, don't you?" "Threatening me with your daddy, the guard." Joey threw his head back and laughed. "Like I give a fuck." "He's a lot higher up the pecking order than just a guard," Paul hissed. "You'd do well to remember that the next time you think about crossing me, Lynchy." Whoa, I mumbled, shaking my head as I squeezed my body between them, feeling the heat emanating from both boys as I pressed a hand to each of their chests. "Don't even think about starting a fight in here." "Who's trying to cause a fight here, Aoife?" Paul hissed back at me, tone accusing. "Because from where I'm standing, all I'm trying to do is take my drunk girlfriend home. You're the one making a scene and draped all over the school scumbag like he's your saviour. Classy, Aoife. Real fucking classy." Running a hand through his hair, Paul glowered at Joey. "If you think that you've one-upped me tonight, Lynchy, you're wrong. Because this right here," he paused to wave a hand between us before sneering, "doesn't count. She's not thinking clearly, and if you have a shred of anything decent about you, then you won't take advantage of the situation." "Hey." Joey held his hands up and smiled darkly. "All I'm doing is being a good friend to my favourite friend." "She's not your anything." Yes I am." "Hear that, Ricey?" Joey replied with a shit-eating grin etched on his face. "Your girl here is my anything." "Hey!" I snapped, glaring up at Joey. "Not cool." He shrugged in response, unapologetic. "And this is what you want to stay with instead of letting me take you home?" Paul demanded, giving me a look of such disgust that it made me wither. "A year and a half, Aoife. A year and a fucking half, and you picked that piece of shit over me." "No, Paul, I'm not picking him over you. I'm picking me over you," I snapped in a shaky tone as I shook my head and staggered away from the both of them. "This is over, Paul. Congratulations. You're a free agent. We're done." "Aoife!" Paul called after me, but I didn't turn back. Screw him. Screw them both. Shoving my way through the mob, I tried to retrace my steps back to Casey, regretting my decision to come tonight almost as much as the alcohol running through my veins. My phone was vibrating next to me. Narrowing my eyes, I glared down at my phone and quickly pressed end when Paul's name lit up the screen. He could go to voicemail. along with the other dozen unanswered calls he'd made, not to mention the 7 unread texts. Thoroughly depressed, I sat on the bonnet of a random car outside of the pavilion, with a bag of chips balancing on my thighs as my fishnet stocking-clad legs dangled loosely. Frozen to the bone, but too drunk to truly appreciate how cold the night air was, I muttered angrily to myself as I chomped on my vinegar-coated chips like a demented lunatic. I was so fucking mad. I could taste it on my tongue as I swung my legs so furiously that one of my heels slipped off. "Fuck," I slurred, staring down despondently at my shiny white stiletto when it landed in a puddle of muddy rainwater on the ground. "Well, now you can just stay there, you traitorous slut," I hissed, glaring down at the knockoff leather. "That's right. I said it. This is all your fault." "Well, if it isn't the angel with her dirty wings," a familiar voice drawled, and I groaned loudly. "Great. That's just great." Twisting my head, my bleary-eyed gaze locked on none other than Joey Lynch, phone in hand, as he swaggered towards me. "Fighting with your shadow again, Malloy?" "I'll fight you," I grumbled, reaching behind me to check that my wings were still intact. "My wings are fine, asshole." "Got a spare chip?" "Nope, not for you," I growled, stuffing a fistful of chips into my mouth in a very unladylike way. "They're all mine." "What are you doing out here on your own?" "What does it look like I'm doing, jackass? I'm clearly sulking," I huffed, voice still slightly slurred from the alcohol in my belly. "What are you doing?" Shrugging, he slid his phone into his jeans pocket. "Waiting for a friend." "Oh, so you have friends?" I rolled my eyes. "I thought you were opposed to the idea." With an amused expression etched on his sickeningly good-looking face, Joey strolled over to where I was sitting. That's not entirely true." Winking, he reached into my bag and swiped a chip. "I'm only opposed to you, Malloy." That small act of theft caused an unreasonable surge of violence to grow inside of me. "Oh, look at me," I heard myself grumble as I made a terrible attempt to mimic his voice. "I'm Joey Lynch. I'm so hard. I'm so tough. I'm not friends with girls, even though I like to steal their chips and pick fights with their boyfriends." Frowning, I held up a hand and swiftly corrected myself. "Ex. That's right. He's my ex-boyfriend, because he sure as hell isn't my current one. Dick." Laughing at my reaction, Joey shook his head and said, "You're a messy little drunk, aren't you?" "No," I corrected, slapping his hand away from my chip when he reached for another. "I'm a woman on the edge." "The drama's that deep, huh?" "Yes, and here's why," I snapped, grabbing another chip from his hand when he sideswiped me. "I have been very publicly labelled a slut tonight by my former boyfriend. That's right." I paused for dramatic effect before continuing. "My former boyfriend, who, for your information, has never had the privilege of being even remotely slutty with me." Huffing out a breath, I muttered, "And that's not for the want of him trying, either." Constantly. Joey's brows shot up as he stood in front of me. "You and Roycey aren't—" "No, we're not sleeping together," I spat, narrowing my eyes. "God, what'd you take me for?" I quickly reached up and clamped a hand over his mouth. "You know what? Don't answer that. I don't need any relationship advice from you." Rolling his eyes, Joey reached up and peeled my hand from his mouth. "Jesus, Malloy," he growled, tongue snaking out to taste his bottom lip. How much vinegar did you put on those chips? The perfect amount, I replied, slipping a finger into my mouth to sample what he clearly had when I put my hand in his mouth. Okay, I conceded, holding my finger back up. I may have been a little overly generous with the bottle. You don't think? His tone was laced with sarcasm. Hey, don't judge me, I defended huffily. I already told you that I'm a woman on the edge. I can't be held responsible for my lack of judgment when it comes to pouring vinegar. Clearly, if tonight's anything to go by, I'm not a very good judge of anything. Well, my judgment's just fine, Malloy, and I can tell you that it's your boyfriend who's the prick in this situation. Shoving his hands into the front pockets of his jeans, Joey added, If he's pressuring you, then walk. You have all the time in the world for that bullshit. X. My face burned with heat. And by bullshit, you mean sex. Would you prefer if I said fucking? He offered, not missing a beat. Look, do whatever you want. But if you want my advice, you shouldn't give yourself away to the likes of him. The likes of him? Someone who's supposed to care about you, but then puts hands on you and calls you a slut when he doesn't get his own way. As opposed to the boy who once called me easy. There are a few big differences between us, came his amused reply as he leaned closer, so close that I could smell the distinct fragrance of his links. Look, all I'm saying is you can do better than Paul Rice. Oh, yeah? Desperately trying to remain composed and not reveal just how deeply this boy affected me, I kept my eyes locked on his when I asked, Well, since you're in such a chatty mood, would you care to oblige me by sharing those differences? If that's what you want. That's what I want. Fine, he replied, not missing a beat. First difference, I may have had a momentary lapse in my own judgment when I called you easy. He placed his hands on either side of me as he spoke. It's something that, on many occasions since that night, I've come to feel somewhat regrettable about. Wow. Is this another version of an apology? I breathed, feeling my body sway closer to his. Because it's as shitty as the last one. Not an apology, he corrected. More like a rare admission. Well then, I breathed, feeling my heart buck wildly against my ribcage as I leaned back on my elbows. If it's a rare admission, then it must have hurt you to say it. You have no idea, he agreed, hands planted on either side of my body as he stared down at me with dark, hooded eyes. Will I keep going? I nodded. Yes. Second difference, he said. I'm not your boyfriend, Malloy. I'm not supposed to care about you, remember? No, you're not supposed to, I agreed with a shiver as he pinned me to the bonnet of the car. Excitement thrummed to life inside of me. But you still do. Heat flashed in his eyes, but he made no move to deny it. What the hell was wrong with me? Goading this boy was the same as putting my hand in the cheetah enclosure at Photo Wildlife Park. A risky move. Is there a third difference? I breathed. Yeah, there's a difference, he replied. Do you want it? I want it. You sure? I'm sure. Third difference, he whispered then, leaning so close that I could feel his alcohol-scented breath on my face. I'm not pressuring you to spread your legs for me. Rearing back, he made a point of glancing between us. You did that all by yourself. My gaze followed his, and my breath hitched in my throat when I saw that he had deftly stepped between my legs. Not only that, but my legs had wrapped themselves around his hips of their own damn accord. "Well, shit," I whispered, breathing hard and fast as I watched him watch me. "I've no idea how they got there." "Yeah," he agreed, closing the space between us once more, his lips a hair's breadth from mine. "Me either." "He's going to kiss you. Oh my God, Eve, he's going to put his mouth on yours. Be cool. Don't freak out." The sound of tires screeching tore his attention from me, and I wanted to cry. No, God, why? With Puddle of Mud's control blasted from the car stereo, I watched as a souped-up black Honda Civic came tearing up the road towards us, spitting gravel from the speed in which the person was driving. Beeping on the horn, he flashed his lights at us, and my heart sank into my ass when I noticed who was driving. Shane Holland. "Shit," Joey groaned, momentarily dropping his head on my shoulder. "I better go," he finally said, voice strained. "He's here for me." "Wait, no, Joey, don't go with him," I strangled out in horror, catching a hold of his hand when he straightened up and took a step back. "Please don't go anywhere with him," I urged, scrambling to my feet as I entwined our fingers and squeezed. "Stay here with me instead." "Listen, Malloy, about us," he began to say, and then paused, like he was thinking carefully about what words needed to come next. His entire focus was on our joined hands as his thumb gently brushed over my knuckles. "About us?" I croaked out, shivering from the feel of his thumb tracing my skin. "You're my friend," he finally settled on. "You're finally admitting it without needing to be coerced?" Nodding, he forced a small, humorless laugh. "Only took a few years, right?" "Only a couple." "Yeah." Clearing his throat, he looked behind him to where the car was waiting and then back to me. "I like you." "Wow," I breathed. "Another admission." "The hardest one yet." "I bet." "I know what you want us to be," he added, tone gruff. "But that can't happen." "Joe!" "No, listen to me," he urged, giving my hand a small squeeze. "I can be your friend, okay? I can do that. But you need to know that I've got some bad genes running through my system. Some seriously fucked up DNA. "Nobody's perfect, Joe." "It's not about being perfect, Malloy." Releasing my hand, I watched as he crouched down and retrieved my heel from the mud. "It's about being dangerous," he added, wiping it clean with the side of his jeans before slipping it back on my foot. "And that's what I am, okay? I'm a bad bet." "No, you're not." "Yes, I am." "Then I don't care," I blurted out. "You should." "Well, I don't." "Nice shoes," he said in a soft voice, tapping my foot. "You were right. They were worth hounding your father for." "See?" I forced a smile when I felt like crying. "Told you." "I'm not a good friend for you," he added quietly, still crouching, with his hand on my foot. "I wouldn't even know where to start." "You're better at it than you think." "I need my job, Malloy." And there it was. Finally. "So, you're finally admitting it," I heard myself whisper. "You blew me off because of my dad?" "And because you can do better than me." Releasing my foot, he slowly stood up. "But you can do better than him, too." "Joe." "Lynchy!" one of the lads called out, swinging the back door of the car open. "Let's go, lad." "Yeah, I'm coming," he called over his shoulder, causing a surge of panic to rack through me. Listen, we can just chat, I hurried to say. Hang out, whatever, as friends. Friends is fine. Just please don't go with him, Joey. Please don't let him sink his claws into you. Releasing a pained breath, he leaned in close and pressed a kiss to my forehead. I could go a fair bit crazy over you, Malloy. His lips brushed against my brow as he said, Stay out of my head now, you hear? Don't, Joey! I called after him, voice thick with reckless emotion, watching his back as he walked away from me. Don't go with them! Turning back, his green eyes flicked to mine, and it was clear that the shutters had been firmly clamped shut, blocking me and the rest of the world out. I'll be seeing you, Malloy.
What did you take? October 31st, 2001. Joey. Malloy was a distraction to me in a normal day. Throw in a sexy angel costume and a belly full of booze, and the girl was a recipe for disaster. I had found myself watching her for most of the night for two reasons. The first reason being that she was a fucking delight to look at. All long legs, curved hips, blonde hair, and braless tits barely contained beneath that scrap of a white silk she called a dress. As she danced like nobody was watching, which brought me to the second reason why she owned my attention. Everyone was watching. Well, everyone with a dick and a penchant for pussy. I wasn't the only one to notice the attention she had been receiving either. I'd always thought she was too good for him, and that had been proven right by the way he conducted himself tonight, stamping his feet like a fucking toddler because his girlfriend was garnering more male attention than his ego could handle. Bryce's behaviour didn't exactly vouch for his faith in Malloy or their relationship when he bulldozed onto the dance floor like he was the fun police and spat the proverbial dummy in epic fashion. I knew that Malloy was far from a wilting flower and could handle herself up against just about anyone. But when I saw the way her asshole boyfriend manhandled her on the dance floor, I had lost my shit. I knew it wasn't my place to intervene. I had no business sticking my nose into their relationship, but I physically couldn't stop myself from doing exactly that. I did what I always did, dived in head first, and to hell with the consequences. And just like always, it backfired on me. Because I had come this close to fucking everything up. And in all honesty, if it hadn't been for Shane and the lads pulling up, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. I would have done it a lot more than kiss those pouty red lips of hers. I would have taken from her something I had no right to have. In the end, it was just as well that we had been interrupted, because when I came back to the pavilion after settling up with Shane, she was with him. After that, my mood had darkened to the point of no return. Only Jesus Christ himself knew how irrationally jealous and hopeless I'd been feeling when I crushed and snorted the oxy that had snorted from Shane. But it had given me exactly what I wanted, an escape. Higher than Everest, I swayed from side to side as my mind drifted in and out of reality. The fantastic fucking feeling of nothing claiming my consciousness, taking me to a place I never wanted to leave. Was I breathing? I couldn't tell. I couldn't care if I wanted to, and I didn't. I just wanted to stop feeling, to stop caring, to stop, period. You're so gorgeous. Eyes closed, I leaned heavily against the cool concrete at my back, with my hands hanging limply at my sides as a stranger's hands pulled at my flesh. Your six-pack is insane. Tonight, I wanted to float away, to just disappear, and have nobody depend on me for a few short hours.
But then the voice kept talking in my ear and dragging me away from oblivion. Joey, are you with me? No, I wasn't with her. I thought you were into this. I was floating the fuck away. Joey. Nothing. Joey. Numb. Joey. Let me go. Joey, isn't that your mother? Oh my God. What's his mam doing here? Hey, snap out of it, fucker. A hard smacking noise vibrated through my thoughts, bringing with it a burning sensation to the side of my face. What's wrong with him? Nothing. He's grand. Grand. Look at him. He's out of his mind. Get away from my son. Get it together, Joe. Joe, lad, your mam's here. Joey, wake up. I need you. Mashing my lips together, I forced my eyes to blink open and watched as a familiar face drifted in and out the focus. What did you take? I heard my mother demand, as she held my face between her small hands. What did you take, Joey? Releasing a pained grunt, she breathed hard and fast for a minute or two before turning her attention back to me. What did you do to yourself? Fuck if I could remember. I'm grand. I slurred, reveling in the fucking fantastic feeling of warmth rushing through my body. Where are you, ma'am? Are you here? Yes, I'm here, she snapped, catching a hold of my hand like I was a small child. I hadn't been one of those in a very long time. I came to get you because I need to go to the hospital, she croaked out as she pulled me along after her. I wanted you to look after your brothers, so Shannon could be with me, but it's clear that you can't even look after yourself. Freewheeling, I allowed her to lead me wherever she had decided I needed to be. It didn't matter to me where that was. Nothing mattered now. Are you having the baby, ma'am? I asked, mashing my lips together as I tried and failed to brush the hair out of my eyes. Another one? Yes, Joey, I am. The sound of a car door opening filled my ears, and then I was being pushed inside, landing on my face in the back seat. You're a disgrace. I know, I agreed, drowsily, feeling her slide into the seat alongside me. I'm sorry, ma'am. Don't speak, she snapped, before she instructed who I presumed was a taxi driver to take us to the hospital. Stop crying, ma'am. Dragging myself into a sitting position, I attempted to pull at my seatbelt before giving up entirely and letting her do it for me instead. It's all grand. You're breaking my heart. Her voice cracked. You're killing yourself. The feelings I knew I should have weren't present inside the gaping hole in my chest. I was fucked. There was no point in denying it. No point in fighting it either. Not when my own mother didn't have faith in me. You're just like him. In every way. What was the point in fighting my DNA? This was who I was. And I had a horrible feeling that I couldn't be fixed or put back together again. I couldn't reset my life. I was paralyzed and trapped in a body that resembled the person I despised most of all. Well, almost. I was starting to despise myself just that little bit more these days. It killed me to know that I was hurting my mother, though. To think that I was making her feel the way he did. Yeah. Closing my eyes, I dropped my head on her shoulder and sighed. Okay, Mom.
Angel with Her Dirty Wings. October 31st, 2001. Aoife. I am so damn sorry about what happened in there. Catching a hold of my hand, Paul led me away from a crowd of nearby partygoers as he tried to weasel his way back into my good books. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as a black Honda Civic tore back up the entrance of the pavilion, causing my heart to hammer violently. He was back. The car door opened and out fell a laughing Joey with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a can of Dutch Gold in his hand. Unsteady on his feet, he banged the roof of the car to signal goodbye before waving the car off. Laughing to himself, he took a drag of his smoke and looked around, eyes finally landing and staying on me. I waved at him. He raised his hand to wave back, but stopped when his gaze flicked to Paul. His smile disappeared. "You were only dancing," Paul continued, drawing my attention back to him. "I get it now. I was being a tool. I'm sorry, Eve. I am." Blowing out a frustrated breath, he let go of my hand to run his hands through his hair. "I'm a jealous asshole, okay? I can't help it. Look at you." "Look at me." Folding my arms across my chest, I leaned against the parked car at my back and gave him a hard look. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means you're beautiful and I lose my head around you." "Flattery won't get you out of this," I warned, flicking my gaze back to find Joey had disappeared from sight. "You called me a slut and a whore." "Aoife, come on," he tried to plead. "You know I didn't mean it. I don't really feel that way about you." "If you don't mean it, then you shouldn't say it," I snapped, unable to mask the emotion in my voice. Because it hurt. Having him think that way about me was not a good feeling. Our relationship was a goddamn train wreck, but it hurt to hear him say those things to me because before we hooked up, we were friends. I'd always known that Paul was materialistic and vain. It never used to bother me that much because I had plenty of flaws myself. I was loud and outspoken, could entice an argument from a silent monk, as my father liked to remind me, and I was especially slow to get intimate. He always tolerated my flaws, and therefore I tolerated his. But lately, I was beginning to think that being able to mutually tolerate one another wasn't a good enough reason to stay in a relationship, especially when said relationship was starting to weigh heavily on my shoulders. "Look, I think it's pretty clear that we're not working out." I heard myself finally work up the courage and tell him, "I'm not happy, and you're not happy, so I don't see why we should continue." "Don't say it," he warned, eyes wild with panic as he grabbed my hands and pulled me towards him. "We're not breaking up, Aoife. It's not happening, so get it out of your head." "Get it out of my head." I slapped his hands away. "You don't get to make all of the decisions here, Paul. I have a say in whether or not I want to be in this relationship. You can't force me." "You want him." "What are you talking about?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about." He narrowed his eyes in disgust. "Who I'm talking about." I released a heavy breath. "This isn't about Joey." "It's always about him, Aoife," he practically roared, losing his cool with me. "It will always come back to him because you are all about him. Don't bother denying it. It's written all over your face." "He's my friend, Paul." "Bullshit. I'm not fighting with you about this," I growled. "I have a friendship with Joey, and I'm not giving that up for anyone." "You mean you're not giving him up?" he corrected, and then choked out a humourless laugh. "Jesus Christ, how blind can you get? The asshole doesn't want you. When are you going to get it through your thick skull? He doesn't give two shits about you, and it's fucking pathetic to see you fall over him like this." "Paul!" "Look," he demanded then, physically turning me around so that I had a perfect view of the side of the pavilion. "Look at him. Paul ordered, catching a hold of my chin and forcing me to watch as Danielle Long pinned Joey against the wall of the pavilion and thrust her tongue inside his mouth. And even though his hands hung limply at his sides, he rocked his hips and kissed her back. Oh yeah, he was definitely into it. Into her. My breath hitched in my throat, and it took everything I had inside of me to stand my ground and not break down. Look, Paul reiterated, forcing me to take it all in. That's how much he's thinking about you, Aoife. He doesn't give a damn.
I'll stay with you. October 31st, 2001, Joey.
You can be such a fuck-up, Joey!
Mam screamed, heaving in pain, as she gripped the side rail of the bed and released a high-pitched, feral scream.
You're just like him sometimes.
I said I was sorry. I strangled out, as the high I'd been floating on quickly gave way to a severe case of the shakes. Stop looking at me like that. Reality was crashing down around me in a huge, tsunami-sized waves as I continued to plummet back down to earth. Still, I was here, wasn't I? I was the one holding her hand. Where the fuck was he? Okay, Marie. On the next contraction, I want you to give me a big push, the midwife instructed. She pushed me out of her way as she settled between my mother's legs with an array of medical supplies and instruments that my mind could not comprehend. You're nearly there, pet. I can see the head. Another big push, and you'll be crowning. Just, feeling woozy, I backed away from my mother's hospital bed, needing to do something, needing to be just about anywhere other than there. I'll be back. No, Joey, don't go. Mom cried out, catching a hold of my hand with a death grip. Please, don't leave me on my own. Ma'am, I don't. Shaking my head to clear my vision, I felt her squeeze my hand. I tried to make sense of my surroundings while attempting not to puke. I'm just, blinking rapidly. I wiped away my brow with my sleeve and forced myself to concentrate on her face. Please, don't make me do this. I need you, she cried out, trembling. I don't have anyone else. Through the haze of withdrawal, I could see the terror in her blue eyes, and it was sobering. Please, I'm scared. Okay. Returning to her side, I gave my hand up to her, never saying a word when she squeezed my fingers so tight they almost cracked. I won't leave you. It's coming, Ma'am screamed, as her face distorted in pain. Pant, Marie, just pant. Jesus fucking Christ. Never mind telling her to pant. I was about to pass the fuck out. That's the head out, the midwife announced. Good girl yourself. The next contraction and he'll be born. Joey, don't go, please, don't go. Mom cried out, tone panicked. I'm all alone. I need you. Please. Yeah. Swallowing deeply, I steeled what resolve was left in me and choked out the words, oh, okay, Ma'am. Less than a minute later, Ma'am's face contorted in pain. She turned a dark shade of red as her entire body racked with tremors. And then I heard it, the sound of high-pitched wailing. Stunned, I watched as the midwife lifted a small infant, caked in bloodied mucus, out from between her legs. Congratulations, she said with a smile. It's another boy. I watched as they clamped the umbilical cord that connected him to our mother, and I wondered if the cord that attached me to her had ever been truly severed. It was invisible, but still connecting me deeply to the woman who bore me. I wanted to let it all go,
to just let the pain and pressure fall from my shoulders. The midwife wiped the screaming baby down before bundling him up in a towel and placing him on my mother's chest. Jesus! I choked out, feeling my own body shake, as I stared down at the tiny, purplish creature in her arms. He's tiny. Is he okay? Cradling the tiny bundle to her chest, Mom continued to cry and ask, Is he okay? Over and over, as she pressed her cheek to his head. He's perfect, Marie, the midwife assured her. A little on the small side, but then again, he's a couple of weeks early. He's more than making up for that with the pair of lungs on him. What are you doing? I demanded, then watching in horror as one midwife stuck a syringe into my mother's thigh while the other began pushing down hard on her stomach. Stop it, will ya? She's only had a baby. You'll hurt her. It's okay, Joey, Mom said. This is normal. The fuck? I promise your mother is perfectly fine, the midwife explained, calmly. This is all very normal. We're helping her uterus to contract so she can deliver the placenta as quickly and as easily as possible. The plawada? I gaped at the nurse, and then swung my gaze to my mother. There's more? I shook my head horrified. How the fuck can there be more?
He called me fat. December 18th, 2001. Aoife. It's not true. That's what you said last time. It wasn't true last time either. I don't believe you. Listen, just come over to my house after school. We can talk properly there. Sue, you can think up another bullshit lie to feed me. Aoife, come on. We're supposed to be working through this. How can we do that if you won't talk to me? Why don't you drag me to your house? You're getting pretty good at forcing things. Blowing out a frustrated breath when I refused to relent, Paul stalked over to his desk at the far side of the classroom. Almost 2 months had passed since the Halloween disco at the pavilion, and to say that Paul and I were back on track would be a drastic overstatement. If we ever had been on track to begin with. I wanted to end it on Halloween night, and Paul didn't. In the end, we had agreed upon taking a temporary break from each other, which had actually helped our cause for a grand total of 3 weeks, until I caved and agreed to try again. After that, everything went back to exactly how it had been. Within a matter of days, we were back to basics, and I was pretty fucking fed up with the whole damn thing. I knew that Paul was sorry for being rough with me that night and calling me names, and had been trying to make it right. Problem was, I couldn't seem to muster up the energy required to join him in fixing our relationship, because I wasn't sure if I still wanted to have one with him. I missed Paul the boy. I wanted to stick around for that boy. I did not miss Paul the boyfriend. I wanted to run for the hills from that handsy, possessive bastard. The only time I seemed to meet the former version of Paul was when we were on the outs. Only then did he show me affection, take interest in what I had to say, and, most importantly of all, treat me with respect. When he was that version of himself, he was a pretty great guy. The only problem was that great guy disappeared the minute he slapped a girlfriend label on my forehead. The minute I had given him what he wanted, the controlling, self-absorbed asshole resurfaced. Furious with myself for not holding firm but letting him sweet-talk me back into a half-hearted relationship, I fought his shitty behaviour at every hand's turn. I knew deep down that I needed to woman up and end it for good. And to hell with the consequences. Because being stuck in this limbo, waiting around for things to change, was making me miserable. Paul's latest display of assholeness, and the issue that I was currently fuming over, was the fact that there was one rule for me in our relationship and an entirely different one for him. flipping out at every hand's turn if I so much as smiled too long at one of the lads in class. He had no problem doing the same with girls. The double standards and hypocrisy set my teeth on edge. He didn't believe me when I told him that I wasn't messing around behind his back, but I was supposed to turn right around and swallow every bullshit line he fed me when another rumour about him arose. This morning, for example, Casey heard from Mac, who heard from Draco and Sam, that Paul had been seen hooking up with some girl from Tommen College when we were on our break. When I confronted him about the rumour, he swore it was lies, which led us to our current predicament. I didn't know what to believe anymore, but if it was true, I knew that I would respect him more if he would just be honest. This latest rumour almost felt like the final nail in the coffin for our relationship. If Paul was sneaking around kissing other girls, and I was holding onto my heart for dear life, too afraid to part with it for fear of missing out on a never was, never will be relationship with Joey, then we were doomed. Therefore, it was safe to say that I was coming to the conclusion that I would be better off alone. Deep down in my heart of hearts, I knew that my giving into giving our relationship another shot had a lot more to do with the hoe bag who was supposed to be sitting next to me than any of Paul's apologetic proclamations. And when I said hoe bag, I meant Joey. After our parting of ways at the disco that night, he had wholeheartedly thrown himself into contention for the School Slut Award. Unlike before, when he seemed to have a little class and discretion about his conquests. Since that night, he didn't seem to give a damn about who was watching. Or that I was watching. In the weeks that followed since the Halloween disco, we had resumed our comfortable little routine of throwing shade and exchanging banter. Joey literally never brought up what had almost happened, and acted like nothing had so convincingly that I sometimes wondered if I dreamt the whole thing up. I knew I hadn't, though. The image of him kissing our classmate was scored on the inside of my eyes. According to the rumour mill at school, Joey and Danielle had slept together the night of the Halloween disco. Well, I suppose comparing fucking each other's brains out against a brick wall at the back of the GAA pavilion to sleeping together was a bit of a stretch. What I had felt when I first heard about it was worse than bitterness. It had almost felt like heartbreak. Rumours had continued to circle through the halls at BCS, horrible, vicious rumours about how they regularly hooked up. Rumours which shredded me every time they came my way. Sick with jealousy every time I had to endure watching her fawn and paw at him during class, I didn't even try to fight the murderous feeling that ignited inside of my chest when I saw them together. Because the truth of the matter was that I felt something for him. Something I shouldn't, and something that definitely wasn't good for me. But I still felt it. To Joey's credit, and contrary to the rumours, he was explicitly tight-lipped. He might have been a fuckboy, but at least he didn't run his mouth, which meant that however far they had gone that night was never going to be confirmed on his end. In fact, he treated her no differently to how he always had. He was the same slightly aloof, a little flirty, and a whole lot of pissed-off Joey. And while our friendship had remained reasonably intact since Halloween, I couldn't hide my hesitance, or my hurt. Witnessing him share one kiss with another girl had both crippled and alerted me to the fact that I needed to stop. Stop wishing, stop hoping, stop wondering, stop willing. I needed to just stop when it came to this boy. The realization that Joey could indeed inflict some serious carnage on my heart had me pushing down every feeling that tried to burrow its way to the surface. Determined to move past my weird infatuation with my classmate, I avoided the places I knew I might run into him outside of school, and kept my wits about me when I was in his presence. Reconciling with Paul had been a lot easier when I had such a bitter taste in my mouth. Besides, he might say the wrong thing sometimes, but at least I didn't need to worry about Paul decimating his brain cells with every drug known to mankind. He couldn't hurt me like that. Only one person had the ability to do that. A shadow fell over my desk then, followed by a pair of perfectly manicured hands as they landed on my desk. "Where's Joey?" "Hello to you too, Danielle." "Sorry." She blushed and offered me an embarrassed smile. "I meant to say hi." Not bothering to answer her, I resumed my post of doodling in my homework journal, drawing cute little spider webs while I waited for our teacher to show up. "Do you know where he is?" she asked in a much more persuasive tone. "He sits with you for history, doesn't he?" "He sure does." "So, where is he?" "Joey's not here right now, but I can take a message and see that he gets it." I rolled my eyes and gestured to his empty seat. "Come on. Danielle, how the hell am I supposed to know? I'm not his keeper." "I'm sorry, I just thought you would know since you guys are..." "Friends," I filled in dryly. "Well, I don't know." Lies. "I have no idea where he is." More lies. "He didn't come back to class after big lunch." No shit, Sherlock. "I don't know what to tell you, except that she need only take a gander around the back of the sheds to find Loverboy. No doubt that's where he would be, along with Rambo, Draco, Alec, and all of the other potheads in our year. He'll show up when he shows up." "But this is our last class of the day." "Nothing gets past you, does it?" "Your guess is as good as mine." Perfectly timed, the man of the moment himself decided to stroll into the classroom, and I didn't need to look at his eyes to know that he was high as a kite. The smell of weed coming off his uniform was strong enough to give me a buzz. Danielle beamed at him. "Hey, Joey." "Dan." Joey acknowledged, dropping his bag on our desk before sliding past me to take his seat on the inside. Sinking down on the chair next to mine, he rested his elbow on the back of my chair and flicked my ponytail to get my attention. "Malloy?" "Joe?" I acknowledged, keeping my gaze trained on my homework journal. "I've been looking for you, Joe," Danielle said. "I want to talk to you." "About?" "Are you free after school?" "I'm never free after school." "Ooh, burn." I bit back a snicker. "Oh, that's okay." Her tone was forcefully bright. "Maybe lunch tomorrow?" "Maybe," Joey replied before flicking my ponytail again. "Got any more of those chocolates you keep in your pencil case?" "Don't know why you keep asking when you already know the answer." He moved from my pencil case, and I quickly slapped his hand away. "Don't touch my Rolos." "Jesus," he muttered, pulling his hand back. "You can't spare one?" "I could," I replied, refocusing on my spiderweb doodle. "But not for you." "Not for me?" Snatching up my pencil, he asked. "Why not for me?" "Because you don't even like chocolate," I grumbled, snatching my pencil right back from his hands. "You have the munchies, and I refuse to feed or enable your bad behavior." I'll see you later, Joe," Danielle mumbled before retreating from our desk. "Yeah, sure." He poked my shoulder. "My bad behavior?" Grinning like a dope, something that usually happened when he came back from lunch with the Stoners, he leaned in close and nudged my shoulder with his. "Come on, Malloy. Don't hold out on a friend." "I have a wham bar in my bag. It's yours if you want it, but stay away from my pencil case stash." "A wham bar?" Joey gave me a disgusted look. "No fucking thanks. I'd rather starve." Then go right ahead, my friend. Jesus, who pissed on your cornflakes? You did, asshole. I'm sorry, Joe, did I push a button? I was just looking for a way to mute you. His brows shot up and he choked out a laugh. Shit, that was a good one. I know. A reluctant smile spread across my face. I was saving it up all day. For me? Can you name another person I would rather mute? Another laugh. Jesus, you're on fire. And you're on my last nerve. What's the matter, Malloy? Are you on the rag or something? Oh my God. I snapped my gaze to his. You did not just say that to me. He grinned sheepishly. Don't we share those details? Deciding on making him suffer, I narrowed my eyes and said, Why, yes, Joe. As a matter of fact, I am on my period. Smiling sweetly up at him, I added, In fact, I'm having a real hard time getting my tampon out, what with all the blood and all. Care to help a friend out, since that's your area of expertise and all? I could give it a shot. I glared at his stupid head for a long beat before relenting with a laugh. You're sick. You said it, not me. He laughed, still grinning like a dope. I was trying to psych you out, asshole. You can psych me out, Malloy. I'm immune to your antics. He shot back, eyes alight with humour. But you're definitely psyching someone out. I turned my head in the direction Joey was looking and locked eyes on a furious-looking Paul. Great. Just great. Looks like Paul the prick is about to have a coronary over there. Apologies for being late, Mrs. Falvey announced, hurrying into class with a stack of books in her arms. I was on a call to a parent. Sure, she was. More like she couldn't be bothered to turn up. Can everybody take out their textbooks and turn to page 112? Today we're going to be revising the 1916 Easter Rising. It will come up in the Junior Cert paper in June, and you will learn the Proclamation of the Irish Republic off by heart. Pulling my book out, I set it down on the table between us, knowing full well that Joey wouldn't have his copy with him, as per usual. He rarely arrived at school with the required book list and spent most of his time bumming hand-me-down copies off teachers or sharing with whoever was sitting next to him. I never minded sharing with him, though, because as reckless as he was with his body, he had clear, neat handwriting and took down notes far more useful and to the point than anything I had ever stolen out of my brother's school bag. The fact that he could remain so efficient in class while his brain was clearly in an altered state made me even more envious. Joe, I whispered, after spending 20 minutes revising and taking down notes in companionable silence. If I asked you a question, would you tell me the truth? Depends. Something important to me. Like I said, Malloy, it depends. He whispered, not looking up from his copybook, as he scribbled something down and then flipped the page over. On what? On whether or not you needed to know the truth. Fine, I grumbled. Forget it. Joey sighed heavily and turned to look at me. Ask your question. Will you give me the truth? Just ask your question, Malloy. Have you heard any rumours? Rumours. About Paul. Releasing a shaky breath, I added, messing around with some girl from Tommen. Joey tensed for a moment before flicking his gaze to where Paul was sitting. A beat passed before he turned his attention back to me. No. My heart sank in my chest. He was withholding. I knew he was. I never thought you'd lie to my face, Joe, I muttered, feeling thoroughly disappointed in him. It hurts worse than I thought. I didn't lie. He was quick to reply, tone hard. You asked me if I heard anything about Ricey messing around with some girl from Tommen, and I haven't heard anything about some girl from Tommen. What does that mean? It means what it means, Malloy. I stared at him for a long moment before finally getting his drift. You're being semantical. He turned his attention back to the open book in front of us. Do you want me to write down the notes for you? I want you to be real with me, I hissed. Joe, if you know something and aren't telling me, then I'm going to be really hurt. Blowing out a frustrated breath, he rubbed the back of his neck and reached for his pencil. It's not my business. My heart plummeted into my ass. Yeah, well, it's my business. I reached across the desk and grabbed his forearm. Tell me, Joe. He remained stone-faced when he said, I'm no rat, Malloy. But you are my friend. Tossing his pencil back down, he muttered something unintelligible under his breath before turning to face me. I don't know about anyone from Tommen, and I'm not going to stand over anything I haven't seen with my own 2 eyes. But I know he exchanged some messages with one of the girls from here. You saw those? My breath hitched. With your own eyes? He nodded slowly. Who? Malloy. Who, Joe? Danielle. My heart sank. Of all the girls in our year, I felt threatened the most by her. Knowing that not only Joey but Paul had both succumbed to her allure was gutting. What happened between them? Nothing. Don't lie to me, Joe. Nothing happened, he repeated. There were a few text messages exchanged a while back, but that's as far as it went. And you didn't tell me? The fuck was I supposed to say? How about, hey, Aoife, your boyfriend is cheating on you? Like I said before, he growled, it wasn't my business. Yes, it was, I snapped. You're my friend, Joey. You're more my friend than you are hers. Your loyalty should be with me. I don't know what to tell you, Malloy. The truth, I snapped. But apparently you can't do that, so you might as well not talk to me at all. I didn't send any damn messages behind your back, Joey hissed, eyes flaring with heat as his temper rose. So pull your head out of your ass and place your anger at the right person's door. Don't take your shit out on me, Malloy. I warned you about him. I told you what kind of an asshole he was, but you took him back repeatedly, so don't fucking start with me. Yeah, he did tell me, but that didn't make this easier. Pulling my phone out of my skirt pocket, I quickly tapped out a text and glared across the room until the asshole recipient answered me. Aoife. Danielle? Paul. Danielle what? Aoife. You were texting her. Paul. No, I wasn't. Aoife. Don't deny it. I've heard it all before. Paul. Aoife, I swear to God I haven't lain a finger on Danielle. Kiss. Aoife. I didn't say you touched her, asshole. I said you texted her. Paul glanced across the classroom at me and shook his head. I narrowed my eyes in warning as if to say, don't you dare lie to me this time. Paul. Listen, nothing happened with her. Those texts were a joke. I sent them ages ago. They meant nothing, babe. I can explain everything, I swear. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Glowering, I shook my head and shoved my phone back into my pocket, ignoring when it vibrated to alert me that I had received another text. Are you okay? Joey whispered from beside me. No, I snapped, feeling hurt, betrayed, and a million other emotions. My boyfriend is a lying whore and my best friend's an even bigger one. You shouldn't call Casey a whore, Malloy. I was referring to you, asshole. I didn't lie to you. You didn't tell me the truth either. It wasn't my... If you tell me that it wasn't your business one more time, I swear to God I will scream. I choked out, feeling my eyes water. Don't you dare. Joey warned, releasing a frustrated growl. Don't you even think about playing the girl card and spilling tears on me. Don't worry, asshole. Any tears I spill won't go to waste. I snapped, sniffling when I reached up to bat a traitorous tear away. I'm planning to save them up to drown you with. You asked me to tell you the truth, and I did, he hissed. And now you're mad at me for doing what you wanted me to do in the first place. Because what you should have done in the first place was tell me when it happened. I choked out, digging him in the side with my elbow. Not leave me in the dark, looking like a fucking idiot. You don't need me to help you with that, he spat. You get plenty of practice every time you go running back to that asshole boyfriend of yours. Oh, go choke on a clit. Fuck you, Malloy. Fuck you back. Feeling vengeful, I held up my hand and waited for the teacher to notice me. Yes, Aoife. Joey called me fat. Sniffling, I batted another tear away. I'm really upset about it. Can I please be excused? His mouth fell open. You bitch. Fuck you, I mouthed back at him. Joey! Miss Falvey snapped, looking horrified. Yes, Aoife, go on outside and get some air. I didn't call her fat, I heard him defend, as I stalked out of the classroom door. It's not her weight she has a problem with. It's that deranged, vindictive streak in her. I was dawdling outside of the girls' bathroom, wasting the last few minutes of class until the final bell rang, when a sour-looking Joey came stalking down the corridor towards me. Thanks a bunch, Malloy, he called out, green eyes narrowed as he closed the space between us. Falvey put me back on the red book for the foreseeable. Oh, please, I rolled my eyes. When aren't you on a report book? Do you know how big of a hassle that fucking book is? Having to get it signed before and after every damn class, and then having to meet up with 9 at the end of every day to be bitched at. No, I drawled, tone laced with sarcasm, because, unlike you, I know how to behave myself. No, he corrected, stopping short when he reached me. You're just sneaking enough to not get caught. That too. Here. He dropped my school bag at my feet. You left your bag. Thanks. I cleared the stash of chocolate in your pencil case. I sucked in a horrified breath. You asshole. Yeah, well, I'm not sorry. Joey shot back with a shrug. You deserved it for pulling that stunt on me. Releasing a frustrated growl, he added, But I am sorry for not telling you about Prickface sooner. Anger dissipated, and feeling sheepish, I leaned in close and nudged his shoulder with mine. And I'm sorry for telling Miss Falvey that you called me fat. And? Joey pushed. And for you getting the red book back. And? I blew out an aggravated breath and muttered, And for threatening to drown you. Joey grumbled, nudging my shoulder back. If it was anyone else, Malloy. If it was anyone else. But it's me. It's you, he confirmed. Pain in my hole. You have a baby. January 7th, 2002. Aoife. Joey was late to school on our first day back after Christmas break. When he finally showed up, 15 minutes into the third class of the day, the circles under his eyes had my anxiety rising at a rapid pace. Jesus, I whispered when he slumped down beside me. You look like shit. Thanks, he grumbled, setting his elbows on our desk and dropping his head in his hands. You look like dinner. I flamed with heat at the compliment. Thanks. No problem. What happened to you? Glancing around class, I checked to see that our teacher was looking elsewhere before leaning in close and whispering, Are you high again? No, Malloy, he mumbled, slumped over our desk. Not high, just tired. Why? Because I haven't closed an eye all night. Again, why? Because... He paused to yawn. Sean's cutting a tooth. Sean? I stared blankly at his head. Who's Sean? He's my baby. Your baby? I interrupted, eyes widening. Brother. He lifted his head to glare at me. Give me some credit, will you? Sorry, I winced. I didn't know that your mother had another baby. Yep. When? Halloween. Halloween? My mouth fell open. Joe, we legit talk every day and you never once mentioned that your mom had another baby. Why would I? He asked, confusion etched on his face. Because that's the sort of thing that friends tell each other, I explained. Friends tell each other personal details like that. Malloy, my mom had another baby. I rolled my eyes. Not 2 months after the event. He shrugged in response. So tell me about Sean, I asked, resting my elbow on the desk and twisting sideways to face him. What's to tell? Joey replied, mirroring my actions. He's small, he's cute, he shits everywhere, and he screams the house down. And he kept you up last night crying? I told you. He growled defensively. He's cutting a tooth. It's not his fault. I know that, I coaxed, resting my hand on his forearm. I wasn't blaming him. I was just thinking that the walls of your house must be paper thin if he kept you up all night. Joey looked at me for a long time before shaking his head. What? I asked. What does that look mean? Nothing. Liar. Maybe I'll tell you in another 2 months. I bit back a smile. You look like you could use a pick-me-up. Yeah, I know, but I don't get paid until Friday. I was talking about chocolate, Joe. Do you have some? I always have some.
Back to him. January 23rd, 2002, Joey. Are you going to the disco at the weekend? Sam, one of the girls from my terrace, asked at lunch on Wednesday. She leaned a hip against the railing at the back of the PE hall and took a second hit from a spliff before passing it back to me. At the Pav? I asked, taking a deep drag as I balanced on the metal railing. Yeah, she exhaled a cloud of smoke. From what I hear, that blonde in your class has some big plans for you. Who? My heart did a flip in my chest. Aoife. Yeah, Sam snorted. You wish? Yeah, I did. Regularly. No, what's her face? Danielle. Jason O'Driscoll, a.k.a. Dicko, offered, taking the spliff. She's got it bad for you, Lynchy. Jesus, I muttered, rubbing my jaw as the familiar wave of warmth and dizziness washed over me like a warm blanket. Then no, I won't be going to the Pav at the weekend. Are you mad, lad? Dicko laughed. You've got pussy on call with that one. Nice, Jason, Sam huffed, elbowing her boyfriend in the rib. Real nice. What? He purred, hooking an arm around her and pulling her into his chest. He's the one fucking her. My baby's right here. I'm not fucking her, I growled, shifting in discomfort. Again? Alec chimed in, taking a spliffer from Dicko. Because you've been there already, haven't you, lad? Did you, Joe? Sam laughed, joining in the fray. Have sex with Danielle? No, I bit out, lying through my teeth. So pack it in, the lot of you.
Because there wasn't much sleeping happening,
Dicko snickered.
when he was giving a tour up against the back of the pavilion on Halloween night.
Nice, asshole, I grumbled.
Oh my God, you didn't?
He did, and he can't even deny it because half the school was there. Alec erupted in a fit of laughter beside me, and I swiftly leaned over the railing and smacked in the back of his head. Ow, Jesus! What was that for? Being a tool.
I heard your ma showed up, lad,
Dicko continued to torment me.
Shit luck, huh?
Oh, no, she didn't. Sam groaned, covering her face with her hand. Oh, my God, Joe, you poor boy. Well, I'm off, disgusted with myself more than the topic of conversation. I sprang down from the railing, threw my bag over my shoulder, and sauntered off with my middle finger in the air. Fuck the lot of you! Ignoring the laughter and taunting behind me, I strolled back into school, dutifully ignoring a smiling Malloy and glowering Paul as I walked. Knowing that she had once again taken the prick back made me want to erupt like a goddamn volcano. I couldn't look at her when she was with him. I couldn't fucking bear it. Seeing her with him made me want to bleach my eyeballs. It made me fucking ache. Hey, breathless Malloy caught up with me at my locker a few minutes later. Didn't you see me back there? She asked, reaching up to grip my arm to steady herself as she panted. Jesus, you need to do something about your fitness levels, I stated. You legit ran from the entrance to the lockers, so you did see me. Yeah, I saw you. Grabbing what I needed from my locker, I slammed the door shut and snapped the small silver lock back into place. But don't expect me to talk when you're with him. Zipping my bag closed, I threw it over my shoulder and turned to look at her. I refuse to enable your bad behaviour. Now she smiled. Are you feeding me my own lines, Joey Lynch? Absolutely, I replied. And you should take your own advice. Joe. She blew out a heavy breath. About Paul? I don't want to hear it. I quickly cut her off. You're back with him, fair enough, Malloy. Good for you. I'm not going to say another word to try and dissuade you. But don't expect me to pander. I don't like him, and I won't pretend to. And I don't like when you're swapping girls like they're sweets in a tub of Quality Street. But you don't see me turning my back on you. Who said I was turning my back on you? I demanded. Because I sure as hell didn't. You hate me? No. You're mad at me? Yes. You want to scream at me? Because I... Stopping short before I blew a head gasket, I released a furious growl and tried to regain some control before speaking again. I'm not turning my back on you, Malloy. Prove it. How? Give me a hug, Malloy. Hug me. Exhaling heavily, I hooked an arm around her shoulders and pulled her to my chest, knowing that there wasn't any point in fighting this girl when she set her mind to something. What she wanted, she got. Don't hate me for trying to move on, she whispered, wrapping her arms around my waist and burying her face in my chest. I'm doing what I have to move past this. A shaky breath escaped her. Same as you. Yeah, Malloy. Feeling my anger dissolve, I sighed heavily and dropped my chin to rest on her blonde hair. I know.
Choke on this. February 1st, 2002. Aoife. Oh my Jesus, that's disgusting. Trying not to gag, I watched in horror as my home economics partner dislocated his wrist in such a way that the back of his fingers touched his wrist. What the hell is wrong with your hand? Chuckling softly, Joey snapped his wrist back into place with a loud popping noise that caused me to gag. Wah! I grabbed his shoulder and tried not to hurl. Whoa! What's that, Malloy? He taunted, right before popping his wrist out of joint again with a loud bone-crunching crack. You want me to go it again? Stop, asshole! I wailed loudly. Stop it! Wah! Aoife! Joseph! Mrs. Adams barked from where she was tasting a dire-looking chili con carne in the kitchen station opposite ours, while a frazzled-looking Podge hovered over her shoulder, waiting for the ultimate verdict. That's not the sound of food tasting that I'm hearing. Cop on, lads! Draco snapped as he stood next to Podge, looking just as flustered as his partner, while they studied their bowl of slop. She's scouring our dish. This is the practice run for the junior cert. Your dish is shit. I wouldn't serve it to my dog. 0 stars for presentation and an F for effort. Alec chimed in, swinging the string dangling off the end of his pink frilly apron. And no, miss, that's the sound of choking that you're hearing from sexy legs over there. So Lynchy definitely fed something back to her throat to make her gag like that. Choke on this, asshole. Joey chuckled, flinging a soup ladle overflowing with our own batch of chili con carne across the classroom at his friend. Chopped peppers and mince flew everywhere as red chili stained the walls and floor. Joseph Lynch, get your backside over here right this minute and clean up your mess, Mrs. Adams shouted, stalking across the room to confiscate the rogue ladle. Right this instant, young man. Don't you ever again throw your utensils at other students in my classroom. And for the love of God, stop making that poor girl gag, will you? It's not very gentlemanly. Wah! Alex screamed, inconsolable now as he threw himself on top of a less than impressed-looking Paul and howled, laughing. My eyes locked on Paul, and I gave him a hard look, daring him to open his mouth and give me crap. Instead, he swallowed down his disapproval and offered me a half-hearted smile. I nodded my approval. After our latest bus stop, I had laid it all on the table for him, letting him know in no uncertain terms that I wasn't going to be pushed around anymore. That I had a friendship with Joey, and if he couldn't accept that, then he needed to let me go. I also made it perfectly clear that I had no intention of holding him back if he wanted to pursue other girls, nor would I hold it against him. All he had to do was let me off the proverbial ride first. Surprisingly, Paul had agreed to my terms and had mostly followed my rules since. The rumours had quietened down, right along with his controlling tendencies, and he wasn't losing his mind every time I spoke to a boy. It was progress. I turned my attention back to my classmate, who had narrowly avoided another trip to the lion's den. The only reason Joey wasn't being sent to the office by our elderly teacher was because he was her best student by a country mile. Looking ridiculously adorable in his stripy apron, with his cap slung backwards, Joey skulked over to where our teacher was standing and took the dishcloth from her outstretched hand. "Good boy," the old woman said in an approving tone when my partner got down on his hands and knees and mopped up the mess. If anyone in our class had a hope of taking home an A in their home economics exam in the junior cert, then it was the brooding boy beside me, who had returned to the sink in our little station to rinse out a chili-stained dishcloth. Knowing it was a terrible idea, I looked to the top of the classroom, to where Danielle was partnered up with Mac. Yep, there she was, ogling the strip of golden skin on display as Joey stretched his arm up to wipe chili off the classroom wall. Beyond frustrated, I quickly snatched up a spoon and busied myself with stirring our pot of chili, all the while deciding that it was a good thing Mrs. Adams had confiscated our soup ladle. Otherwise, I might be inclined to fling another batch at Danielle's bleached blonde head. Ugh. The sound of laughter filled my ears then, and I regrettably turned just in time to see my so-called partner wiping a smidge of chili off her bare leg. "Nice aim, Joey," Danielle laughed, holding onto his shoulders for balance as he crouched in front of her and cleaned her fucking leg. Nice legs. Oh no, he did not. He did. He fucking did. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw up. The jealousy that rose up inside of me was so intense that I could physically feel my body temperature rising. As a matter of fact, if someone was to take my temperature right that second, it wouldn't have surprised me to discover that I was spiking a fever. Keep the head, I mentally instructed myself. Do not pick up this pot of chili and throw it at them. Don't do it, Aoife. You are too much of a princess for prison. Think of your nails. Just keep stirring. So, the flirtatious bastard himself said when he rejoined me at our station. What's your party trick? Deciding it was safer to remain quiet than to explode in front of everyone, I refocused on the pot of chili con carne that I had been attempting to stir, and forced out a clipped, Your party trick, Joey repeated, coming to stand beside me. And don't say puking on demand, because I will go out in sympathy with you. Tucking my hair behind my ear, I strived for calm and managed to strangle out a blasé, I don't have one. Reaching around me, he grabbed the salt and sprinkled a pinch into the pot. I don't believe that for a second. His chest brushed against my back as he spoke, and the smell of grass and lynx flooded my senses. He always smelled so good. It was so annoying. A girl like you always has a trick up her sleeve. A girl like me, I deadpanned, trying to keep my freshly manicured nails away from the red staining goo, while also trying to keep my emotions in check. Stop. Stilling my wrist with one hand, Joey took the teaspoon I was holding with the other and replaced it with a longer-handled wooden spoon instead. Use this. I narrowed my eyes and glared at the wooden spoon in my hand. Why? Because you might actually stir something with it. Asshole, I grumbled, shoving him with my hip. He laughed under his breath. What's with the mood, Malloy? I'm not in a mood, says the girl with a face like thunder. He nudged my shoulder with his. You were all shits and giggles a minute ago. I am not in a mood. Fine. Holding his hands up, he shook his head and moved to the sink. Suit yourself. I will. You do that. That's what I'm going to do. Good. Asshole. Crank. Prick. Witch. Shut up. I spat, furious. I mean it. Don't say another word to me. Fine. He shot back, and then sprinkled me with a handful of dirty dishwater. Don't say another word to me either. My hair! I screamed, abandoning the chili to pat myself down. Do you have any idea how long it takes me to wash and blow-dry this? My hair! He mimicked in a high-pitched tone. Relax, it's water, you'll survive. Beyond livid, I could see the repercussions of my actions playing out in front of me before it even happened, and decided that a few days in detention was well worth taking this asshole down a peg or two. Deciding against scalding him with chili, I walked over to the sink and reached around Joey to retrieve the bottle of green-washing-up liquid. Without a word, I retrieved my stool, set it down behind him, and quietly climbed on top of it. Reveling in the drama I was about to inflict, I unscrewed the cap, ripped his cap off, held the bottle over his head, and dumped the contents of the bottle on top of him. The minute the green slime plopped onto Joey's head, his entire frame stiffened. You're fucking dead, he growled, slowly turning around as green slime dripped down his hair, face, and shoulders. "Bring it on, bitch," I growled, tapping the bottom of the bottle to make sure that every ounce of liquid drained out. "Aoife!" Mrs. Adams screeched. "What in the name of—" "Put me down!" I screamed, hands and legs flailing wildly, when Joey threw me over his shoulder and turned back to the sink. "Don't you dare! Ah! Paul, go and fetch Mr. Nyan immediately." "But she's—" "Now, Paul, hurry." "You want to throw down?" Depositing me ass first into the sink full of dirty water, Joey reached up and smeared his hands with washing up liquid from his own hair before coating my poor hair snot green. "Then let's go, Malloy." Cheers and laughter erupted around us, but I was too furious to take into account anything other than my thirst for revenge. "Joey," I seethed, teeth chattering as I tried and failed to heave myself out of the sink. "You are so dead." "I'm right here," he taunted, narrowly dodging my nails when I tried to scratch at his chest. "Come and get me, witch." "Stop it, the pair of you, right this instant." "I swear to all that's holy, when I get out of this sink, I'm going to inflict the world of pain on you, Joey Lynch." "Aoife Malloy." "Sounds like you need to cool down, Malloy," he shot back, before reaching for the cold tap and turning it on full blast, soaking whatever parts of my body that had previously been spared from his assault. "Better?" "Joseph Lynch! Oh my God, help me, you bastard!" I screamed, with my ass thoroughly wedged in the sink as water sprayed and ricocheted everywhere. "I'm stuck!" "Good!" he roared back at me as he scooped clumps of washing up liquid off his chest and face. "Stay there." Damn it, Joey." Gasping and spluttering, I scrambled to turn off the tap that was spraying Arctic water on top of me. "I'm cold." "And I'm warm." Depositing the goo on the tiled classroom floor, he repeated the move several times, trying and failing to rid himself of green gunk. "You're a pain in my hole, Malloy." Joey!" I screamed, teeth chattering violently. "Help!" "Fine," he snapped, exasperated, as he moved to come get me. "But I'm warning you now." Slip-sliding on the floor, he righted himself before he fell and regained his balance. "Jesus Christ, the floor's a death trap. Shut up and save me, asshole." "Don't you take that tone with me," he warned, pointing a finger at me as he hastily skated the rest of the way over to me. "I'm warning you, Malloy, if you pull any more stunts, you're going straight back in the sink for a timeout." Ignoring our classmates, who were all reveling in my misfortune, I wrapped my arms around Joey's neck and tried to help him free me from the sink. "Shit," he muttered. "You really are stuck." "I told you," I strangled out, clinging to him like a drowned cat. Get me out of here." "I'm trying," he bit out. "It's your ass." "If you say that my ass is fat, I'm going to scream." "Your ass is perfect." Reaching up to grease his hands with washing up liquid from his hair, he tried and failed to unwedge my hips. "It's this goddamn sink that's the problem." Joe. "Hang on a sec, I have an idea." "What the hell are you doing?" I choked out when he pushed his hand between my clamped thighs and cupped me there. "Joey!" "My bad." With a deep frown etched on his face, he slid his hand in further until he was gripping my ass cheek. "Okay, now clench." "What?" Squeeze your ass, Malloy. You squeeze and I'll pull. On 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Ah! I squealed, clenching my ass cheeks so tight they went into spasm. Thankfully, it did the trick, and I was propelled out of the sink and into his arms. Weh-hey! Several of our classmates cheered, erupting in a chorus of clapping. I'm free. I released a sigh of relief. Oh, thank Jesus. Yeah, I thought that might work. Losing his balance on the floor that had become a glorified ice rink, Joey collapsed in a heap on the ground, taking me with him. There were only 3 options available to me in this moment: laugh, cry, or keep fighting. I chose the first one, and surprisingly, so did my partner in crime. Fuck! He choked out a laugh from beneath me. That was stupid. Lifting up on elbows, I grinned down at him. I won. No, I won. Who came out on top? You, Malloy. Shaking his head, he stared up at my face and released an amused sigh. Always you. They did what? A booming male voice echoed through the air, and I bit back a groan. When our principal came pounding into the classroom looking like he was fit to be tied. And that's how you know you fucked up. Alec laughed. Why am I not surprised to see the 2 of you up to no good? Again! Our principal seethed, face turning purple in colour as he glowered down at us. In my office, now. Oh, crap, I groaned, dropping my head on his chest. It was nice knowing you, Joe. Yeah. Joey sighed heavily and patted my head. Right back at you, Malloy.
We are nothing. February 1st, 2002, Joey. Dressed in matching plain grey tracksuits, the ones they kept in the office for the students that shit themselves, and looking like we'd been released from Cork prison on compassionate leave, Malloy and I sat in the front row of detention, without a single other student to take the shine off us. With her hands folded across her chest, and her long wet hair pulled back in a tangled braid, Malloy glared at the chalkboard in front of us, clearly having resumed whatever grudge she had on me. She had been given a week's worth of lunchtime detentions, while I had been told by Nathan to show up every lunch for the foreseeable future. In other words, the rest of 3rd year. Stinking of chili and cheap washing-up liquid, I leaned in close and took a whiff of her, unsure which one of us smelled the worse. It's you, Malloy bit out, reading my mind. No, it's definitely you. I felt a small amount of regret for the parts of her blonde hair that were sporting the colour snot green, but not enough to apologise. She started it. Flipped the fuck out on me for no goddamn reason. And while I was more amused than annoyed now, I wasn't about to cave in. It was her turn to bend. Drumming my fingers on the desk, I looked around the room, all the while racking my brain for a possible trigger for our fight. I didn't do anything different. She was happy, smiling, enjoying herself. We were having a laugh together, and then she just flipped. The defiant side of my personality demanded that I pay no heed to her bullshit. She's not your problem. That feeding into her drama would only lead to more. The only problem with ignoring her was that I didn't want to. After spending an innate amount of time trying to push her away, having her actually go did not feel good. Not good at all. How are your hips, Aoife? Mrs. Adams announced, slowly rising from her chair at the front of the room. I can't imagine that was comfortable for you. Sore. I immediately felt like a tool. You're hurt? Ignoring me, Malloy focused on our teacher when she said, I'll survive. Back in my day, we called those childbearing hips, Mrs. Adams stated, causing me to choke out a laugh and Malloy to glower. Are you calling me fat, miss? Dear God, no. Our teacher hurried to soothe. I wasn't saying anything of the sort. Retract the clause, Malloy, I tossed out, feeling sorry for the old lady. She was paying you a compliment. How? Malloy deadpanned. By implying that I have wide hips to go with my even wider ass? Yeah, and you look fucking sexy for it. Exactly, Mrs. Adams said, offering me a grateful smile. Do you think the two of you can behave yourselves for 5 minutes while I pop to the bathroom? Yeah, miss, I replied, waving a hand around aimlessly. Whatever. She gave me a worried look. Joseph. I mean it. I held my hands up. I'll be good. Good boy. She crooned before pottering out of the classroom, leaving us alone. Teacher's pet, Malloy muttered, still glaring at the board. Do you want to tell me what I did? I asked, twisting in my seat to face her. I clearly did something to piss you off. No. Sighing in resignation, she dropped her head in her hands and groaned. It's fine. It's fine. I need to get a grip. What's wrong? It's stupid. Tell me. You'll think I'm crazy. I already think you're crazy, Malloy. Well, crazier than normal then. Try me. No, Malloy. Reaching across the desk, I grabbed her shoulders and turned her to face me. Try me. Her big green eyes locked on mine, and I fucking hated the lonesome look in them. Joe. Tell me. Chewing on her lip, she glanced down for a long moment before blowing out a breath and whispering. You said she had nice legs. I waited a beat to hear the rest of it. But when it didn't come, I found myself staring at her in confusion. Huh? You said she has nice legs, she repeated, still looking down at her lap. You told her that she has nice legs. Who? Danielle. I did. Yeah, Joe, you did. When? I asked, beyond fucking confused. In class. Oh, shit, I did. And that's bad because... Forget it. Shrugging my hands off her shoulders, she turned back to staring at the chalkboard. It doesn't matter. I'm over it. You're over it? I shook my head, feeling at a loss. She blew out a pained breath. Forget it, Joe. Can you just stop with this wounded girl act and be straight with me? I growled, frustrated with this coy version of my friend. Come on, this isn't you. You don't talk in riddles, Malloy. Tell me straight. Wounded girl act? She shook her head in disgust. Oh, you really know how to talk to girls, don't you? No, I really fucking don't. I tossed back, aggravated. Because the only girl I talk to is you. Liar, she spat. You talked to Danielle? I'll give it a rest, Malloy. You said she had nice legs, Joey, she snapped, erupting on me. Nice legs! She turned to glare at me. Ring any bells, asshole? That's what this is about. I gaped at her. You're mad at me because I used the words nice legs on another girl? They're just words. No, they are not just words, Joey. Jesus Christ, Malloy. What the fuck else was I supposed to say to the girl? I demanded, throwing my hands up. I just sprayed chili all over her legs. I was trying to make it right. What did you want me to say? Nice ankles? Nice kneecaps. Nice fucking calf muscles. What? You don't say that, she shouted back at me. You don't feed her my line. I didn't mean anything by it. That makes it even worse. How? Because it just does, okay? Well, it honestly meant nothing. Like it meant nothing when you were touching her legs. Don't, I warned, shaking my head. Don't even go there. Right in front of me, Joey, she strangled out, voice thick with emotion. Right in front of you, I choked out, a humourless laugh. Am I hearing this right? You have the audacity to sit there on your high horse and give me shit for talking to a girl when you've spent every day since first year flaunting that prick in my face? But you haven't just talked to Danielle, have you, Joey? You've been with her. You mean while you've been with your boyfriend? So what if I have? Oh my God, she cried, reaching up to clutch her face with her hands. You don't get it. You just don't fucking get it. Get what? I roared, losing my cool. You know what? I don't know why I even listened to this shit. I shook my head and turned away, furious myself for letting her get under my skin. We're not a couple, Malloy. I'm not your boyfriend. We're not together. Do you hear me? We are nothing. That's fine, Joe. We're not together. We're nothing, she choked out. So why don't you go right ahead and fuck Danielle, with her nice legs and her shop-bought bottle blonde hair? What gave you the impression I haven't fucked her? Malloy's sharp intake of breath assured me that I had gone too far. Listen, I didn't mean to, I began to say, but she didn't stick around to listen. Instead, she pushed her chair back and stood up, walking silently from the room. The fact that she didn't even slam the classroom door behind her let me know that I had indeed fucked up in a colossal way. Dropping my head on my desk, I clutched the back of my neck and groaned. Fuck!
At least that. February 1st, 2002. Aoife. Mr. Nyan could suspend me for walking out of detention if he wanted to. Hell, he could threaten me with expulsion, and it wouldn't matter a damn because there was no way that I was ever willingly walking back into that classroom. I made it to the car park before I broke down. Releasing a pained cry, I slumped down on the concrete footpath and dropped my head in my hands, crying hard and ugly. I hated him. I wanted to hate him so much. I needed to hate him. You need to stop loving him first. Aoife, a familiar voice said, and I stiffened. No, not now. Go away. What's wrong? I said, go away. Doing the complete opposite of what I wanted, Paul sank down on the footpath beside me. What's wrong? Nothing. Sniffling, I reached up to wipe my eyes with the back of my hand. I'm fine. Did he hurt you earlier? No, I sniffled again. I hurt myself. How? I gave my heart to the wrong person. It doesn't matter. It clearly does. Just leave me alone, okay? Talk to me, Aoife. I can't. You can. You don't want to hear this, Paul. Try me. I like him, okay? I heard myself choke out. I like him. I felt Paul stiffen beside me. Joey. Exhaling a ragged breath, I nodded once and then dropped my head in my hands, feeling a flurry of guilt and relief. I'm really sorry. Since when? Since day one. I don't know. Were you with him? He asked quietly. I shook my head. No. He eyed me uncertainly. No. No, I confirmed, swallowing deeply. No. He stared at me for a long moment before releasing a shaky breath. At least that. Yeah, I croaked out. At least that. Do you still care about me? Yes, I replied honestly. Do you care about him? I didn't answer his question. I couldn't. I wasn't that cruel. Do you like him more than you like me? It's different. So what are you telling me, Eve? His eyes searched mine, and I was incredibly impressed with how calm he was remaining. It actually made this harder because he was being the sweet guy he was when we first met, which made me feel like the biggest dick in Ballylagan. Are you saying that you want to be with him? No, I shook my head. That's not going to happen. I don't understand. His brows furrowed. If you haven't been with him and don't plan on being with him, then why? I just needed to tell you, okay? I wiped my cheek and exhaled shakily. I needed to get it off my chest. Paul was quiet for a very long time before speaking again. I need to tell you something. Is it going to hurt? It could. As bad as what I just told you hurt. Maybe a bit worse. Oh God. Is it about those rumours? Sort of. Exhaling a shaky breath, I nodded for him to continue. Exhaling a pained breath, he looked down at his feet and said, I slept with someone. Well, crap. You lost your virginity? That hurt worse than I had expected it to. To who? A girl from Tommen. So it was true. My breath caught in my chest, and I forced myself to remain calm and show him the same decency that he had shown me. What's her name? Bella. He dropped his head in his hands and groaned. Bella Wilkinson. When? After you broke up with me at Halloween. How long after? I asked, surprising myself with how level my tone was. Aoife. How long, Paul? Doesn't matter. I gave you my truth. That same night. At the disco? He nodded once. Wow. I breathed, shoulders sagging. Well, that was just perfect. Joey was fucking Danielle. Paul was fucking this Bella. Meanwhile, I was fucking myself over. Perfect. I'm sorry, Aoife, he hurried to say. It was a huge mistake. It meant nothing, and I, honest to God, felt like the worst piece of shit on the planet afterwards. Was she blonde? Huh? Blonde, I croaked out. Was she blonde? No, he replied, tone gruff. She had black hair. At least that. I'm so sorry, Eve. Yeah. I dropped my head on his shoulder and sighed. Me too, Paul. Can I ask you a question? I nodded. Why haven't you? Why haven't I what? You and him. He cleared his throat. We were off. You had the perfect opportunity to get him out of your system. Get him out of my system? You know what I mean. I turned to look at him, but didn't have an answer. It's not going to happen, I offered instead, physically recoiling at the memory of hearing those god-awful words coming out of Joey's mouth, all mixed with the memory of seeing him with her that night. I need to get over him. Well, I don't want things to be over between us, he said, reaching over to take my hand in his. I care a lot about you, Eve. I care about you too, I replied, feeling numb. This is just a bad patch, he continued, lacing our fingers together. We can come through it. We always do. How? I whispered. How can we make this work? And more importantly, why should we? I suppose by telling each other the truth, he offered quietly. Today was a good start. I don't know if I'm invested in this, I admitted weakly. My head is all over the place, Paul. We'll figure it out, he replied, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. It'll be okay. No, it won't. Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2002. Aoife. With my hands full and my phone ringing in my skirt pocket, I used my elbow to open the front door and then swiftly deposited my school bag, PE bag, and stack of post I'd collected on the floor before reaching into my pocket for my phone. Yes, Casey, I'm home, I mused, balancing my trusty Nokia 3310 between my shoulder and ear as I stepped over the pile of crap I'd dropped in the hallway, kicked off my heels, and moved for the kitchen. And no, before you ask, I haven't opened my Valentine's cards yet. Well, hurry up, bitch, she groaned down the line, and at least tell me who the huge teddy bear holding the cute heart is from. You already know who it's from. Okay, are you opening them yet? No, I'm going to make a sandwich. Sandwich? What happened to your mam's Thursday stew? Dad took her away to that big fancy hotel in Kilkenny for the night, remember? To screw? No, to test the mattress, I shot back sarcastically. Obviously to screw. Where's that hot little nerd for the night? He's gone to Nana's to tune the channels into her new television, and please don't call my brother hot. I think I might puke. He's a little righty, Eve, with that blonde quiff and black-rimmed glasses. No, he's not, I gagged. He's an irritant. A sexy irritant, she teased before adding, Okay, let's open your cards. I've opened all of mine, and I'm bored. Who'd you get this year? The usual, she sighed down the line. Mac, Charlie, Draco, and Alec from our year, Sticky Dicky from 6th year, a couple of anonymous ones, and some kid called Tim from 1st year. Oh, you got a baby 1st year, that's so sweet, I cooed mockingly. And as for Richard Murphy, Sticky Dicky, she interrupted me to correct. Calling him that only lets people know that you've touched his dick, Case. His sticky dick. Sticky from what? Your lip gloss? Bitch. Ha! I cackled. By the way, he invited me to his debs in July too. Are you going to go? Am I going to go to Sticky Dicky's debs with him? Obviously. I laughed. You can borrow a dress from me. Thanks, bestie, because I don't have anything formal. Now, open them. All right. Walking back out into the hallway, I grabbed my school bag and returned to the kitchen table to unzip it and then turn it upside down. How many did you get? A few. How many? Scanning the selection of cards on the table, I mentally tallied them all up and said, I think there's 14. 14? No, sorry, I counted one twice. There's 13. Okay, I hate you. Oh, please, I laughed. You know this holiday is total bullshit. Okay, so we know one of them is from Paul, Casey said, morphing into a detective on the other side of the line. Who are the rest from? Start opening. Ripping through more than a dozen envelopes, I stacked them neatly in front of me and put the phone back to my ear. You ready? Since yesterday. Finney O'Shea, Dermot Keane, and Luke Toomey from 6th year. Hey, Luke is Sticky Dicky's friend. Danny Collins and Trev Mulcahy from 5th year. Trev Mulcahy, she swooned down the line. Lord Jesus, he's a pretty one. Okay, there's one from 4th year. Who? Liam O'Neill. Oh, I've scored with him, she informed me. He has a tongue like a washing machine stuck on a fast spin cycle. Nice mental image, Case. Be glad you only have to imagine it. Okay, no baby first years for me, no second years either, which means the other cards are from our lads in our year. Oh, she squealed. I'm intrigued. Okay, so we've got Rich, Keith, Mike, Jack, Rory, Alec. That cheeky little shit. Casey grumbled. He gave me one too. What does yours say? To the girl with the best legs at school, here's a Valentine's card. If you are reading this card, it means that you opened my folds, so it's only fair that I get to open yours. From Alec. I laughed. Yours? To the girl with the best tits at school, please wear the white vest for PE next week. The visual of your bouncing tits has given me endless hours of joy. Feel free to flash a nipple. From Alec. That sounds like Alec, all right. I laughed. Okay, so the last card's the biggest one. Paul? Yep. What did he say? My heart stopped when I opened the card and I exhaled a shaky breath. Aoife? Case. He's after putting €50 in the card. Are you serious? I stared at the note in my hand, feeling a swell of different emotions. Why would anyone put money in a Valentine's card? Because he thinks he can buy a night of your company? She laughed, but the joke hit a little too close to a nerve for me to laugh. I don't want his money, Casey. Give it to me, she replied, not missing a beat. I'm poor. I both need and want his money very much. I'm pissed off. She sighed down the line. You are sitting in front of a stack of cards from boys who adore you. There is nothing to be pissed off about. But do I need to come over there and slap some sense into you? Come on, Eve. He probably put that in there because he's panicking. Panicking? Yeah, babe. You two have been all over the place for months now, so the poor idiot is probably shitting pebbles in case you change your mind and run off with the Lothario of BCS. Don't. I shivered. That is never going to happen. You really haven't spoken to Joey since the fight? I really haven't, and I really have no desire to. Well, shit, she said quietly. You know, I really thought he might send you a card to break the ice between you guys. Yeah, me too. He's not the type to give cards. No, she agreed, but I thought that he would make an exception for you. I don't want his cards, I replied flatly. I don't want anything from him. What happened between you guys, Eve? Nothing. Yeah, right. Nothing happened, Case. I deadpanned, and nothing ever will. Besides, I'm this close to swearing off boys for life. She snorted down the line. That's because you haven't found yourself a sticky dicky yet. Does yours have any brothers? He has cows, she laughed. His family are farmers. I threw my head back and laughed. Okay, you need to get off the line. I'm going to take a shower and grab something to eat. Need to cool yourself down from all that sticky dicky talk, huh? Fair enough, babe. Just don't get too carried away in the shower. Otherwise, I'm going to have to rename you. Bye, Casey. I laughed, cutting her off before she could finish her sentence and destroy what was left of my innocence. Leaving the cards on the kitchen table, I headed for the staircase, pulling off my school jumper, shirt and tie as I went. Tossing them in the laundry hamper at the top of the landing, I reached behind my back, unzipped my skirt and shimmied it down my thighs before stepping out of it. Grabbing a towel out of the hot press, I strolled into the bathroom, still laughing to myself about Casey and Sticky Dicky. My laughter, however, quickly died in my throat when I came face to back with none other than Joey? My blood ran cold at the sight of him kneeling over our toilet, with a line of white powder on the toilet lid and a rolled-up fiver pressed to the inside of his nostril. In the blink of an eye, the powder disappeared up the makeshift funnel and into his nose. "Oh my God!" I strangled out, words finally finding me. "What are you doing?" I hadn't spoken a single word to him since our fight 2 weeks ago. Too upset and hurt to deal with my feelings, I had avoided him like the plague, unable to go another round after he hit me with a knockout blow to the heart. With his elbows resting on the toilet lid, Joey dropped his head in his hands and muttered, "Fuck." "Are you serious?" I whisper-hissed, glancing back at the door and suddenly feeling like the authorities were about to charge into my house and arrest the both of us. "You're doing drugs in my house." "No." "Yes," I argued. "I just caught you." I know. Sniffing and twitching his nose, he muttered, "Don't worry," like it was no big deal that I had just witnessed him ingesting a Class A drug. "Don't worry," I gaped at him. "Joey!" "What?" "You're in my house." I shook my head in confusion. "What the hell?" Blowing out a ragged breath, I closed the space between us and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at me. "What are you doing in my house, and why did you bring drugs here?" "Your dad asked me to stop by," he mumbled, eyes unfocused. "Gave me a key, said the shower motor wasn't running." He shrugged. "I fixed it." "You fixed it?" I choked out a growl. "You fixed it? I don't give a shit about the shower motor, Joey. Why are you doing drugs?" "You weren't meant to see." "Clearly," I hissed, forcing him to look at me when he tried to pull away. "Are you completely insane? What the hell are you doing getting yourself involved in this crap?" "I don't know." "Was that cocaine?" "No." "Liar! Since when are you taking cocaine?" "Doesn't matter." "Yes, it does," I snapped. "Talk to me, damn it." "Why?" Jerking free of my hold, he stood up and quickly backed away. "The fuck has it got to do with you?" "You brought cocaine into my house, Joey." I repeated my earlier words, hoping that this time he would understand how wrong his behaviour was. "Into my father's house." I pushed at his chest, trying to evoke a reaction out of him. "You remember my dad, don't you? He's the one who gave you that job at the garage, the one who trusted you to—" "Get out of my face, Malloy," he growled, trying and failing to sidestep me in his pointless bid to escape an interrogation. "I know I fucked up, okay?" "Get out of your face? You're lucky I'm not tearing strips out of your face, asshole," I snapped, pushing at his chest, forcing him to back up until he was pressed up against my bathroom wall. I kept my hand on his chest, feeling an abnormal amount of heat emanating from beneath his uniform. "What the hell?" I muttered, reaching up and pressing my hand to his neck and then his cheek. "Jesus, Joey, you're burning up." Panicked, I watched as his green irises disappeared right in front of me, overtaken by pupils so dark and dilated that it made him look like a completely different person. "I'm okay." "You're okay?" I stared at his ridiculously gorgeous face, feeling nothing but terror. "Joey, I just caught you snorting a line. I think it's safe to say that you're absolutely not okay." "That was a mistake," he was quick to say. "I shouldn't have done that here." "No, you shouldn't have done it at all," I corrected, concern filling me at a rapid pace. "It was a mistake." A shudder racked through him. Your father trusts me. I let him down." The more he spoke, the faster his words flew out of his mouth, and the looser his tone became. "It's all good though, Malloy." He reached up and snatched up my hand that I was still cupping his chin with. "It's a mistake. I make a lot of those. I'm just so fucking tired sometimes, and well, it helps, you know? Fuck it." He shook his head again, but didn't let go of my hand. "Joe? I don't know what I'm trying to say." His entire frame pulsed with energy as he rolled his shoulders and looked around the room like it was the first time that he was seeing it. "I've a match over the GAA pitch in an hour. It's against St. Pat's. They've a serious defence and I haven't slept in days." He blew out a shaky breath. "I'm just so fucking tired, and I needed something to give me a boost. But it won't happen again. It won't happen again." "Days?" I shook my head. "Why haven't you slept in days?" "Night feeds." Night feeds? What was he talking about? Was he rambling? Was this a side effect of taking cocaine? I had no clue. "Joe, are you with me?" I could feel the tremors racking through his body. They terrified me. "Again, I'm sorry about what you saw there. I don't make a habit of, well, you know." Shrugging, Joey suddenly dropped his hand like it had scalded him and shoved a hand through his blonde hair before moving for the door. "It's really not a big deal, though, so no worries, yeah? There's not a bother on me." "Not a bother on you?" The boy had spoken more words to me in the past 3 minutes than he had in the past 3 years. He was clearly bothered. "You're going to a match now? Like this?" "Yeah, I sort of have to. Don't really want to be playing, but it's not worth the hassle of trying to get out of." Nodding vigorously, he yanked the bathroom door open. "Tell your father that I sorted the shower. It's running perfect again." He turned back and gave me one final clipped nod. "I'll be seeing you, Malloy." As I watched him walk away, it took me a moment to get my bearings, and then a couple more to stop my head from spinning off my shoulders as I registered what the hell I had just witnessed. This was more than sharing a spliff and a flagon of cider with the boys on a Friday night. This was cocaine. It was serious. Trouble. Yeah, the boy was trouble with a capital T. "Oh, no you don't." Bolting out of the bathroom, I caught a hold of his hand before he could reach the staircase and quickly dragged him into my bedroom. "You're not going anywhere," I warned, swiftly closing and then locking my door behind us. "You're staying right here with me." "Open the door." "No." "Let me out." "No." All jittery and with his hands shaking at his sides, he reached for the key in my door. "Let me out of this fucking room, Malloy." I said no. Snatching up the key, I slipped it into my bra and glared up at him. "You're staying with me." "I have a match." "I don't care. Sit down." "I can't sit down." He snapped, running his hand through his hair as he paced my bedroom floor. "I need to move." "Then move," I agreed. "In here." "I'm fine," he snapped, body trembling as he closed the space between us, backing me up against my bedroom door. "Let me out." I shook my head, heart racing wildly. "No." "Stop fucking with me," he ground out, chest heaving against mine as the heat from his body scorched my skin. He was fully clad in his school uniform, while all I had on was a pair of pink knickers and a black bra. I wasn't even matching, damn it. "I'm not fucking with you," I growled. "I'm trying to help you." "You don't need to do that." "Apparently, I do." "I'm fine," he crooned, acting both irrational and erratic as he placed his hands on my shoulder. "It's all good." His hands were trembling so much that I could feel the vibration right down to my toes. "Shh," he coaxed, and then burst into a fit of laughter. "We're grand, okay?" He actually laughed at me. Oh yeah, he was definitely high. Fuck. Laughing manically, he let his forehead smack against the wooden door frame right next to my head. "You're killing my buzz, Malloy." He hit his head against the door frame again, causing another pained laugh to escape him. And then he did it again and again and again. I debated calling Casey for help before swiftly shutting that notion down, unwilling to get him into any more trouble. Besides, it wasn't fear for myself that I was feeling. I wasn't afraid of Joey. No, I was afraid for him. "Now you listen here, asshole." Snatching up his chin, I pulled his face down to mine, forcing him to look at me. "You are going to wait this out in my room, and you are going to do it without banging your head off any more doors." With my hands on his shoulders, I walked him over to my bed and pushed him down. "You are going to sit down and take a breath." "I can't sit down." "You can," I argued, pushing him back down when he tried to stand. "I need to move." "You need to do what you're told." "I can't breathe." "Yes, you can." "Something's wrong," he groaned, shaking his head as he reached a hand behind his head and yanked his jumper off. "I can't breathe." "Joe, I can't fucking breathe," he strangled out, chest heaving as he sprang back up and tried to sidestep me. "Let me go." "Yes, you can." Pushing him down on my bed, I stepped between his bobbing knees and pulled his chest flush against my belly. "Look at me." "I'm suffocating." "Joey?" Holding his face between my hands, I tipped his chin up and forced him to look at me. "Breathe." "Malloy." "Breathe, Joe," I coaxed. Blowing out a frustrated breath, he attempted to inhale a deep breath, but stopped midway to say, I can't. I need to move." "Shh." Lowering myself down on his lap, I took his hands in mine and placed them on my waist. "Just breathe." With my eyes on his, I inhaled deeply, held it there for a moment, and then slowly let it out. Just like that. He never took his dark eyes off mine, as his hands tightened on my hips, and he mirrored my actions, taking a deep breath and then slowly letting it out. "Good," I praised, settling my hands on his shoulders. Again. Still trembling, Joey took another deep breath, held it there, and then slowly released. Just like that. Threading my fingers through his sun-bleached hair, I stroked his cheek with more affection than was appropriate, and continued to breathe in and out with him over and over again, never once taking my eyes off his. The more he watched me, the harder I felt him grow beneath me. From my perch on his lap, I could feel all of him straining against me, and I would be a liar if I said it didn't make me ache. "How are you feeling?" "Like I want us to get naked and fuck." "Jesus." "Well, that's not happening," I whispered, feeling my entire body tremble. "So stop thinking about it." "I know it's not." Looser with his actions now that his mind was hazed, he pulled me closer to him, fingers kneading the fleshy part of my hips as he slowly rocked his hips against me. "But we will." My breath hitched in my throat. He nuzzled my breasts with his nose. "Not today." I released another shaky breath. "But we will." Oh, Jesus. Shh. Focus, Joe. Keep your breathing even. I instructed when I could do anything but. Inhaling a deep breath, he leaned in close and buried his face in my chest. I'm trying. Good, I breathed, shivering. Keep trying. Achingly aware that my bra was the only thing that separated his lips from my breasts, I hailed on every ounce of self-restraint I had to help me in this moment. His voice was muffled, and his lips brushed against the piece of fabric that concealed my pebbled nipple when he groaned, I miss you. My heart thudded violently in my chest. I miss you too. I'm sorry, he whispered, nuzzling the outline of my nipple with his nose, for feeding her your line. It's okay. Knotting my fingers in his hair, I cradled his head against my chest and released a shaky breath. Everything's going to be okay. Several minutes ticked by, but neither one of us moved. Instead, I remained on his lap, holding both his head and my breath while he focused intensely on his. Slowly, the tremors racking his hands, racking his entire body, lessened, and I felt a mountain of relief flood my body. Repressing a shiver, I reached down to feel his clammy forehead and found that temporary relief abandon me. Joe, you're burning up worse than before. You're too hot. Concerned, I let my hands trail to his damp neck and even damper school shirt. Holy crap, Joe, you're drenched. It's grand, he mumbled, still dutifully concentrating on his breathing. It'll pass. Yeah, I wasn't so sure. Hang on, I'll open a window. I moved to climb off his lap, but he swiftly wrapped his arms around my body and pulled me back to him. Don't move. Joe, you're literally piping hot. Panic began to set in when I watched a bead of sweat trickle down the side of his neck. I could fry an egg on you. Seriously, I need to cool you down. I don't care. He buried his face back in my chest and inhaled another deep breath. On the exhale, he whispered, Don't leave me. Joe, please just stay. He paused to release another slow breath before continuing, This is the only time it's ever stopped. Please don't break it. This is the only time what's ever stopped. I croaked out, feeling my heart thunder wildly in my chest. And don't break what? My head, he mumbled, before adding, The quiet. I don't understand. I wanted to cry, but I held firm and remained calm. I promise I won't leave you, I told him, gently removing his tie from his neck. I'll stay right here, but I need to not be on your lap right now because my body is heating yours up. When he made no move to comply, I leaned back, causing his head to fall forward, and reached for the buttons on his shirt. Something's wrong, he groaned, hands slumping at his sides. I don't feel right. How could you feel right after doing what you just did? I argued, quickly unbuttoning his shirt and sliding the fabric off his shoulders, only to be greeted by the sight of dark purple bruising all over the left side of his chest, reaching all the way up to his collarbone. I sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. Jesus, what happened? Fight. Joey had a gorgeous chest, lean and strong with light brown nipples and tightly carved abdominal muscles. His hips were narrow and sported those epic V-shaped sex lines that all the athletically gifted seem to possess. A dusting of golden brown hair trailed south from his navel, disappearing beneath the waistband of his grey school trousers. And while his golden skin was littered with scars, I was certain that I had never seen anyone more perfect in my life. A fight? Shivering, I gently placed the palm of my hand on the bruise that was covering his heart. With who? Some asshole. Blowing out a pained breath, he covered my hand with his and whispered, "You should let me go." I know I should. With my heart hammering violently in my chest, I quickly clenched my eyes shut and willed my heart to just calm down. But I can't. "There's something wrong," he groaned then, shifting uncomfortably. "With my dick." "Is this your way of getting me to look at your dick?" "No," he groaned, slipping a hand into the waistband of his grey school trousers. "This is me telling you that there is something really wrong with my dick." "What is it?" "I don't know." He hissed out a pained breath and flopped back on my bed, groaning like he was in genuine pain. "Fuck." "Did you twist a nut?" I asked, deadly serious. Because Kev did that once, and it's actually really serious. If you don't seek medical treatment, you can lose the whole testicle, Joe. "No," he groaned, and then covered his face with his hands. "Fuck, it's too much." "Okay, that's it." I threw my hands up in panic. "Take off your clothes and let me see." "Not a good idea." Just shut up and strip, damn it." Concerned, I reached for the button on his school trousers and snapped it open before undoing his fly. "Lift up your hips." "Malloy." "Lift up." "Fuck." Shifting upwards, he hissed out another pained groan when I dragged his trousers down his hips. "Oh, Jesus Christ, don't touch it." "I'm sorry." Wincing, I carefully peeled the waistband of his black boxers over what had to be the biggest damn dick I'd ever seen. "What the fuck is that?" Springing to attention like a frontline soldier, his fully erect penis bopped around mere inches from my face. "Why is it so—" "I don't know," he bit out, pulling up on his elbows to glare at it like it was the enemy. "It won't go the fuck down. I keep getting harder." "Is that supposed to happen?" "No." "Then why—" "I don't fucking know, Malloy." Okay, why don't we both just calm down?" I shouted, more to myself than him, as I stood in my bedroom, in my bra and knickers, with Joey Lynch's dick glaring angrily up at me. "Jesus, that's a big damn dick, Joe." "Shut up, Malloy," he snapped. "Don't fucking say that. It makes it worse." "Why don't you— well, you know," I shrugged. "Give it a pull. You know, see if it goes down." "Oh my fucking God," he growled, and then hissed out a pained breath. "I'm not wanking myself in here." "Obviously you don't have to do it with me in here," I argued. "I can go downstairs and make us a sandwich or something." "A sandwich? Really, Malloy?" "I don't know," I strangled out. "I haven't eaten since lunch, and I'm— Look, I'm just trying to help, okay?" "Get my phone." "Huh?" "My phone," he bit out. "Please, pass it up to me." "Where is it?" "Pocket." Scrambling to retrieve his phone, I managed to fish it out of his pocket without making eye contact with it. "Got it," I said, climbing onto the bed to kneel beside his slumped frame. "Here." "Thanks." "No problem."
Erectile malfunction. February 14th, 2002. Joey. I couldn't explain what had possessed me to do something as incredibly reckless as doing a line in my boss's house. The only valid excuse I had to hand was that exhaustion had taken over my body to the point that it was crippling me. Pitiful as it was to admit, I hadn't slept in months. 15 weeks, to be exact.
ever since the latest of my father's spawn was inserted into my life. From the minute he came home from hospital, Sean was inconsolable. No joke. He was off his goddamn head 24/7, while our mother was off her head right along with him. If she wasn't working or pawning the baby off on Nanny, she was hiding in her room, crying into her pillow, and doing everything humanly possible to avoid having to handle him. Nanny mentioned something about how the reason Mom didn't seem to be bonding with Sean was because of something called postnatal depression. I didn't understand it. How could I fix it if I didn't know a damn thing about it? I couldn't. And the old man was no fucking help either. She refused to nurse him. She wouldn't give him a bottle. She rejected the idea of holding him. Every time he cried, she looked like she wanted to peel the skin from her bones. It was fucking horrible. After getting his feet back under the table, when she came home with the baby, the old man hung around for a few weeks, treading water and somewhat behaving himself. It didn't last long, of course. 3 weeks after she gave birth, Dad had lost his shit with Mam and physically dragged her out of the bed. Depositing her on the floor next to the crib, he roared and screamed in her face until I couldn't take another goddamn second of it. Eruptions had occurred, resulting in us having one of our worst ever fights. In the end, the old man had gotten the better of me, but at least I'd gotten a few good punches in to make him pay for hurting my mother, who was still bleeding after the baby, for Christ's sake. Livid that she point-blank refused to take the baby, Dad had grabbed the crib, with Sean inside of it, and walked it out of their bedroom and into my 13-year-old sister's. After that, the old man stopped trying, and of course my mother laid the blame for his withdrawal at my feet. Unable or just plain unwilling to take care of his responsibilities, Dad went straight back into his usual pattern of drinking, fucking, and smashing the house up, leaving me to clean up his mess. With schoolwork, hurling, and Ollie and Tag to look after, I didn't object when Shannon took on the role of caring for Sean, because the truth was, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to love another one. Not when his age and vulnerability would keep me shackled to this house for longer. Regardless of my aversion to getting attached to the colicky little shit, that's exactly what had ended up happening. Because as willing as my sister was, she didn't know what to do with the newborn, and after 3 nights of non-stop screaming, I'd taken the crib into my room, unwilling to let that kid cry it out another minute. 3.5 months had passed since then, and while Mom was slowly warming to Sean, changing his nappy and taking him for walks on her day off, his crib was still in my bedroom. Falling asleep standing up these days, I had started to buy a couple of grams every payday from Shane, needing the pick-me-up to just function. Today was far from the first time I had dabbled with uppers, but it was the first time I felt like my heart might actually beat its way out of my chest. The high was all fucking wrong, and I was raging with Shane for selling me a lemon, because whatever the hell I had put up my nose was not cocaine. My head was all over the place, my body was burning the hell up, and all I wanted to do was fuck. The urge to get off was almost unbearable, leaving me with a raging hard-on, which was a problem because the girl who'd taken on the role of my personal chaperone was the one girl I couldn't have. And I wanted to have her. I wanted to have her so fucking bad. It was painful. While the haze in my mind was clearing, the pressure on my dick only seemed to be mounting. Got it, Malloy declared, and she climbed back onto the bed in her tiny pink thong that was doing nothing to help the cause. Here, she said, thrusting my phone onto my stomach. Thanks. No problem. Patting my shoulder, a sign of solidarity no doubt, she shifted closer, settling on her knees beside me. I've got your back. Considering she hadn't looked in my direction in weeks, I should be thrilled to hear those words coming out of her mouth. But in my current state, it was hard to focus on anything other than the glorious visual of her scantily clad body. If it weren't for the fact that I was seriously concerned for my dick, I would have revelled in this moment. Stop looking, asshole. Looking makes it worse. Shaking my head, I unlocked my phone and quickly tapped out the text. Lynchy. What did you give me? Holland. Question mark. Lynchy. What the fuck did you do to me? Holland. Nothing, asshole. What's wrong with you? Lynchy. I can't get my dick to go the fuck down. Holland. Ah, shit. Wrong bag, kid. My bad. Lynchy. You're bad. What does shit mean? What did I take? Holland. Blow with a twist. Wasn't meant for you. I've an old fella in his 50s who comes up weekly for it. Lynchy. What the fuck is the twist? Holland. Sildenafil. Lynchy. Which is? Holland. A cheap version of Viagra, crushed and mixed with snow. It'll blow the head off you, literally. Lynchy. Jesus Christ, asshole. I have a match later. Holland. Relax. You'll be grand in a couple of hours. Ride the wave and enjoy it, lad. Holland. Might want to skip the match, though. Holland. Find yourself some nice, wet pussy to bury that cock inside. Oh, fuck! I choked out, clenching my eyes shut, as my frantic brain tried to absorb what the hell was happening to me. What? Malloy demanded, wide-eyed. What is it? Unable to voice an answer, I tossed my phone on her lap and slung an arm over my face. You mixed erectile dysfunction medication with cocaine? She screeched. Are you insane? I didn't fucking know, did I? No wonder your dick's trying to levitate off the bed. It's been set on ready, steady fuck mode, Joe. Shaking her head, she reread the messages on my phone before tossing my phone on the mattress. Well, I can tell you one thing right now, and it's that this area right here, she paused to point at her pussy, before quickly adding, is off limits to that leaning tar of penis. Did I ask you to get me off? No, but I can clearly see that you want me to, she urged, pointing to the head of my cock. No wonder you're in pain, carting that thing around. I'm in pain thinking about it. Malloy, okay. Grimacing, she held her hands up. Not helping. Got it. Can I... Blowing out a pained breath, and feeling totally fucking degraded about what I was about to ask, I forced the words, use your shower, out of my mouth. Her brows furrowed. My shower? I gave her a meaningful look. Oh, she replied, eyes widening. My shower. Yeah, of course, no problem. Nodding, she quickly clambered off the bed and yanked my jocks and school trousers the rest of the way off my legs. Can you stand? Yes, I bit out. Can you not kneel in front of me like that, please? Oh, shit, sorry. Springing away from me, Malloy pottered over to her dresser, attempting to give me privacy, while she turned back to look every 3 seconds. I am sorry about this, I muttered, climbing to my feet. Nah, she shrugged as she fingered through a stack of CD cases on her dresser. It's been an interesting Valentine's Day. Yeah, I bet. Standing bollocks naked in her bedroom, I hobbled towards her door, with every inch of me in full view. Malloy? Yeah? The door? Resting my head against the timber, I repressed the urge to roar, and bit out. You have the key. Oh, crap. Stepping round me, she reached inside her bra and withdrew the key. Do you want soap? She asked, with her ass way too close for comfort. Or a magazine? Just open the door. Got it.
Calling a truce. February 14th, 2002. Aoife. 58 minutes. That's how long the shower motor hummed above me. That's how long it took for Joey to tame the beast. Another 10 minutes passed before he finally emerged from the bathroom. Redressed in his school uniform, his blonde hair cocking up in 40 different directions, and his cheeks noticeably flushed, he stepped into the kitchen, towel in hand. Thanks. Better? I asked, unable to suppress the laugh that escaped me as I flipped a piece of French toast in the pan. Feeling relieved? Funny, Joey growled, but the reluctant smile on his face assured me that he wasn't mad. Did it go down? Eventually, he admitted with a wolfish smile. I thought I was going to have to go to A&E for a while there. Imagine if you had, I snorted, switching off the hob and plating up the French toast. We would have needed to hitch a trailer onto the taxi to cart that stallion between your legs. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? No, probably not, I agreed, still laughing. Here. I handed him a plate stacked with my homemade goodness. You need to replenish your life force. You cooked all by yourself. His brows rose in surprise. I'm impressed. I have a pretty decent home economics partner who taught me a thing or two, I replied, moving to the table with my own plate. He's an asshole, but he knows his way around the kitchen. So, this home economics partner, Joey said, following me over to the table. Is he your friend? My heart flipped in my chest. He was. Was. Nodding, I sank down on my chair and took a bite of toast. He used to be my best friend. What changed? We had a fight. Is that right? Uh-huh. He broke my heart. Pain flicked in Joey's eyes. Malloy. Joke. Relief flooded his features when he swallowed my lie. Well, I hear this partner of yours feels shit about the fight the two of you had. Does he now? Yeah. Joey nodded. He misses his friend. My heart flipped. He should miss her. She's amazing. He smirked. He wants her back. She never left. I swallowed deeply. She just needed a timeout. Good. He nodded, because if she did leave, he wouldn't like it. He wouldn't? No. His green eyes locked on mine from across the table. He wouldn't. Exhaling a shaky breath, I reached across the table and laid my hand, palm up. Nice moves. He stared at my hand for a long beat before slowly placing his hand on top of mine. Nice everything. Fourth year.
I'll be with you. September 2nd, 2002, Joey. Holding my breath under the water, I remained motionless with my hands gripping the sink, until my lungs turned to fire in my chest and my thoughts became muddled and blurry. That shitty human survival instinct instilled in all of us, the one that programmed us to search for oxygen, forced my face to the surface of the water.
Numb, I breathed slowly through my nose, purposely torturing my lungs that demanded I gulp in as much air as I could. Fuck my lungs, fuck the world. The circles under my eyes were darkening to the point where, when I woke up this morning, I actually looked like I had two black eyes. A million sleepless nights combined with a million fucking mistakes this past summer had taken its toll on my body. Cutting a line with my bank card, I leaned over the windowsill that held the mirror and what would get me through the next 6 hours, and quickly snorted the powder up my nose. I had a pain slap bang in the centre of my chest. The ache was fucking terrible, and I couldn't seem to shake the damn thing off. I was going out of my mind worse than ever lately, and I was raging. I was so fucking mad that I could feel the burning and bleeding from somewhere so deep inside of me. I knew I couldn't be found to be patched up. I was a mess. Jesus. Shut her in. I leaned over the sink for another half an hour, waiting for my stomach to settle and my brain to cooperate before I could manage to go back into my room and throw on my school uniform. The Horley helmet in the corner of my room taunted me with a whole host of demands and expectations that I wasn't sure I could live up to for much longer. "Hey," Shannon's voice filled my ears, and I stilled for the briefest of moments before turning to face her. "Hey." I offered her what I hoped was a supportive smile. "Are you ready for your first day?" "No," she whispered, chewing on her lip. "Yeah, me either." "You'll be grand," I said instead. "I'll be with you." "Do I look okay, Joey?" Shannon asked in a small voice as she hurried along beside me, swamped in her BCS uniform. "You look grand, Shan," I told her, keeping my gaze fixed straight ahead. If I look at her, if I saw the fear in her blue eyes, I would crack. Jesus Christ. I was a nervous wreck. Seriously, if anyone that didn't know me saw me in this moment, they would swear that I was the one starting secondary school this morning, and not my baby sister. With my palms sweating and my heart racing rapidly, I had to force my legs to slow down so she could keep up. Schooling my anxiety the best I could, I walked Shannon up to the path to BCS, while discreetly glowering at every motherfucker who dared look in her direction. Maybe an offensive strike was the best form of defense when it came to protecting her this year. Maybe that way I could get her through this school year unscathed. "I'll always be your brother, okay? No matter what." Darren's voice infiltrated my mind and balked, swiftly burying the memory of the last time I'd taken this walk with a sibling. Burying him. He's gone. He's dead. He doesn't exist anymore. "You okay, Joe?" my sister asked, reaching up to touch my shoulder. "You look sad." "It's okay," I forced a smile. "Everything is going to be okay." "Yeah?" I nodded. "Yeah, Shan. Because I won't ever leave you."
Meet the Gobshites. September 21st, 2002. Aoife. I didn't want to be here tonight, much less on display like a prettified porcelain doll, but that's exactly what I found myself doing on Saturday night as I sat opposite the Rice family at Spizzico's, one of the more uppity restaurants in Ballylagan. "Just bear with me for another hour," Paul coaxed, giving my hand a squeeze under the table as Paul's father, Garda Superintendent Jerry Rice, droned on about his upcoming golf tournament in Kerry. "I promise we can do something you pick after this, okay? I slapped on a smile for his mother's benefit when I was screaming on the inside. I tried. I really had. When we decided to try again, I promised myself that I would put to bed any notions of my father's apprentice and concentrate on making it work with the boy who actually wanted to be with me. And to be fair, that's exactly what I had done for months. I kept it friendly and jovial with Joey in class, but I steered clear outside of school. For months I had thrown myself into our relationship, giving Paul 150% of my time, attention, and effort, only to find myself still feeling empty. Because it didn't seem to matter how much I avoided, distracted myself, or denied it, my thoughts always returned to the place they shouldn't. To the person they shouldn't. "Please get me out of here," I hissed through clenched teeth, still smiling like a creeper at my boyfriend. "Because if I have to listen to your father talk about his impressive handicap or pretentious golf match for another second, I'm going to scream." "It's a tournament," he corrected, fake smiling right back at me. "Not a match, babe." "I don't care," I replied, still grinning. "Please." "Give it a rest," Paul bit out. "You're getting a free meal in a restaurant your family could never afford to eat at, and all you have to do is smile and nod in exchange." My mouth fell open. "You did not just say that to me." "I beg your pardon?" Mrs. Rice asked, setting her fork down. "Aoife, dear, did you say something?" "Yeah," I replied. "I said that I'm tired." Paul cut me off and said, reaching over to pat my hand like a little child. "She just said that she's a bit tired. Aoife started working at the Dinneman during the summer," he continued, as by way of explanation. "She's finding it hard to adapt to work and school." "What?" "No, I'm not." "The Dinneman." Paul nodded. "It's a restaurant across town." "It's a pub that serves food," I corrected, ignoring Paul's warning glare. "I'm waitressing there a few evenings after school and on weekends." "Well, good for you." Mrs. Rice smiled warmly. "It will be nice to have a bit of pocket money for yourself." I smiled back at her. "Yeah, I like it so far, and most of the locals are from my own area, so it's grand, really. I'm always telling Paul that he should get himself a little Saturday job now that he's in 4th year," Mrs. Rice offered. "I think it's important that a young person learns the value of a euro." "And I think it's important that he concentrates on his studies," Mr. Rice interjected. "He has all the money he needs from us, Rita. The law degree he has his heart set on will be earned by working hard at school and not waiting tables in the Dinneman. Oh, of course, I mean no offence, Aoife." "Offence taken?" "It's grand." I tucked my hair behind my ears. 4th year isn't a heavy workload year," I heard myself add. "Most people in our year have jobs by now." "Perhaps, but surely not in pubs." I shrugged. "In lots of different places." Mr. Rice frowned. "And you wouldn't consider finding work elsewhere?" "Where would you suggest?" I bit out, flustered from his interrogation. "Somewhere more appropriate for a girl of your age," he offered with a wave of his hand. "Maybe a little babysitting job on Saturdays." "I like it at the Dinneman," I replied, feeling my cheeks burn from the effort it was taking to restrain myself. "I make more money there than any babysitting job would pay." "I didn't think a waitressing job would pay that well. Shows what you know, you big posh prick." "Would you look at her, Dad?" Paul interjected with a chuckle. "She's an asset to the place." "Thanks, Paul." I beamed, feeling my stomach flip from the compliment. "I appreciate that." "No problem, babe." he replied, slinging an arm over the back of my chair. Besides, one look at her with that little white shirt and short black skirt and the owners are guaranteed to fill the bar. Paul continued, clicking his fingers for emphasis. Of course, they're going to pay well to keep her. I take it back, Paul, you big idiot. Silently seething, I glowered at the side of his handsome side profile. Swallowing down my discomfort, I smiled and nodded along as the conversation switched to plans of the future. My future looked drastically different to Paul's. There would be no University of Limerick for a degree in law on the map for me, that was for sure. I was more than likely headed to a local further education and training college after secondary school, where I would train in hairdressing or beauty. At least, hairdressing was the only career piquing my interest at that moment in time. I have to say, both of my sons have exquisite taste in the company they keep, Mr. Rice declared then, holding his tumbler of whiskey up and gesturing first to me and then to his oldest son Billy's new girlfriend, Zara. Yeah, I raised my water glass and resisted the urge to gag. Hear, hear. Meanwhile, Zara smiled sweetly back at him. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Poor innocent fool, I thought to myself. Give it time, you'll learn. She was just the latest in a long line of beautiful women Billy had brought home to show off. Paul's older brother was 19, and I had counted no less than 7 different girlfriends accompany him to these family meals since we had started going out back in first year. Quick, I hissed in Paul's ear. Call my phone and I'll take it from there. I can't take another minute of him. What? No, he balked. Just wait it out. Paul. Aoife. Making a point of looking at my watch, I quickly gasped. Oh my God, is that the time? Lame, lame, lame. Paul, I turned to look at my boyfriend, all wide-eyed and full of crap. My dad wanted me home an hour ago. Are you sure? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, I replied, giving him a look that said, Go with it or I'll cut your dick off. Turning back to his family, I offered them an apologetic smile as I stood. I am so sorry about this. Smiling brightly, I added, Hopefully we can do it again soon, while knowing on the inside that I would never allow myself to get roped into another one of these my dick is bigger than your dick dinners. Hell to the no. That was beyond fucking rude, Aoife, Paul admonished as I power-walked away from the restaurant and he hurried to keep up with me. What were you thinking? I was thinking that you duped me into having dinner again with people I've nothing in common with. Again. They're not people, they're my parents. Parents are people, Paul. Don't get smart with me. You know I hate it when you're sarcastic. He snapped, running a hand through his dark hair. You really fucking embarrassed me back there. You're 16, not 6. Don't you think it's time that you learned how to act your age? You know what? Maybe we should just call it a night. I snapped, shoving my hands into my coat pockets. Since my personality is clearly rubbing you up the wrong way so much tonight. What? No, don't be stupid. He growled, retracing the steps he'd taken. I'm not stupid, Paul. You know what I meant. Slinging an arm over my shoulder, he said, Come on, babe. It's Saturday night. I don't want to spend it on my own. And what about what I want? So, where do you want to go? He asked, pulling me close to his side. I'm thinking about just going home. No, that's boring, he replied. I wasn't aware you had been invited. Your house doesn't have internet or a flat screen or anything decent to watch. he added with a dismissive wave. And no offence, but it's kind of a tight squeeze when your family are all in the sitting room with us. Wow. I shook my head. We can't all have guards for fathers. Amy Murphy is having a house party at her place tonight. He offered then. I told her that both of us would swing by for a bit. Amy! I gaped at him. She's a 6th year. Yeah, so? So, why did you tell her that I'd come? I looked up at him. I barely know the girl, Paul, and I never agreed to go. Because you're with me, he replied, like this would somehow answer my question. It didn't. I'm not sure I like where this is going, Paul, I said, eyeing him warily. Come on, babe, he said with a megawatt smile. It's just a party. Yeah, that wasn't what I was referring to.
The Demons in Your Head. April 11th, 2003. Joey. Where the fuck have you been? It was a question I had expected Tony to ask me when I walked into work 20 minutes late, having been kept late after training to talk to selectors. It wasn't, however, a question I had expected my father to ask, and definitely not here. What's going on? My gaze flicked to Tony, who was leaning against the tool drawer with a cup of tea in his hand and a sympathetic gaze on his face. Instantly, my back was up. There was only one reason my father would come here. Is she dead? It was the first thought I had, and surprisingly, I managed to ask it without collapsing in a heap on the floor. Is Ma'am? Your mother's grand, Dad growled. It's your mother's grandfather. He's on his way out. I sucked in a sharp breath. Grandam Murphy. How many great-grandfathers do you have, boy? Just the one. Not that I'd seen much of him for a while. Fuck. Guilt swarmed me. I'd been so busy with life that I'd pretty much checked out on my great-grandparents for the last few years. Sure, I still saw Nanny regularly when she handed off the smaller boys, but I'd be a liar if I said that I'd spent any decent chunk of free time with either of them since first year. Since Darren left. I just put them on the back burner, thinking they'd always be there. You're a prick, Joey. What's wrong with him? Panic gnawed at my gut. Where's Nanny? Is she okay? I just told you, boy. Are you hard of hearing now? As well as Dick stupid. He's fucking dying. Dad snapped. The man's nearly 90. It can't be that much of a surprise to you, he continued. Your mother was trying to ring you about it. If you want to see him, you'd want to go now before he kicks the bucket. Stunned, I just stood there, unblinking, as I tried to digest the words coming out of his mouth. The man who took on the role of raising my mother and aunt when his own daughter died, only to then have to take on the role of sheltering my mother's children from the raging storm that was our father. He was the first man whose touch I didn't fear. He was the man who taught me how to ride a bike. He was the man who took me to the cinema for the first time. He was the man who was never supposed to go anywhere because we needed him to stay right here and not fucking leave. Where is he? I strangled out, feeling my heart thud so hard in my chest I thought it might burst. Is he at their house?" "He's at the hospital," Dad replied. "And I'll give you a spin over now, if you sub me a tenner until I get paid at the post office." I stared blankly at him. "My grandfather's dying, and you want me to give you money to take me to see him?" I shook my head in disgust. "I'd rather slit my wrists and feed your drinking habit, old man." "Nah, because you're too busy feeding your own habit, aren't you, boy?" Dad sneered. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You'd do well to remember that." Stalking past me, he yanked the door of our car open and hissed, "Keep your fucking money, and find your own way to the hospital while you're at it." "Are you all right, Joey lad?" Tony asked me when my father had driven away. "Do you want a spin to the hospital?" Shaking my head, I ran a hand through my hair and exhaled a ragged breath. "No, I should get to work." I looked around aimlessly. "I'm supposed to work, and I'm already late. None of that matters right now," Tony said, steering me to his parked van. "Hop in. I'll take you to see your grandfather." "Ah, right, Tony, cheers," I mumbled, feeling shook to my core as I climbed into the passenger seat of his white Transit. "Thanks. Any time, son." He gave my shoulder a squeeze. "Any time." Granda had contracted pneumonia, Nanny Murphy explained, when I found her in the hospital corridor a little while later. Apparently he had been sick for a few weeks, and they never told us. Instead, she continued to help me with the boys, even though her husband's health had taken such a massive decline and had to be going through the mill herself. My mother wasn't present at the hospital due to a rift in the family a few years back, caused by my father. But her sister Alice was, and so was Shannon. I didn't want to go inside the room that my great-grandfather was dying inside. "Go in and see him, pet," Nanny begged, squeezing my hands in hers. "He's been asking for his little Joe." A tremor racked through me. "I don't think I can do it, Nan." "You can," she promised, reaching up with her small hand to stroke my cheek. "I promise." Fuck. Sucking in a sharp breath, I forced myself to open the hospital room door and walk inside. He didn't look one bit like the formidable man from my childhood as he lay in the bed, with tubes and wires all round him. He looked so small and frail. "Joey," Auntie Alice said with a weary smile, as she slowly stood and offered me the chair by his bedside. "I'll give you a minute alone with Granda." "You don't have to go." I wanted to scream, but I just nodded and said, "Thanks," instead. "How are you, Granda?" I heard myself say in a shaky tone when I finally grew a pair and walked over to him. "I hear you're not feeling great."
"Joseph,"
he wheezed, gingerly raising his hand.
"Your name's Joseph."
"Yeah, Granda," I whispered, sitting down on the edge of his bed. "It's me." Scooping his frail hand up, I gently squeezed. "It's Joey."
"Your birthday's on Christmas Day."
he whispered, breathing laboured.
A holy day.
Yeah, I agreed. That's me. Winking down at him, I said, You have the right grandson?
My favourite grandson.
He wheezed, and then gave me a tiny smile.
My Joseph.
Ah, now, don't let the rest of them hear you say that, I said with a smile, as tears burned the back of my eyes. Tag would be well pissed off. A laboured cough escaped him, and my guilt roared to life inside of me. Listen, I'm sorry I haven't been around, Granda. Jesus, I was a piece of shit. I should have come to see you more often.
Nonsense,
The elderly man croaked out.
my Joseph. You're not Noel, Christian, Christopher, Claus.
He continued to ramble, breathing ragged.
Not Casper, Gabriel, or any of the Christmas names they had in mind.
Casper? Claus? Reaching up, I wiped my eyes with the back of my free hand. Thank fuck for that.
Because you're Joseph.
He urged in a raspy voice, covering our joined hands with his other one.
You're my Joseph.
Are you feeling all right, Granda? Frowning, I reached over and touched his clammy forehead. You're rambling.
Loyal, kind, forgiving, fearless, nurturer, protector.
He smiled up at me.
Joseph acted. He took on a role. He was the father of the lost.
I frowned, confused. Granda, it's me, Joey.
I named you Joseph.
He croaked out, swallowing hard now.
Did you know that?
No. I shook my head. I didn't know. How'd that come around?
Your father wanted to name you Theodore after him.
He strangled out, breathing laboured.
He said you were going to be just like him.
He paused to cough wheezily.
But you're no Teddy. You were Joseph.
He coughed again.
So I bribed him with a tenner for the pub, and called you what I wanted you to be called.
He smiled up at me.
My Joseph, my brave boy. Terrible burdens, a cursed cross to carry. But always rising from the ashes, always getting back up, always the protector.
Yeah, panicked. I looked around the empty room, feeling at a loss. Granda, I'm just going to go and get a nurse for you, okay?
Don't give in to them,
He rasped, holding on to my hand with strength I was surprised he was capable of.
Promise me that you'll never give in to them.
Give in to who, Granda? I croaked out. Gasping and wheezing for air, he looked me right in the eyes, green eyes on green, and whispered,
The demons your father put in your head.
I'll be seeing you, Malloy. April 14th, 2003. Aoife. Joey's great-grandfather died on a Friday, and the following Monday I sat with my father in one of the pews at the back of St. Patrick's Church as he and his family prepared to lay him to rest. Dad went to show support to his apprentice that he was so fond of. I went for the exact same reason. Keeping our distance, we watched as Joey wrangled his brothers and sister into a pew behind who I knew was their great-grandmother. Their mother and father didn't come, so the Lynch children sat alone. Sitting in the second row from the front, Joey sat on the edge of the pew with a baby on his lap and his sobbing sister beside him. The two younger boys sat beside Shannon and spent the entire service nudging and poking each other in the ribs, only stopping when their older brother leaned over and threatened violence. Afterwards, at the graveside, I watched as he parented his 4 younger siblings with a proficiency that a grown man would struggle to master. It was so impressive, so heartbreaking, and so incredibly hot all in one breath. I waited behind my father in the queue to pay my respects to the family, dutifully shaking each one of their hands and mumbling the age-old "I'm sorry for your troubles" funeral line that was ingrained in every Irish person to grace the earth. "Aoife!" Ollie squealed when I reached him in the queue. "Thanks for coming." "No problem," I replied, offering him a warm smile and a handshake. "I'm very sorry to hear about your grandfather, Ollie." "Me too," he agreed with a solemn nod. "It's real sad, huh? Poor Grandad got the daimonia." "Pneumonia," Tig corrected, elbowing his younger brother before reluctantly shaking my outstretched hand. "When are you going to learn how to speak, asshole?" "Stop swearing, Tig," Shannon whisper-hissed as she balanced Sean on her hip and gingerly took my hand. "Thank you for coming." "I'm sorry for your loss," I told her, giving her small hand a soft squeeze. "You too, little buddy," I added, unable to resist the urge to ruffle the blonde-haired infant's curls before moving on to the next sibling, which just so happened to be the one I had come for. "I'm very sorry for your troubles, lad," my father said, clapping Joey on the shoulder before moving along to the next mourner. "Thanks, Tony," Joey said, and then he flicked his surprised green eyes on me. "Malloy." "Joey." "You came." "I did." He stared hard at me for the longest moment before blowing out a ragged breath and muttering the word, "Thanks." "Of course." Sliding my hand into his, I squeezed and leaned in on my tiptoes to press a kiss to his cheek. "I'm so sorry, Joe." Nodding stiffly, he squeezed my hand back and then leaned away, gaze flicking to where my father was, clearly checking to see if he was watching us. "Well, bye," I whispered, moving along the queue when all I wanted to do was stay right there in front of him. "I'll be seeing you, Malloy," he replied with a small wink that was just for me. "Yeah." My heart hammered in response, and I quickly turned on my heels and walked straight back, not stopping until I had my arms wrapped around his waist and my face buried in his neck. "You will." Joey was rigid for a long moment before his arms came around my body and he pulled me tightly against him. Gripping the back of his shirt, I released a shaky breath and kissed his cheek once more before forcing myself to leave. "I'm telling you, Trish, that young lad's father is septic," I heard my father say when I walked into the kitchen later that night. "A good-for-nothing drunk. You should have seen the way he told the poor lad about his grandfather dying the other week. It was heartless, love. The man is heartless," he continued, not noticing me, or my pricked ears, as I hovered in front of the fridge, pretending to busy myself with rearranging a tray of eggs. You should have seen the look in his eyes. "Poor Joey," Mam said with a sad sigh. My heartbeat quickened at the sound of his name. poor lad is right," Dad agreed. "And then he tried to bribe a few bob out of the boy for the pub." "You're joking." "I'm not, love. He actually asked the young fella for money." "Jesus, that's desperate, Tony." "Tell me you're joking," I demanded, and then quickly stifled a groan when I realised that I'd outed myself. Ah, crap. "What are you doing earwigging over there, young lady?" Mam asked. "It's after 11. Don't you have school in the morning?" "I'm only in the door from work," I explained, gesturing to my uniform. "Am I not allowed to eat something before I go to bed?" "There's a pot of stew on the stove," Mam said, as she continued to iron. Yes, the woman never stopped. The corner of one of Kev's shirts. "How are you, my little pet?" Dad smiled warmly up at me from his perch at the table. "Was it busy down the pub tonight?" "It was packed for a Monday night," I replied, kicking off my heels and untucking my white shirt from the waistband of my black mini pencil skirt. "Ma'am, I need a new pair of black tights," I added, gesturing to the hole in the ones I had on, while I grabbed a bowl off the draining board and half-filled it with my mother's stew. I snagged my leg on the corner of a table I was serving, and some old fella asked me if it was a ladder I had in my tights or a stairway to heaven. Dad narrowed his eyes. "I hope you gave him a good clip round the ear." "Didn't have to," I replied between mouthfuls of stew. "His wife did it for me." "The cheek of some of those old men," Mam sighed. "There's a spare pair in my wardrobe. I'll fish them out for you later, pet." "Thanks, Mam." Turning my attention back to my dad, I asked, "So, you've met Joey's dad?" "Met him?" Dad shook his head. "I went to school with the man." My eyes widened, curiosity piqued as I quickly slurped down what was left in my bowl. "I never knew that." "Ah, he was in the same year as myself and your mother," Dad explained with a nod. "We weren't in the same circle of friends, but we knew him well enough." Frowning, he added, "I'm sure he played hurling with your principal, what's his name?" "Eddie Nyan," Mam offered. "That's the one," Dad agreed with another nod. "They hurled together back in the day." "Sounds like you know a lot of him," I offered, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible when I was desperately feeding my Joey Lynch addiction with all of the juicy details. "Did you know his mam too?" "Marie Murphy?" I nodded. "She's a Marie Lynch now, but yeah." "She was years younger than us," Mam explained, and then turned to Dad. "Do you remember, Tony? Wasn't it awful when he got that poor girl pregnant when we were in 6th year?" "Do I what?" Dad grumbled, rubbing his jaw. "She was only a baby herself at the time." He flicked a glance to me and said, "She was a couple of years younger than you when she had a baby on her hip, Aoife." "Really?" "She was only in 2nd year at the time," Mam interjected. "Do you remember the scandal, Tony? It was desperate." "Do I what, Trish?" Dad replied grimly. "It was terrible business." "Why?" I asked. "How old was Teddy?" "Too old to be looking at a 14-year-old girl, that's for sure," Mam muttered, tutting. "Never mind marrying the poor girl off to him. They should have thrown him behind bars for getting a child pregnant." My mouth fell open. Joey's mam was only 14 when she got pregnant with him? No, Dad corrected. Not with Joey. With the older lad. What's his name? "Derek?" Mam offered. "Daniel?" "Darren," Dad declared, slapping his hand on his knee. "That's the one, Darren. Joey came later down the line." Darren. The brother that was dead to Joey. Interesting. Where'd he go? I asked. Over to the UK, from what I hear, Dad replied. Took off the minute he came of age. Well, I'm sure if I had to live with Teddy Lynch, I'd take off too, Mam interjected. He's a horrible man. His father and brother were the same, rotten to the core, the lot of those Lynch men. Joey's not rotten, I heard myself blurt out before I could stop myself. He's the opposite of rotten, I clarified, ignoring the burn in my cheeks. He's really sound, actually. Exactly, Dad agreed, turning to look at my mother. I know the lad is a bit of a hothead, but he has the world of potential inside of him if his father would only take an interest in guiding him down the right path. Sure, aren't you after doing that already by taking him on at the garage, Tony? Mam replied. You're very good to him. I've been to a few of his hurling matches too, you know, Trish, and I've never seen anything like him. Put a hurley in his hand and a schlitter in front of him, and it's something special to see. It's true, I heard myself agree. He plays on the same team as Paul. He's phenomenal. His father was the same at that age, Mam offered then. You remember Teddy Lynch back in the day at school? He was a gifted hurler. Teddy was good back in the day, but on his best day he couldn't hold a torch to that young fellow of his, Dad replied. If he was mine, I'd be shouting about him from the rafters. I wouldn't be letting him wander off the rails, that's for sure. Don't you already, love? Mam said with a smile. It drives our Kevin mad to hear you always praising young Joey. Ah, I don't mean any harm to poor Kev, Dad was quick to say. He's a great lad, is our son, but he has no interest in cars or sports. He's all about the computer and the books, Trish, which is grand by me. But I don't have a notion of what he is talking about half the time with those big words. Mam laughed in response. Dad? Curious, I poured myself a glass of water from the tap and asked, Why weren't Joey's parents at the funeral today? Turning back to face my own parents, I rested a hip against the sink as I spoke. I mean, it was pretty bad form to see only the kids there and not their parents. As far as I know, there was a big falling out between the Murphys and the Lynches. The Murphys? Marie's side of the family, Dad explained with a sigh. The grandfather was Murphy, so I can only presume they weren't there because Teddy wasn't welcome to attend, and his wife wouldn't go without him. It's sad, really, when families aren't loggerheads like that, Mam said. It's the children I feel sorry for. Yeah, I whispered, mind drifting straight to Joey. Me too, 5th year. You don't hit girls. August 16th, 2003. Aoife. My parents were going through another rough patch, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why, especially when my father's checkbook was out. The compensation for this latest hiccup turned out to be something that benefited all of us. Built-in wardrobes. Yay! Jesus, Malloy. My father's favourite labourer, and mine, growled as he tossed another pile of clothes from my old wardrobe onto my bed before dragging my new wardrobe into the middle of my room. Where are you going with all these clothes? Rule number 1, I said, sitting in the middle of my bed, rummaging through a mountain of clothes and shoes. You never judge the size of a girl's wardrobe. No judgment from this end, Joey replied with a resigned shake of his head. Just confusion. Yeah, Joe, me too, I thought to myself as I shamelessly watched him work, taking in every tight muscle under his white t-shirt and the golden strip of skin he flashed when he stretched. His body truly was a sight to behold, considering by the time the summer had ended, he had racked up almost as many tattoos as he had scars from fighting. We were back to BCS in a couple of weeks, our 5th year, and as good as Joey looked in a school uniform, and damn did he look good in our uniform, I was thoroughly enjoying the visual of him in his work clothes. "You planning on giving me a hand any time soon?" he asked, dragging me from my thoughts as he dropped another heap of clothes on my lap. "Or do you plan to just sprawl out on your bed for the evening?" "Sprawl," I said with a lazy sigh, flopping back on my pillows. "Definitely sprawl." "You're a pain in the ass," he grumbled, but sounded more amused than annoyed. "What's that? You like my ass?" I teased. "Why, thank you, Joey. It's my pride and joy." "Your legs should be your pride and joy, Malloy." He tossed over his shoulder, and the compliment thrilled me. My heart skipped. "So, you don't think I have a nice ass?" "I can't remember what it looks like," he replied, quick as a cat. "Why don't you take off your pants and I'll tell you?" "Funny." He glanced over his shoulder and gave me a devilish smirk. It was worth a shot. Fuck. "You'd get such a surprise if I dropped my pants," I taunted, throwing a rolled-up pair of socks at his head. He deftly caught them mid-air. "Not as big as the surprise you'd get if I dropped mine," he shot back. My mouth fell open and he winked. "Now, get off that pride and joy of yours and show me where you want the dressing table area." "Fine. Oh, wait. Yay, I forgot I had these." I practically cooed with glee as my gaze landed on a pair of itty-bitty jean shorts. I can't wait to wear them again. "Wear them?" Joey cocked a brow. "You're telling me those are shorts?" "They sure are," I confirmed, climbing off the bed to hold them up to my waist. "Shit," I grumbled in dismay. "I think they might be too small now." "They didn't fit you when you were 10. My brother mocked from the doorway, where he was holding a pile of his own clothes. "They're hardly going to fit you now, not with that fat ass you're dragging around after you." "You mean this ass?" I replied mockingly while slapping my ass. "The one your pervy friends keep trying to get a look at." "No, they don't," Kev argued. "They don't even like you." "Uh-huh," I rolled my eyes. "Sure they don't. My friends have better taste in girls." Kev spat, which caused Joey to chuckle. Turning to glare at him, my brother demanded, "What's so funny?" "Nothing, lad." Shaking his head, Joey continued to measure the height of my floor to ceiling with a measuring tape, marking off certain parts of my wall with a pencil as he worked. "Nothing at all." "He's laughing because of how hilarious your denial is." I pissed my brother off even further by chiming. "Because he knows damn well your buddies are only too happy to get a close-up look of this bad boy." I tapped my ass again and choked out a laugh when my brother threw his pile of clothes at me. "You're literally the female version of Shrek," he hissed. "You don't even—" "And don't forget these babies," I interrupted, giving my braless boobs a jiggle. "Isn't that right, Joe?" "He doesn't agree with you," Kev snapped, and then turned to Joey and asked, "Do you?" "Your sister's right, Kev," Joey said with a sigh. "Trust me, lad, you might be in her year, but I'm in her class, and they're looking." I grinned in victory. "See? Only because she acts like such a fucking tease," Kev hissed, barging into my room and snatching the shorts out of my hand. "I don't know how Paul puts up with you." "Hey, give those back," I ordered, chasing my brother around the room. "Oh, you wouldn't dare," I hissed when he yanked my bedroom window open and dangled my shorts over the window ledge. Put the shorts down, fuckface. Make me, fatty. Oh, you're a dead man, I warned, lunging across my mattress, only to get there a second too late. No! I cried out, shoving my brother out of my way just in time to see my rediscovered shorts land on the roof of our garden shed, before blowing away once again, only to reach their final destination in a pile of Spud's shit in our garden. Wear them now, Kev taunted smugly, when they're covered in one of Spud's giant shits. Oh, you think you've won, huh? I arched a brow. Challenge accepted. Well, just you wait and see, little brother. I look forward to wearing nothing but the skimpiest bikini I own when I come downstairs tonight during your weird sleepover with your even weirder buddies. You wouldn't dare. His eyes bulged. And who are you calling little brother? You're like 3 minutes older than me, dickhead. Also, they're not weird sleepovers, he said before turning to Joey to explain. We watch pay-per-view. Porn, I interjected with a snort. Hey, Joey held his hands up. Whatever works for you, lad. Wrestling, Kev corrected, face turning purple. We watch wrestling. It's a sport, in case you haven't heard, Aoife. Fat lot you'd know about wrestling, I snickered, unless it comes in the form of a video game. As opposed to you, he sneered, the Olympic fucking champion of lying on the flat of her back like a slut. Bullseye. Ouch. Hey, Joey warned, turning to glare at my brother. Come on, Kev, don't say shit like that to your sister. What? Kev threw his hands up. Have you not been listening? She's a complete... I'm a virgin, Wankstain! I screamed, feeling that one hit a little too close to a nerve. Yeah, Kev snorted with a shake of his head. You're a virgin, and I'm Santa Claus. That's it, I snarled, choosing violence as I lunged for my brother. Make your peace with Jesus, dickbrain, because I'm about to become the only child I should have been before your shitty egg gate-crashed Mam's womb. Like two gladiators poised for battle, we lunged at each other. Prepared for my onslaught, Kev swiped a clothes hanger off the floor and flung it at me. Oh, bring it on, fatty bang bang. You're going to have to do better than that, Sir Wank-a-lot, I snarled, bending like one of the fellows from The Matrix to avoid a hanger to the face. You mean like this? Kev hissed, spearing me to the ground with a loud thud. How's that for a wrestling move? You won't defeat me, I strangled out as I attempted to use my hips to buck him off my chest. And you called me fat. 1 minute, my brother was sitting on my chest and forcing me to slap myself with my own damn hands, and the next, he was pinned to my bedroom wall. The hell are you doing? Kev wheezed out as Joey pressed his forearm harder into his throat. Lynchy, stop! I can't breathe. You think it's okay to touch her like that? He snarled, completely livid. You think I'm going to sit back and do nothing? I don't fucking think so, asshole. Whoa, 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 Joey, stop! Springing up, I raced over to them. Let go, I instructed, grabbing a hold of his arm. Joey, let go. It's okay. He wasn't hurting me. He put his fucking hands on you, Malloy, he roared, shaking with temper as he continued to put pressure on my brother's windpipe. I saw him with my own goddamn eyes. We were just playing around, I hurried to explain, as I slid between both boys and forced him to release his death grip on my brother's throat. That's what we do, Joe. It's a game we play. But He put his hands on you. Joey's eyes bulged. I fucking saw. I was messing with her. Kev choked out. I wouldn't really hurt my sister like that, you thick bastard. Shut up, Kev, I hissed, shoving him out of way before turning my attention back to my classmate. Joey, shh, Joe, look at me. Reaching up, I cupped his face between my hands. Look at me. Reluctantly, he did, and I sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. His eyes were wild and feral-looking. He was visibly shaking with barely restrained anger as he clenched his fists to the point where his knuckles had turned white. He hurt you. No, he didn't. I saw him. I'm okay, I heard myself soothe, thumbs smoothing over his stubbly jaw. And you're okay. It's okay. Everyone's okay. I'm not, Kev wheezed, clutching at his throat as he staggered from my room. I'm not okay, Aoife. Kev, wait! Don't say anything to Dad, I called out, chasing after my brother. You didn't mean... He could have killed me, Aoife, Kev strangled out as he stormed into his bedroom, still clutching his throat. That psycho nearly killed me. But he didn't? I offered lamely, only to receive a door slammed in my face for my troubles. Damn it. Shaking out my trembling hands, I drew in a steadying breath and hurried back to my room. Yeah, so Kev's beyond pissed. I slammed the door shut and glared at my rogue protector. What did you do that for, Joe? He's going to tell our parents and you're going to end up getting in trouble with Dad. Let him tell them, was all Joey replied as he crouched down and quietly loaded up all of his tools into his bag. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does matter, I argued, stalking towards the beautiful Egypt. You love working at the garage. Doesn't matter, he repeated, keeping his head down as he filled his bag and zipped it shut. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you, he added as he stood up and threw the bag over his shoulder. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. No, you're not walking out of here, I warned, hurrying to barricade my bedroom door and keep him in here with me. We can sort this out. What's to sort, Malloy? He said flatly. I hit my boss's son. I think it's pretty clear that I'm done here. No, you're not done here. You're not even close to being done here. So just cool your jets and let me think about this, I ordered, shoving his chest and feeling a swell of excitement when he let me walk him backwards. Because, let's face it, after the display he'd just put on, there was no way anyone could make this boy do anything he didn't want to do. Walking Joey over to my bed, I pushed on his shoulders and watched as he obligingly sank down on the mattress. Why'd you do that, Joe? I croaked out, standing in front of him. I was physically shaking from head to toe as my earlier adrenaline deserted me. Because he hurt you, he replied, looking up at me with the most lonesome expression I'd ever seen. In this moment, Joey Lynch looked like the quintessential lost boy. Because he put his hands on you. But he is my brother, Joe, I heard myself explain softly. We were only messing. It was play fighting. Joey looked up at me like I was speaking a foreign language, and the rare vulnerability caused me to do something incredibly reckless. I don't... He blew out a sharp breath. I fucked up. Nudging his legs open, I stepped closer. Yeah, you kind of did, Joe. I reached out and ruffled his blonde hair, and then, unable to stop myself, I cupped his face between both hands, and I looked down at him. Picking fights with my brother of all people, I admonished softly, thumbs grazing over his cheekbones. Spud packs a bigger punch with his tail. I thought he was... Shaking his head, Joey let his head fall forward to rest against my stomach. I just saw you on the ground, and he was... and I just... The move was incredibly intimate, and I sucked in a sharp breath from the contact. Fuck. It's okay, I coaxed, unable or just plain unwilling to stand back and not comfort him. With trembling hands, I held his face to my stomach and whispered, "You're okay." He didn't respond, but he didn't pull away either, so I remained right there in my bedroom, with his cheek pressed to my belly and my hand stroking his hair. Finally, after what felt like an age, I felt the tension slowly leave his shoulders, and then his arms came around my waist. "He hurt you," he croaked out. "You don't hit girls."
New school year, same old me. September 1st, 2003. Joey. Face down on a mattress that smelled of piss and freshly spilled tears, I remained completely rigid as awareness claimed me from the sweet escape of sleep. With my brain foggy and uncooperative, I forced myself to retrace last night's events, trying to link my current surroundings with reality, but came up empty. Dada. A familiar voice sniffled, and just like that, I knew where I was. Like you could be anywhere else. A small sticky hand landed on my cheek. Dada. Repressing the urge to shudder and scream, I slowly uncoiled my muscles, twisted onto my back, and cracked one swollen eyelid open, just as my baby brother climbed on top of me. Big brown eyes stared down at me. Dada. Jesus Christ, I groaned, grimacing in resignation when his soaked wet pajama bottoms landed on my bare stomach. Piss through your nappy again, Shaney Boo? Nodding solemnly, Sean leaned close and pressed his chubby little hand against my cheek. Dada. Oh. Lonesome brown eyes studied my face. Oh. No, Sean, another voice barked, in a tone laced with venom and fury. Tag sat up from his makeshift bed on my bedroom floor and hissed. For the last fucking time, he's Joey, not Dada. Joey, your actual Dada beat the shit out of your fake one last night. Tag, leave him alone. He's only small, and I've been called worse. I growled, narrowing my eyes in warning, as I gingerly pulled myself into a sitting position and took stock of the sleeping bodies littered around my room. Aside from the piss-soaked toddler on my lap and the mouthy preteen on my floor beside my bed, another brother lay curled up across my legs like a sleeping puppy, while my sister huddled in the corner with a floral-patterned duvet draped around her small shoulders. The dresser wedged in front of my bedroom door was a harsh reminder of last night's events, and I was suddenly cold to the bone. There's no place like home. What a crock of shit. Are you okay? That was Shannon, who looked like she hadn't slept a wink last night. Deathly pale, she locked her blue eyes on mine and kept them there. Joe? I'm grand, Shan. Reading off the sentence of a lifetime, when the truth was that I hadn't been okay since the day I was born. I lifted Sean off my lap and climbed out of bed, pulling on a pair of sweats as I moved. Today was Monday, the first day back to school after the summer holidays. No matter how bad any of us felt, staying in his house instead of going to school was not an option. Fuck that. Aching in parts of my body I never knew existed, I shoved the dresser aside before unlocking the door. Inhaling a steady breath, I quickly yanked open the door before the child inside of me persuaded me to hide under my blanket with the rest of them. Grow a pair of balls, you prick, I mentally urged myself, as I stepped into the landing, ready to face both the unknown and the inevitable. The empty landing didn't ease my trepidation one damn bit, because I knew he was still there, still in the house, like a dark cloud hanging over all of us, but worse. So much fucking worse. Loud snoring drifted from behind their locked bedroom door, accompanied by muffled sobbing, and my blood ran cold. Freezing on the mortal spot, I fought the urge to run to her, to burst through that door and throw my arms around her. I wanted to protect her from him almost as much as I wanted to protect me from her. Well? Glancing behind me, I found 4 wide-eyed faces watching me from the doorway of my bedroom. Is he gone? Adrenaline spiking, and with heat that bordered on lava coursing through my veins, I pushed down the swell of emotion that threatened to break me, to make me weak like her. No. He's still here. He is. Yeah. He's in her bed. Their faces fell, just like my heart, but again, I pushed down, needing to get us the fuck out of this house more than I needed to wallow. Right, everyone. Go back to your own rooms and get yourself sorted. Wash up and get your uniforms on. I packed the lunches last night. They're in the fridge, so don't forget to pack them in your bags. I began to order, knowing that if I didn't, nothing in this house would get done. Nanny will be here to take Sean and drop you boys to school, and Shan will walk together. Okay, Joey. Oh, and when I say wash up, I mean clean your ears as well as your teeth, boys, I instructed before stalking into the bathroom for a more likely than not frigid cold shower. With the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, I stood in front of the mirror and clutched the rim of the sink, allowing my eyes to assess the damage. Grimacing at the sight of my swollen face, I forced myself to take a good fucking look. Black eye, bruised cheekbone, bruised lip. I couldn't decide what was worse. The fact that I couldn't hide the bruises, or the fact that I couldn't stop him from putting them there. Reaching for the tin I kept hidden behind the back of the sink, I flipped the lip off and quickly set to work cutting and then snorting a line of coke. Feeling some semblance of control return to my body when my head began to function again, and my heart began to thud harder. Rubbing a hand down my face, I exhaled a sigh of relief before kicking off my clothes and climbing into the shower, willing the shower to wash away my sins, to push away my pain. I don't want to go, Joey, Shannon mumbled, as I practically dragged her ass to school. Please. It'll be the same this year. No, it won't. I lied through my teeth and told her. You're in second year now. It'll be better. I really don't think I can do it. Well, I know you can. You do? Yeah, I told her. I promise. She looked up at me with her big blue eyes. You really promise? She had our mother's eyes, and it made it hard to look at her sometimes. I promise, Shan. She smiled and visibly sagged in relief. The word seemed to comfort something inside of my sister, even if we both knew that I didn't mean it. She needed the word, and I was more than willing to give it to her if it meant that she was out of the house and away from her father. I still can't believe you let somebody do that to your skin, she offered then, reaching over to touch the black ink covering my forearm. It's so permanent. Shrugging, I resisted the urge to tell her that the intricate hoops and swivels permanently etched on my forearm helped conceal the huge permanent scar our father had put there when he took a broken bottle to us last Christmas, after too many whiskies at the dinner table. There was no point in reminding Shannon of something she was very much aware of, especially since she was the one who had spent the entire ride to the hospital keeping pressure on my arm to stop me from bleeding out. I was just glad it had been my arm and not her face that he maimed, like I had a feeling he had been aiming for. You're not a fan? She scrunched her nose up. Not at all. I think tattoos are hideous. Although I have to admit that the Celtic crucifix on your back isn't entirely terrible. Is that a compliment I hear? I teased, elbowing her playfully. Come on, you can say it. Joey, my favourite, most amazing, most devastatingly good-looking brother, I love your tattoo. Fine. It's a nice tattoo. Chuckling, she pushed me back and then hurried to catch up with me, her short legs slowing her down. There, I said it. Are you happy now? I didn't quite hear that. Wrapping an arm around her shoulders, I gently rustled her hair with my knuckles. Say it. Fine, fine. Shannon squealed through fits of laughter. Joey, my favourite, most amazing, and don't forget the most devastatingly good-looking brother. That's the best part. Most in love with himself and vainest brother. She corrected me with a laugh. And I love your tattoo, even if it does take up half of your back. Good enough, I teased, releasing her from my hold. You're such a dope, she giggled, nudging me again with her elbow. I didn't care what she thought about me, as long as she wasn't thinking about how scared she was to go to school. Her smile was rare, but I was proud to be able to put it there, even after the night from hell we had been put through. It'll be okay, won't it, Joey? She asked then, as the school came into sight. When it's all over and done with. She sucked in a sharp breath before whispering. When we're grown up and gone from this town, we'll get our happy ending, won't we? Yeah, Shan, I replied, hitching my bag up on my shoulder. You're going to have an epic happy ending. So are you, Joe, she replied softly. I just know it. It was at that exact moment my eyes landed on the leggy blonde leaning against the school entrance, with a grey beanie hat covering her ridiculously long hair and a lollipop between her pursed lips. Yeah, Shan. I wasn't convinced about happy endings, but when Malloy locked her eyes on me and smiled, I could believe in the possibility of a happy day. Welcome back, fifth years, Mr. Nahan acknowledged from his perch at the podium in the canteen. It's wonderful to see all of your smiling faces as we embark on a new school year. Now, as you're all well aware, fourth year was a transition year.
It was a wonderful opportunity to dip your toes in new waters and try out new hobbies and interests. But that was then, and this is now. 5th year will see you all taking on new coursework, a heavier academic workload than any of you can comprehend. In other words, the next 2 years of your academic career are going to be the toughest you've ever faced. "What in the name of Jesus is that fella on?" Podge asked, nudging my shoulder with his. "He's absolutely crackers if he thinks this regurgitated pep talk is going to excite or encourage anyone to come to school." "Who knows, lad?" I mumbled, arms folded across my chest, as I leaned against the lockers at my back, and listened to Nahan drone on and on with his usual back-to-school bullshit spiel. "Rough night?" Podge asked then. "What?" I narrowed my eyes. "Why, Al telling you now, lads, the only thing I want to dip in water is my dick in Aoife Malloy's tight pussy," Alec declared, interrupting us, as he inclined his head to where Malloy was sitting at the opposite side of the canteen. The minute I locked eyes on her, a surge of heat hit me directly in the dick. Yeah, she was looking good this year. I hadn't spoken to her since the weekend when I fitted her new wardrobe for her. Usually, she came up to me first thing before class for our morning ritual that consisted of a little verbal sparring. However, I put her absence this morning down to the unfortunate series of events that had led me to almost decapitating her twin. My eyes scanned the crowd again and landed on the poor scrawny bastard, tucked away in the corner with the rest of the studious techie fuckers from our year, who would go on to college and end up with high-paying jobs. Those guys were so smart that they were kept tucked away in honor roll classes, and far away from the rest of us mortals, a.k.a. the thick fuckers like myself, Podge, and Alec, who would more likely than not end up taking up an apprenticeship and working with their hands. I never put a lot of thought into the consequences of my flying fists, but I felt terrible for unleashing them on Kevin Malloy, especially since he hadn't breathed a word of what happened to either one of his parents, meaning that I got to keep my job at the garage. I had a feeling Malloy had a lot more to do with me keeping my job, considering her brother had never been my biggest fan. My mind drifted back to that weird moment we had in her room on Saturday, and I had to repress a shiver. Things had been different between us for a while now, deeper, since the day of my grandfather's funeral, when she surprised the hell out of me by showing up. Her presence had thrown me. She had thrown me, and I wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. Either way, having her put some distance between us today couldn't be a bad thing. The distance helped me to water down some of the fucked up feelings she evoked inside of me. "Jesus, did you get taller over the summer?" Alec hissed in a reverent tone, biting down on his fist. "Oh, fuck. Her legs look longer than usual." "It's the shoes," Podge offered up. "The higher the heel, the longer the leg." "What?" I chuckled, turning to look at him. "Where'd you hear that?" "No, he's right. I've heard that too," Alec offered. "I think I read it in a magazine." "At the clinic," Podge added. "That's right," Alec agreed, slapping his hands together. "That's where I read it. The clinic." I shook my head. "What the fuck were you two up to over the summer?" "Same as you, Lynchy boy," Alec shot back with a wolfish grin. "Scoring and hooring." Doubtful. My gaze drifted back to Malloy, and like 100 times before, I caught her staring back at me. Instead of the usual comical banter, she offered me a small wave instead. I winked in response and had to bury my smile when her cheeks turned bright pink. She wasn't blushing, though. It was something else. It was almost like she was excited to see me. Fuck. She was something else to look at. I can't believe she's still with that tosser, Alec groaned, gesturing to Ricey, who was planted on the chair beside her, and all but glued to the girl's hip. How long have they been together now? 3 years? 3.5, I heard myself answer, on and off. Well, shit, Alec released a despondent sigh. He's definitely riding her by now, right?
Christ, I hoped not.